LoveLore Library. Chapter 773. Although Xiao Xinyue had never truly loved someone, she still knew a thing or two about going to the movies together. This was simply too ambiguous. She had only gone to the movies with Gongsun Jun. At that time, she was his girlfriend. To be honest, it was not a big deal for them to go to the movies together. But this Lin Xian directly wanted to go to the movies with her. No. Next time. Why next time? It's New Year in a few days. You women are always like this. Next time, next time, next time. God knows when the next time will be. It might be 1,000 years later. Xiao Xinyue, it seemed to make sense. She also hated those kinds of excuses the most. For example, the next time they play together, the next time they eat together, the next time they do whatever. But the next time was an uncertain word. It might just be an excuse when they met. There was no next time at all. When did she start to say such things? However, what was different was that what she meant was not just an excuse to ease the current awkwardness. She had already thought about it. The next time Lin Xian asked her out, she would agree. I'm not in the mood for this matter this time. You can look for me next time. Then tomorrow. Xiao Xinyue, did this person have nothing better to do every day? Okay. Hee, love you. After that, they went their separate ways. Lin Xian suggested sending her home, but she didn't need it. Actually, Lin Xian wanted to see if he could do something at her house. However, he looked at the time and realized that it was almost night time. The new year was coming soon, and Lin Xian really wanted to spend some time with Linya. Of course, during this period of time, he was not as busy as before. However, the project that Murong Qing was in charge of had officially started. She was relatively better off because her project was easier to calculate. After negotiating with the three major forces and signing the contract, she just needed to manufacture it. For the time being, she did not need to sell it to the public. So it was simpler and not particularly troublesome. Lin Xian originally planned to go home and cook a big meal for Linya in advance. Lin Xian saw that the lights in the house were on downstairs. Lin Xian knew that Linya had returned. He came back more than an hour earlier than usual. When he opened the door, he saw the figure in the kitchen busy. Little fairy, I'm back. Lin Xian ran into the kitchen and hugged the figure who was cooking. Murong Qing. I say, do you always take advantage of your sister at home? Murong Qing turned her head and said with a smile that was not a smile. Lin Xian, fuck. Why are you here? Because her back was facing him, Lin Xian didn't think that there would be other people in the house, so he didn't look carefully. If he looked carefully, he would find that the hairstyle of the back was different, but the figure was very good. Lin Xian also didn't think that Murong Qing was cooking. On the other side, Linya walked out of the bathroom and saw this scene. When she heard what Murong Qing said to Lin Xian, she blushed. Cough, cough, Lin Xian quickly released Murong Qing. How can this brother and sister take advantage of each other? This is called a good relationship. Lin Xian quickly explained. That's right, we have a very good relationship. Then why did you have the urge to touch this old lady's chest? Lin Xian, Linya, fuck. Don't talk nonsense. When I hugged you, my position was a little higher. Also, that wasn't your chest. Don't talk nonsense. If I touched your chest, would you still be so calm? Lin Xian and Linya's special relationship was not known to anyone for the time being. Murong Qing didn't think much of it. She was just teasing Lin Xian. She didn't really think that there was anything between the two of them. Although they weren't biological siblings, they really didn't know. Linya walked over and said to Lin Xian, Ching Ching came to our house as a guest. Yes, she has a good sense of being a guest. She even took the initiative to cook. Worthy of praise. Lin Xian gave Murong Qing a thumbs up. Xiao Xian, you rest first. We'll be done soon. Lin Xian didn't refuse. He lay down on the sofa and picked up his phone to send messages to Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Miao Xiao Mao. Do you guys often have this kind of physical contact at home? Murong Qing then chatted with Linya in the kitchen. Linya was a little embarrassed. She said softly, actually, it's nothing, right? Murong Qing nodded. It's nothing, but Lin Xian is too perverted. You guys aren't biological siblings, so you know, right? Maybe he's using the excuse of a younger brother to an older sister, but in fact, he's thinking about a relationship between a man and a woman. Murong Qing was, of course, joking. Linya knew more about this than she did. Linya coughed slightly and said while cutting vegetables, it shouldn't be anything. Hey, you said it shouldn't be, Murong Qing said with a smile. Linya, okay, it's just a joke. Even if you two really do it, it's nothing. You're not biological siblings anyway. Linya, I'm just joking. On the other side, Xiao Xinyue also returned home. Inside the house, Xiao Runing was already there, cooking in the kitchen. You're back. Xiao Runing glanced at Xiao Xinyue, then wiped her hands and walked out. Wash your hands and eat. Your beautiful and virtuous sister has already cooked. Xiao Xinyue nodded. Then the two of them sat at the dining table. How is it? Xiao Runing asked. It's useless. Xiao Xinyue said very calmly. Xiao Runing, okay, it didn't seem too surprising. Then you should be more careful. Although Xiao Runing looked worried, but this kind of worry didn't seem to be particularly big. It was as if she had a very confident attitude towards Xiao Xinyue. I know. Then, the two especially beautiful girls began to eat. After a few minutes, Xiao Xinyue suddenly asked, how is Lin Xian? Xiao Runing raised her head and looked at Xiao Xinyue in surprise. Why are you asking? No, I'm just asking. He's helped me a lot. Xiao Runing didn't think too much about it, then she thought for a moment and said, this Lin Xian looks sloppy and very perverted. But after getting along with him, this person is very reliable, he is also very loyal and righteous. He doesn't have any shameful thoughts. In short, I think he is a rare and relatively positive character. Xiao Xinyue, how perverted was he? Why did her sister keep repeating this? That was because Lin Xian had taken advantage of Xiao Runing many times. She remembered it in her heart. He was a pervert. However, she also felt that this Lin Xian was very perverted. Although he said that he wasn't in a relationship with those girls, his actions and words made people feel that he was a pervert. Chapter 774. Xiao Xinyue then asked, in short, he's a good person, right? Xiao Runing nodded. Yes, he's very good. He's very reliable and loyal. Aren't there fewer and fewer people like him in this world? Also, he saved my life. Xiao Xinyue frowned and looked at Xiao Runing. She had never heard her mention this before. Xiao Runing smiled and said, there was an accident during one of Tianhua Academy's training sessions. He used the power of space to save everyone, including me, but he didn't have enough spiritual power. In the end, he was left alone. Luckily, he survived. Xiao Xinyue was shocked. In such an era, a student of that time was actually willing to save everyone else and place himself in a hopeless situation of certain death. It was no wonder that Xiao Runing had such a good relationship with such a person. He had so many beautiful girls around him. As a girl, she knew very well that as long as he wasn't a seductress, a pure and self-loving girl, who wouldn't like such a sincere guy? For example, if you went out with a boyfriend and girlfriend, as a girl, you wouldn't have to worry about whether the guy would abandon you in the face of danger. It was very safe. He shouldn't have said anything to you, right? Xiao Runing asked in a puzzled tone. Xiao Xinyue shook her head. No, he didn't say anything. I was just surprised that he wasn't even worried about being hated by the Gongsun family. Yes, you don't know him that well. Why would he help you like this? There's no need for that. Could it be? Xiao Runing suddenly thought of something and looked at Xiao Xinyue. He wouldn't do anything to you, would he? Xiao Xinyue, that seemed to be the case. Let me tell you, this person is very perverted. Although he's reliable, there are too many girls around him. I know a few of them like him, but I don't know if they're his girlfriend. You should think about it carefully. I won't interfere. I know. In the hospital, Gongsun Jun had just been wheeled out. His arm had been reattached, but even if it was reattached, it would not affect his daily life in the future. He could still move freely, but obviously, he could not bear too much of a burden. In the future, he would not be able to use too much force with his right hand in battle, and he would definitely not be able to punch his opponent. He might not even be able to hold a sword with his right hand because it was too fragile. This obviously had a great impact on his combat strength. He had been lying in the hospital for at least a month, and this was under the premise that the water-type martial artist frequently treated him. My Jun. Inside the ward, a beautiful woman held Gongsun Jun's hand and cried sadly. No matter what kind of person she was still a mother. Her son had become like this. As a mother, she was naturally very sad and distressed. Gongsun Hao stood at the head of the bed and was also distressed. Of course, he was more angry. This was not only hurting his son, it was also a slap to Gongsun Hao's face, a slap to the face of the Azura Palace's White Tiger Hall master. To put it simply, in this land and city, apart from the three major forces, no matter if it was rich or powerful, they couldn't compare to him, Gongsun Hao. Even Liao Jian was below him. Mother, father, you must avenge me. Gongsun Jun was lying on the bed, his eyes full of anger and pain. Husband, kill them, you must kill them. Gongsun Jun's mother then cried and grabbed Gongsun Hao's hand. Don't worry. Gongsun Hao patted her shoulder to comfort her, and then said to Gongsun Jun, that Lin Xian, I will definitely kill him for you. He provoked me, Gongsun Jun, he brought about his own destruction. Gongsun Hao said with a gloomy face. Thank you, father, that Xiao Xinyue must not be killed. I want her to beg for death. At this moment, Lin Xian and the other two were sitting around the dining table, pouring some red wine. The house was very warm, the Fu character had been pasted early, and there were all kinds of beautiful colorful flowers. In short, the whole house was very beautiful, but it was a little empty. After all, there were only a few people. However, on the day of the new year, it would be lively. At that time, Murong Qing, Ling Long Shui, Bing Lingyue, and Ling Longwei would all come together to celebrate the new year. However, for Lin Xian, it was a little bitter. Although the new year was happy, after the new year, it would be painful because he had to go to Tiandu to welcome the whipping of the Ling and Han families. Therefore, he was enjoying the happy time now. However, Lin Xian thought about it and felt that there should be no problem to bring Ling Longyue there. He would say that he would take her to see the big scene, and take her to the most prosperous city to eat more delicious food. At that time, there should be no problem with a celestial realm girl protecting her, right? Although he was their boyfriend, where was the problem? Their mother was more or less the same, but the most difficult one was their father. For a father, his daughter was really the most precious thing. Naturally, she would have to face the test from her father. Moreover, there was also a group of arrogant young masters in Tiandu. Lin Xian was already prepared to welcome the storm. I have to say that your cooking skills are not bad. Lin Xian took a bite of the food and praised Murong Qing. Nonsense, do you think I don't know how to cook? I am alone every day. Although most of the time, I have others to help me cook, but I still have a lot of time to be bored. Usually, I still like to cook by myself. After I finish cooking and eating, sometimes 2 hours will pass. To be honest, it was a little sad. Then you can come here if you have nothing to do in the future. Little Xian and I are also very bored usually. The more the merrier. Linya said to Murong Qing. Sure, I am very happy anyway. It's just that I don't know if someone will welcome me. Murong Qing smiled and looked at Lin Xian. Of course, you are welcome. Do you see? Lin Xian then pointed to his room. See what? Murong Qing was stunned. That is my room. I don't mind if you stay there at night and squeeze in with you. Murong Qing, Linya, little Xian. Linya said to Lin Xian with some reproach. In her eyes, Murong Qing should be Lin Xian's sister. Murong Qing was Linya's sister. Obviously, she felt that Lin Xian was flirting with her like this. It's okay. Murong Qing smiled and said, being able to joke like this means that everyone gets along well. Linya nodded slightly, as long as you don't mind. Little Xian doesn't mean anything else. He is just like this. I know. Lin Xian scratched his head. Chapter 775. The meal was pleasant and harmonious. They talked a lot about the development of the Yixian group. However, when Lin Xian mentioned his idea for the first time, Murong Qing was a little surprised. You want to establish your own force? Murong Qing frowned. She knew that Lin Xian didn't establish the Yixian group purely for money. In her opinion, money was important, but it didn't seem to be tempting to Lin Xian. As expected, he had other bigger ideas. The key point was, it didn't matter if he wanted to establish a force. What he said was that he wanted to establish a fourth force. What kind of concept was that? The three forces were the three dynasties. There were 5 empires on the continent, but there were no emperors in the empires. There were only representatives. It wasn't a constitutional monarchy. The 3 forces were unified by the 5 empires. In simple terms, the 3 forces were the 3 governments of the continent. Each of them had their own duties, and they were the ones with the greatest authority in the continent. Now, he was telling her that he wanted to establish a 4th force, from the previous 3 forces to 4 forces. This was simply too exaggerated. Linya was also shocked. She thought that Lin Xian only wanted to make money so that everyone could live a better life. She didn't expect him to have such a big goal. It wasn't difficult to establish a force. Apart from the 3 forces, the Azura Palace should be the top force. However, it was really difficult to expand under such circumstances. The 3 forces were already deeply rooted in the continent. Yes, let's give it a try. Lin Xian ate a mouthful of food and said. But, although you may not lack money in the future, it's not as simple as you think. First of all, you must at least have the foundation to establish yourself. Money is one, and the other is a strong warrior. You need a real strong warrior to at least guarantee your confidence. What kind of strong warrior? Murong Qing was the executive officer of the Holy Palace. She must know a lot about this. Therefore, Lin Xian actually wanted to ask for advice from Murong Qing. Lin Xian trusted Murong Qing. This woman was really good. Let me tell you about the Azura Palace first. Murong Qing sighed. She always felt that Lin Xian was thinking too simply. The powers in the mainland are roughly divided into 5 levels. T1 level powers are the 3 major powers, and there are 8 T2 level powers in the entire 5 empires. Perhaps you haven't heard much about them, because these 8 powers are controlled by 8 families. Our Tiandu is one of them, and the other 7 are in the other 4 empires. These T2 level powers have about a few tens of millions of members. Basically, they only exist within the empires they are located in. However, a power with a few tens of millions of members is already considered very strong. These members are just ordinary warriors, and a power like the Azura Palace is a T3 level power. Don't think that T3 rank is that bad. The 8 great families of Tiandu are all T3 rank forces. Lin Xian, this was much more terrifying than he imagined. The 8 great clans were the T3 ranked forces. Lin Xian had always thought that existences like the 8 great clans were second only to the 3 great powers. He didn't expect that there were 8 more forces above the 8 families. They should be the super families. The Azura Palace was not inferior to the 8 families. The Azura Palace had 4 halls, and one of them had many experts. The White Tiger Hall, where the Gongsun family was located, was the weakest of the 4. Therefore, it only controlled the border cities. The 3 powerful halls were developing in the inland. T4 level forces belonged to some big families. For example, the Gongsun family, the Liao family, or some families that are far from the 8 families but are not weak. These families usually have peak Grand Dominion realm experts. They rarely have heavenly venerables. Their family wealth is also very high. T5 level forces belong to small families or some mercenary groups. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and said, "Then according to what you said, even if I don't develop, I'm already a T4 level force." Murong Qing, that's reasonable, but it's too difficult to rise. T3 level forces like the Azura Palace and the 8 families have assets in the trillions, or tens of trillions. You have the Yixian group, so I don't think it's difficult to reach that level. Moreover, it will be very fast. But the most important thing is that these T3 level forces usually have 1 or 2 experts in the Grand Dominion realm, but that's not the most important thing. They have dozens of heavenly venerables and countless Grand Dominion realm experts. Where do you get these experts? Moreover, they are all loyal experts. They are basically members of their families. It's not as simple as just working for you. This was indeed a big problem. What's the use of having money? No experts of this level would serve you for money. The 8 families and the Azura Palace had developed for a long time to accumulate their resources. Dozens of heavenly venerables. There would probably be thousands of Grand Dominion realm experts. This was really difficult. Then I'd like to ask, if our assets are similar, but my faction doesn't have that many experts. If I can destroy an existence like the 8 families, would I be considered a T3 level force? Lin Xian asked. Murong Qing, what kind of crazy words was this child spouting? If you don't have that many experts, how can you destroy the 8 families? Murong Qing took a bite of the food and shook her head helplessly. Linya listened to their conversation silently. She was also enriching herself, trying hard to understand Lin Xian's thoughts. Didn't you say that the top experts in the 8 families are only at the Grand Dominion realm? Then if I have a Heavenly Dao realm expert, but I don't have dozens of Heavenly Venerables and hundreds or thousands of Grand Dominion realm experts, but a Heavenly Dao realm expert can easily beat dozens of Heavenly Venerables. I should be able to destroy those families easily, right? So, this is what I mean. After all, Linglong Shui was already at the heavenly Dao realm. Bing Lingyue was about to advance to the Grand Dominion realm, and so was Ling Longyue. Murong Qing, if that's the case, in a certain sense, you have indeed reached the heavenly Dao realm. Even if we have the God spawn system, how many people in the entire continent can reach the heavenly Dao realm? I don't know either. In fact, I only know of one person, and he's the strongest in the Holy Temple. If you were at the heavenly Dao realm, you would definitely be a T3 faction, but that's that. I don't think it's a problem at all. Defining an existence isn't about whether you can beat him or not. For example, the Ling family has a heritage of centuries. They have plenty of experts, and their social network isn't something you can compare with. You might be able to beat them, but it's hard to tell how you will develop in the future. Lin Xian stroked his chin. That's why there's no precise definition. Yes. However, Murong Qing was very curious. Why would Lin Xian mention the heavenly Dao realm? Was he just asking or saying, impossible? Chapter 776. Lin Xian then asked, what steps do I need to take to create my own force? There's no need. If you have this idea, you can develop your own force. No one will care except for your competitors, but the premise is that you have to be legal. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. I haven't asked you yet. Where does your confidence come from? Murong Qing felt that she had known Lin Xian for a long time. From her understanding of him, this person didn't seem to be so brainless. He definitely wouldn't say such big words. He was either joking or being serious. However, Lin Xian understood so much from her. It didn't seem like he was joking. Let's talk about this later. What do I need to pay attention to? Or, why don't you help me? Lin Xian said shamelessly. Murong Qing was in a high position. She even knew a lot about the existence of the holy sanctum. If he could get Murong Qing's help, it would be the best. Forget it. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Murong Qing felt that Lin Xian was purely relying on the Yixian group. Yes, the Yixian group was like the sun in the sky. It only needed time. She felt that it could bring Lin Xian a T3 level force, which was the 8 great families and the Azura Palace. However, it needed time. Lin Xian wanted a force like the 3 great forces. Anyway, in her opinion, it was impossible to achieve in this era. Wait, if the Yixian group could withdraw a series of heaven-defying things, it was really hard to say. It was impossible for others, but it was possible that Lin Xian could do it. But did he have so many good things to introduce? The attribute increasing potions that could be made from the 9-colored spiritual lotus would definitely create another wave. However, that thing was destined to not be mass-produced. And if it couldn't be mass-produced, it wouldn't be accepted by everyone. Alright, that means you've agreed, right? I can definitely help. After all, I'm also a member of the Yixian group. Then it's settled. Lin Xian smirked. Murong Qing didn't seem to care too much. She felt that Lin Xian was just doing it on a whim. With the Yixian group's ability, it wouldn't be difficult to create a T3 class force with time. He didn't need her help. Oh right, where's Dragony? I haven't seen you for a long time. I missed you so much. Murong Qing suddenly thought of something. Fuck. I forgot about her. Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly at the sudden mention of Dragony. He said that he would pick her up at night, and then, I'm done eating, I'm going to bring Dragony home. With that, Lin Xian slipped away. Murong Qing and Linya watched as Lin Xian left. Then, Linya smiled and said, Little Xian is getting busier and busier now. But I'm really happy with his change. You didn't do proper work before. Murong-Qing put a piece of red braised pork in her mouth and asked with a smile. Well, you can't say that. Little Xian didn't have the god spawn system before, so he always felt inferior. He only got it 3 months ago, and I don't know how he got it again. It's like he changed into a different person. It's pretty good. No system. Murong-Qing frowned. To be honest, countless elites of the 3 factions were researching the system. How did it come about? Why did people carry a system with them when they were born? It wasn't like this many years ago, but it was impossible to figure it out. In the end, the conclusion was that there might be a god who transcended this realm watching over Sky Blue. The shifter race was strong, but the human race was still ordinary. Without the system, the human race wouldn't be able to cultivate. Therefore, that god gave everyone a system. This was the only explanation. Because they could cultivate, people felt that some things that were illusory in the past might be real. For example, a god. And Lin Xian didn't have a system. This wasn't a normal warrior's matter. The commoners were too concerned about it, so it didn't spread far. Murong-Qing didn't know about it until now, so she was shocked when she heard Linya say it. She was really curious about the reason behind it. Yeah, didn't he tell you? Linya didn't think it was a secret. Many people in Tianhua City knew about it. No, but it's really amazing. I've never heard of such a thing. Murong-Qing thought that Lin Xian was special because of this. It was hard to say. I don't know either, but I'm really satisfied now. I don't even ask for little Xian to be strong, but he's a man. A man should have ambition. As long as he's safe and sound, that's enough. Linya sighed softly. That's right. Every time she saw Lin Xian improve greatly and become more and more powerful. Even his company's daily profits were very exaggerated. She should be happy. Actually, she was happy. However, the more she was happy, the more uneasy she felt. Especially when she heard Lin Xian say that he wanted to establish a force like the 3 major forces, the uneasiness became even stronger. Yeah, this world is much more complicated than we thought. Murong-Qing sighed as well. Let's go shopping after dinner, okay? We'll buy more New Year's goods and things for the new year. It's very lively today. Sure. Let's go now. We're almost done eating. Then, the 2 beautiful women packed up and went out shopping. For Linya, this year's Lunar New Year was special. In the past, it was only her and Lin Xian who celebrated the Lunar New Year together. She tried very hard to make the house lively, but there was nothing she could do with the small number of people. However, this time, she heard from Lin Xian that Ling Longshui and the others were coming. Murong-Qing was also not going home and wanted to celebrate the Lunar New Year here. That meant that there were a total of 6 of them this year. This was a feeling she had never felt in her life. Of course, other than the time at the orphanage, she also looked forward to it and was very happy. On the other hand, Lin Xian went to Ling Longshui's house. Their house was specially decorated today. It was very warm and beautiful. Big brother. Dragony, who was sitting on Ling Longyue's lap, flew over and threw herself into Lin Xian's arms. Lin Xian's face was filled with excitement and sadness. Dragony thought that Big Brother wouldn't come to pick me up. Dragony raised her cute little head in Lin Xian's arms and said to Lin Xian with a wronged expression. How can that be? I will definitely do what I promised you. Lin Xian smiled gently and scratched her cute little nose. But in his heart, if Murong-Qing didn't suddenly mention it, Lin Xian might have really forgotten about her. This time, he also wanted to tell them about Lin Xian's idea of establishing his own force. Although Ling Longshui is now his wife, he still needs to tell her. Chapter 777. Lin Xian hugged Dragony and sat between them. Xiao Linglong, I have something to discuss with you. For some reason, Lin Xian was extremely thick-skinned when they weren't in a relationship yet. Now that they're in a relationship, Lin Xian was embarrassed. Speak. Linglong Shui also felt that something was wrong with this guy. He wasn't such a yes man in the past. Ahem, Lin Xian coughed dryly. I want to establish a human faction, but I need a master to oversee it. So I thought of you guys. Linglong Shui didn't look surprised, she just nodded slightly to show that she agreed. After all, when she helped the humans escape from Tianhua City, she had already changed from a neutral position to the human side. Lin Xian wanted to establish a human force, and she had a relationship with Lin Xian in this aspect. It would be strange if she did not agree. Really? Lin Xian was also pleasantly surprised. Initially, he thought that Linglong Shui would not agree to it. After all, she was from the demon race. However, the fact that she agreed to it so readily was truly a pleasant surprise. She nodded again, but I won't help you deal with the Yao. Although she's on the side of the humans, she's still a Yao. If they don't provoke her, she won't take the initiative to kill them. Just like how Lin Xian wouldn't kill people for no reason, it's the same principle. Don't worry, I'm just asking you to oversee things. If we encounter any danger in the future, or if some powerhouses come looking for trouble, at least we won't be afraid with you around. Lin Xian said with a smile. Then as a human, can I join? Bing Lingyue asked. Of course, I can't wait for you to join. Lin Xian nodded. I don't have to do anything normally, right? Lin Xian nodded. Of course, you can do what you normally do. It's just that after this organization is established, you may need to take action sometimes. Yes. Bing Lingyue nodded. Then, Lin Xian looked at Ling Longyue. Hey, what do you want me to do? You already have Big Sister and Big Sister Bing. Ling Longyue pouted her lips. You can never have too many experts, Lin Xian said with a smile. Is there any reward? Lin Xian thought about it and said, I'll give you money every month, and after the new year, I'll take you to Tiandu to eat delicious food. Ling Longyue's eyes flashed. All right then. Remember what you said. After the new year, you must bring me to Tiandu to eat delicious food. Lin Xian nodded repeatedly. Of course, of course. Tiandu is the most prosperous and largest city in China. There are a lot of delicious food that you can't eat in other cities. When the time comes, I'll take you to eat everywhere. At least you still have the heart. Ling Longyue said proudly. Lin Xian was laughing in his heart. Even if he tricked her, she would be his little bodyguard when he went to the Ling family or the Han family. This wasn't the first time this had happened, but this girl always fell for it. How pitiful. Big brother, Dragony wants to help too. Dragony poked her head out and said in a cute voice. Okay. When the time comes, you'll be the trump card. Lin Xian said with a smile. This girl might really be his trump card when the time comes. She might look harmless now, but she was a dragon. She had absorbed the fire attribute energy from there for thousands of years, maybe even tens of thousands of years. She had even swallowed the dragon pearl of a true dragon. In the future, she would be a terrifying existence. What's your name? Linglong Shui was a little concerned. After all, this was her man's career. I haven't thought about it yet. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to call it Art Courtyard or something. But a big force with such a name was a little out of line. The Judgment Union, Holy Temple, Bounty Hunter Guild. These were the names that a force should have. Even the evil fiend shrine and thousand demon alliance had their own grandeur. Why don't you guys help me think of a name? You think of one yourself. Linglong Shui said faintly as she ate a chip. Since he wanted to do this himself, he had to think of a name himself. Okay then, I'm not in a hurry anyway. How's my son? Lin Xian then reached out and touched her lower abdomen. Ling Longyue gritted her teeth. She was unhappy to see her sister being touched by a man, even though it was through her clothes. Bing Lingyue saw Ling Longyue's expression and held back her laughter. They were really interesting. Linglong Shui was also helpless. She couldn't stand being so intimate with Lin Xian in front of Bing Lingyue and Ling Longyue. If they were alone, it might be okay. But it was still okay because Lin Xian didn't do anything other than touching her stomach. Moreover, it was through her clothes. To be honest, Lin Xian was extremely messy when he became a father. He wasn't as calm as he looked on the surface. No one would be calm in such a situation. It was just that Lin Xian's attention was more on Linglong Shui at that time, so he didn't show it. Not bad. Linglong Shui said as she removed Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. Although this was indeed a relationship, this girl was still so cold. However, if they were alone together, Lin Xian was still confident that he could push her down again and again and again and again. If he couldn't push Lin Xian down, then he was really weak. Women could do it before the 4th month of pregnancy, but they had to pay attention to their posture. Just like now, it was only slightly more than a month and her stomach was barely protruding. Since everyone is here, why don't we think of a name for our son? Lin Xian suddenly had an idea. Call me Little Dragony. Dragony suddenly said. Lin Xian couldn't help but pinch her little face. Don't talk nonsense. He's not your child. Oh, then she blinked her big eyes, shrunk her little head, and became quiet. Needless to say, Lin Xian's sudden suggestion piqued Linglong Shui's interest. What if it's a girl? She asked. Then think of a boy's name and a girl's name. Bing Lingyue said with a smile. If it's a boy, how about Godlin? Then Lin Xian got the girls rolling their eyes. Why not Linglong? She's the descendant of the Void Fox clan. Linglong, you said. What a joke. Children have to follow their father's surname. Lin Xian of course knew that there were some people who followed their mother's surname, but most of those people were the ones who married into the family. Lin Xian was more traditional. He still thought that it was better to follow the man's surname. Linglong Shui didn't think much of it. She knew the tradition of the human race. She carefully considered the child's name. Chapter 778. When Lin Xian saw Linglong Shui deep in thought, he smiled in his heart. The fact that she was deep in thought meant that she cared deeply about it. Of course, maybe she doesn't care too much about him, maybe she cares more about the children. But it doesn't matter, the favorability is there anyway. She's a tsundere and prideful person. Although she agreed to be with Lin Xian, it's still hard for her to accept it in public. This will take time, Lin Xian understands. What name do you have in mind? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Linglong Shui shook her head. She thought of a few names, but they're just average. Forget it, there's still time. Take your time. Linglong Shui nodded. Lin Xian still cares a lot about the children's names. He thinks his name is pretty good, but most adults will give their children's names a certain meaning. Lin Xian doesn't have any experience in this area, so he doesn't understand the emotion. Linglong Shui is the same, don't look at how long she's been living, who would understand this kind of thing. Let's go back first. Oh right, don't forget to come back in a few days for Chinese New Year, I'll pick you up then. Okay. They nodded, then Lin Xian took Dragony back home. Linya also likes Dragony very much. It's rare for her to be this happy like a little girl. Lin Xian thinks he should cherish it. Dragony, what other ability did you awaken? On the way, Lin Xian curiously asked Dragony in his arms. Dragony poked her head out, then blinked her big confused eyes. Dragony doesn't know. She shook her head. Looks like I'll have to find a time to take you to the beast domain to try it out. Lin Xian muttered. Okay. Dragony didn't quite understand Lin Xian's meaning, but whatever Lin Xian says is always right. Dragony is indeed powerful, but Lin Xian really doesn't know what kind of power she has. Not even the eye of heavenly insight can see through her power, but she seems harmless to humans and animals. Back in the Holy Dragon Flame Cave, the door that even Murong Qing couldn't break through was destroyed by Dragony's flame. Lin Xian wasn't sure if it was because of Dragony's sudden burst of power or if she really has this level of power. Dragony herself doesn't know because she has never fought before, so she doesn't have any impression of using her power. Back home, Murong Qing and Linya are chatting on the sofa while watching TV. Damn. You're not leaving. Lin Xian looked at Murong Qing. This girl had already changed into her pajamas. I'm not leaving, I'm playing with your sister tonight, aren't you? Lin Xian, Linya, this woman was truly a seductress. Dragony. Linya called out happily when she saw Dragony crawling out of Lin Xian's arms. Dragony obediently flew over to Linya's embrace. Hurry up and go back, you're not welcome here. Dream on if you want to get on the little fairy's bed. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at Murong Qing and mumbled. Are you jealous? I can get on top of you. Murong Qing smirked. Lin Xian, girls were indeed like that. Those who had a good relationship liked to sleep together. Of course, Lin Xian knew that as well. He was just joking around. Then why don't you sleep with me tonight? Ahem, Murong Qing coughed dryly. If it were just the two of them, she wouldn't be afraid of Lin Xian at all. But there's Linya next to them. Xian, don't joke around like that. Linya gave Lin Xian a reproachful look. Lin Xian then touched the tip of his nose and sat between them. How's the bubble gun production coming along? Lin Xian asked with concern. Yo, a big boss like you still cares about these things. Murong Qing teased. To be honest, he was a bit embarrassed. It was irresponsible of him to leave all the work to others, but he liked it. It was really comfortable. Murong Qing then said, everything is on the right track. Now, more than 200 factories are working day and night to produce bubble guns. I'm also looking for people to open up factories in other places. When the time comes, there will be even more. There will be 2 batches of workers, day and night shifts. It is estimated that we can complete the supply to the 3 major forces in about 2 months. The contracts have been signed, and the money will be in our hands during this period. The 3 major forces will temporarily order 50 million sets of bubble guns for each force. Lin Xian nodded. When the time comes, let the workers rest for 2 days. Also, pay them more. It must be much higher than other factories. Don't worry. Our factory's treatment of the workers is 150% higher than other factories of the same level. I don't know how many people want to work here. Lin Xian nodded. They didn't lack money. They just wanted to do better. So what if they had to spend more money? During this time, we've already renovated physical stores in Lin and City, Changshui City, Hujiang City, and 8 other cities. There's a total of 26 stores. It's estimated that the medicine and bubble guns can all be sold in those cities in 2 months. Linya said. Okay. They must expand, not just in Lin and City. This wasn't a problem. Although they were developing fast, if they didn't, they could only sell their products through other channels. For example, other families' trade channels. Why did they have to do this? Couldn't they sell in their own stores? So this was inevitable. Go to sleep. Why aren't you girls sleeping? Lin Xian glanced at them. Linya was playing with Dragony. Okay, I'm going to sleep. The next day, Lin Xian didn't do anything else. He played with Lu Yufan and Yi Yi for the whole day. Their family moved to Lin and City. They wouldn't go anywhere else for the new year. Lin Xian was also very curious. Why hasn't Yi Yi and Xiao Runing's mission been triggered yet? Lin Xian felt that if the mission was triggered, not to mention Xiao Runing, Yi Yi would be easy to take down. But they must have the qualifications to trigger the mission. Yi Yi and Lu Yufan started the teasing mission together. But only Lu Yufan started the confession mission. Lin Xian felt that they should wait for an opportunity. However, Lin Xian didn't take advantage of Lu Yufan. At most, they kissed. Lin Xian felt that it was a little immoral. If you were a little older, in your 20s, it would be fine. But Lin Xian was just an adult. But now, Lin Xian's attention was more focused on Xiao Xinyue. After sending Lu Yufan and Yi Yi home, Lin Xian sent a message to Xiao Xinyue. Xiao Xinyue's reply was almost instantaneous. Her reply made Lin Xian extremely uncomfortable. She was going home tomorrow. Chapter 779. Lin Xian originally wanted to have a good date with her before the new year to cultivate their relationship, but now she had to go home. Are you coming back or not? Lin Xian asked. He was afraid that he might not come back to this city after going home. Yes, I'll come back after the new year. Xiao Xinyue replied Lin Xian. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Then he could only wait for her to come back. At this moment, Xiao Runing was very, very annoyed. Her family had told her that if she didn't bring a boyfriend home this year, she wouldn't be able to go back. She was only 26 years old. In an era of cultivation, if you reached the celestial venerable realm in your 20s, you might look like you were in your 20s when you were 100 years old. You could live for 400 or 500 years. Therefore, for some girls, finding a boyfriend was even less of a hurry because they wouldn't age. For some outstanding girls, finding a boyfriend was even less of a hurry. They wouldn't deliberately look for a boyfriend. There were countless suitors, but they would only find the one they liked. Ling Ying, Han Chushue, Murong Qing, Xiao Runing, and so on were all like this. But Xiao Runing's parents really wanted to hold a grandson. Although their daughter was very outstanding, but even they thought that it would be fine if she brought a man back, a man would be fine. This made Xiao Runing helpless. Xiao Xinyue would go back tomorrow because the new year was the day after tomorrow. It would take at least an entire day for them to go home. But what about a boyfriend? Although she could go home without a boyfriend, she would probably be annoyed to death at home. After thinking about it for a long time, she could only think of one way. That was to find a fake boyfriend and go home first to fool her parents. Of course, this boyfriend she thought of was Lin Xian, that stinky hooligan. She held her phone and paced back and forth in the house, deciding whether to call or not. This lasted for half an hour. Finally, she picked up the phone and dialed Lin Xian's number. Hey, my dear Xiao Ningning, did you miss me? Lin Xian hung up the phone with Xiao Runing half an hour later. This was also to cultivate their relationship. Not long after hanging up, he received a call from Xiao Runing. No, it's just, there's something I need your help with. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. This Xiao Runing still had something she needed his help with. Feel free to bring it up. Isn't my dear Xiao Ningning's business my business? Lin Xian grinned. Be serious. On the other side, Xiao Runing blushed slightly. Alright. Say it. If you want me to warm your bed, I'll go right away. Xiao Runing, it's like this. She ignored Lin Xian's words and said, do you have time after the new year? Lin Xian frowned. He really didn't have much time after the new year because he would have to go to Tiandu to visit the Ling and Han families. I probably don't have much time after the new year, but at most, I'll be busy for 3 days after New Year's Eve. 3 days should be enough for this trip to Tiandu. Xiao Runing thought about it. This time, she might have to stay at home for more than a week, so Lin Xian's words weren't much. At least she had time. Then, can you come to my house when the time comes? Warm your bed. Xiao Runing, warm your head. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes and said, if you're free, pretend to be my boyfriend and come to my house. Do you have time? Lin Xian, wow. He was really busy this New Year's business this year. 3 houses. And no, forget it if you don't have time. Xiao Runing heard Lin Xian's silence, and then said a few words. Yes, there definitely is. Lin Xian grinned. This kind of thing was definitely helpful. This was a rare opportunity to improve his relationship with Xiao Runing. Then will you help me? Of course. Lin Xian nodded. Xiao Runing breathed a sigh of relief. This Lin Xian still came in handy at crucial times. Okay, then come over when you have time. Where are you going? You haven't told me the location. How about this, I'll go to your house. We have to talk about this in detail. It won't be good if you and Auntie wait for too long on the road, Lin Xian said. Xiao Runing then nodded. Okay, it's dinner time. Come over, I'll make some dinner. Lin Xian revealed a smirk. This Xiao Runing still didn't know that she had invited a wolf into her house. Okay, then I'll go over. Lin Xian then hung up the phone. He knew that Xiao Runing was at her house tonight, not with Xiao Xinyue. If 2 people who had already flirted with each other several times were alone in a room, what would happen? Lin Xian wasn't sure what would happen, but he was sure that something would happen. Maybe he wouldn't have to go home tonight. The moment Xiao Runing told Lin Xian about this matter, Lin Xian had already thought of a way to take advantage of her. Maybe this was the top pervert. Xiao Runing put down the phone, then couldn't help but smile a little. It was happiness from the bottom of her heart. It was a feeling of relief. As long as Lin Xian was willing to help, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Then, she would be able to convince her parents. Although she could hide for a while, but not forever, she wanted to have a good new year. She didn't want her parents to nag her incessantly. Little did she know that Lin Xian, that stinky pervert, was already here with bad intentions. Lin Xian bought another 2 pounds of pig head meat on the way. Dong dong dong. After knocking on the door, Xiao Runing heard the sound of slippers running inside the house. Then, she opened the door. Come in quickly. The heater was turned on in the room. It was so warm that it was yuppie. The house was beautiful and clean, and the sofa was big. The only thing missing was a man. Take a seat first. I'm almost done cooking. Xiao Runing threw a bottle of water to Lin Xian and ran into the kitchen. Lin Xian then wandered around her house. It was said that a girl's personality could be seen by looking at her house. Xiao Runing's house was decorated quite simply. It was very warm and homely. Her room didn't have any pink wallpaper, but the bed must be very soft and comfortable. There were more books in the room. After all, she was a teacher. She must know more than most people. Xiao Runing walked out of the kitchen with soup and saw that bastard Lin Xian in her room. Then, she quickly ran over. Come out quickly. A man like you entering a girl's room without her permission. Shameless. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, then pulled him out and closed the door to her room. Chapter 780. Lin Xian laughed in his heart. Now that the door was closed, he might end up in this bed tonight. Then Lin Xian said, could it be that you're hiding some little secret in your bedroom? Even if there's no little secret, you can't just go into a girl's room. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian again, then said, go wash your hands and eat. Xiao Runing then set out the pig head meat that Lin Xian brought over. Why do you always like to eat this kind of heavy food? Pig head meat with green onions. In the future, girls won't even be willing to kiss you. Xiao Runing muttered as she set out the dishes. Lin Xian waved his hand and walked out, then said with a smile, then, my dear Xiao Ningning, do you want to kiss me before I eat? Xiao Runing, scram, I realized that it was a mistake to let you come over. Lin Xian smiled and sat down. Xiao Runing made 3 dishes and a soup, spicy pork, shredded cabbage braised beef, and yam shredded pork soup. They were all super home-cooked dishes and weren't considered big dishes. Each dish didn't take too long to make, but Lin Xian quite liked them. Try it. I've eaten your dishes a few times. They're definitely delicious. Lin Xian then took a big bite. When Xiao Runing heard such words, she was really a little bit happy. Then the two of them chatted as they ate. By the way, which city is your family from? I feel that you two sisters are so outstanding. It should be a big city, right? It was really easier for big families to nurture outstanding women. This wasn't discrimination. It's okay, Xiao Runing didn't know what to say, then said, my family is in the ice country. Lin Xian, fuck. Lin Xian pursed his lips. Really, from the beginning to the end, Lin Xian had always thought that Xiao Runing's home was also in some city in China, or even Tiandu. He would not be surprised. However, she was in Ice Country, one of the 5 great empires. Although it wasn't a big deal, it was too exaggerated for someone from the Ice Country to come to other countries. In this era, it was very rare for people to go abroad because there was a big gap between the 5 great empires. This gap was the Demon Beast domain, which was a relatively dangerous area. Therefore, very few people would go abroad. Isn't it just the Ice Nation? What's the big deal? Xiao Runing rolled her eyes. No, you are from the Ice Nation, why do you want to come to China? Are the hundreds of cities in the Ice Nation not enough for you? Xiao Runing said, because the border cities of China are the ones that are truly connected to the Demon Beast domain. If the Demon Beasts start a riot that can really threaten the country, then the first threat will be China. I just want to do my part on the front line. Xinyue also had the same idea, so we came to China. It's just that Xinyue is more independent and didn't want to be in the same city as me, so I was in Tianhua City and she was in Lin'an City. You sisters are really interesting. Lin Xian sighed, but to be honest, he was quite impressed. Whether it was them, Ling Ying, Han Chushue, or even Miao Xiao Mao, they all had good family backgrounds and could enjoy their lives without worries. However, they gave up everything and came to the most dangerous place, hoping that they could do something for the human race. It was really amazing for 1 in 10,000 people to have such thoughts, especially girls, so Lin Xian admired them. Then is your family big? Don't tell me you're from one of those super big families. He felt that Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue were quite classy and didn't seem like they were from ordinary families. It's okay, just a little bit of money. Then give me the exact address when the time comes. Xiao Runing nodded. By the way, what do you need me to do? Lin Xian asked. In fact, this was already his trick from the beginning. Just pretend to be my boyfriend. Because my parents told me that if I don't bring a boyfriend home this year, then I can't go back, so, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. A large-scale marriage urging scene. Xiao Runing sighed helplessly. My parents are like that. They are so eager to have grandchildren that even Xinyue was urged. But now that she broke up with that scumbag, it'll probably be her turn to be tortured in a year. Do you have any requests? Xiao Runing smiled helplessly and said, no, as long as it's a man. Ha ha ha, you're still laughing. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Runing's parents were open-minded. That was why there was a huge gap between parents. Sometimes, a son-in-law really depended on luck. Sometimes, you needed a lot of betrothal gifts, otherwise, they wouldn't be willing to marry their daughter to you. But some parents might have the same family background. They didn't want the betrothal gifts, but they would still return it to you when the time came. Maybe they would even give you a house in return. So, luck was really important. I'll stop laughing, Lin Xian said while holding back his laughter. Then, he asked, does that mean I'll have to live in your house? Xiao Runing nodded. Yes, with my parents' situation, even if you don't want to live there, you'll have to stay there. A room? Xiao Runing's small face blushed slightly before she nodded. A bed? Xiao Runing, to be honest, she knew her parents too well. They were two old urchins. Even if they were in the same room, they wouldn't be able to sleep on the floor for Lin Xian. Otherwise, they would be exposed. This was because they would definitely eavesdrop at the door. They might even peek. Because they would also know that she had found a fake boyfriend, Lin Xian would really have to sleep in the same bed as her. Then, she nodded helplessly. You'll understand when you get to know my parents. But even if it's just a bed, don't think about doing anything. It's just an act. So you're saying, Uncle and Auntie will eavesdrop. They might even peek or think of other ways. For example, they might bring a glass of milk in to see if there's anything wrong. Lin Xian held back his laughter. Don't laugh. She glared at Lin Xian again. Then we can't let the cat out of the bag. Lin Xian was dying of laughter in his heart. This was Xiao Runing giving him a chance to do something tonight. Yes, so you have to be on your best behavior when the time comes. No, no, no. Lin Xian waved his chopsticks. Ha! Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Think about it. Uncle and Auntie are experienced people, right? And then? Lin Xian then said, when we're in the same bed, it's inevitable that we'll reveal something. Whether it's our body language, expression, or gaze, they'll definitely catch it. Do you believe me? Xiao Runing thought about it and nodded. That's true. Then what should we do? She had a feeling that Lin Xian had a way. Chapter 781. Lin Xian smiled in his heart. She took the bait. Then, he calmly picked up a mouthful of food and said, actually, it's very simple. That's familiarity. And? Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Lin Xian said, think about it. When I act as your boyfriend and sleep with you for the first time, it's inevitable that something will happen. I might be fine, but you definitely won't be used to it. After all, you've never been intimate with a boy before, right? Xiao Runing listened seriously. Then, Lin Xian continued, so, let's do it once tonight. Just treat it as a dress rehearsal. Say, with the first experience, won't you be able to get used to it when you're at your parents' place and not give yourself away too much? Xiao Runing nodded slightly, and, what you said does make sense. Right? Lin Xian grinned. But I feel like you're deliberately trying to take advantage of me. Xiao Runing then looked at Lin Xian and said. Sure enough, women weren't so easy to fool. Think whatever you want. You can think of it as me trying to take advantage of you. Then you don't need to agree. We'll talk about it when we go to your house, Lin Xian said indifferently with a shrug. That's right. At this time, playing hard to get came in handy again. Sure enough, when Xiao Runing heard Lin Xian's indifferent words, an indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. But she felt that Lin Xian was right. Even if she didn't do anything with a boy, it wasn't something she could get used to. When she returned home, based on her understanding of her parents, they would probably find a way to enter their room in the middle of the night. Her parents were very smart. Some time ago, they repeatedly told her not to find a fake boyfriend. They knew that many girls and even boys in this era would find fake boyfriends and girlfriends. Therefore, she was still very worried. Then what exactly do you want to do? Xiao Runing was also very helpless. Looking for someone to help her was really the most annoying thing, but looking for Lin Xian was also the best choice. Other men. Really, she would rather not go home with other men. Maybe it was because of her special relationship with Lin Xian that she was willing to find a fake boyfriend. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have this idea. It's very simple. Let's sleep together tonight. Then you're not allowed to touch me. Xiao Runing always felt that Lin Xian was up to no good. But she was the one who asked Lin Xian for help, so what he said seemed to make sense. Hey, your couple can't touch each other when they're together. What if your parents are shrewd? What if you use some excuse to get me to hug you or something? What if you show a particularly uncomfortable and nervous expression? This, Xiao Runing was so annoying. But I promise you, I'll just hug you, but I won't move. You can slowly get used to it. I think one night should be enough. You'll be fine once you get used to the feeling of having goosebumps. Oh. Xiao Runing said helplessly, oh. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. God. Sometimes, women were really easy to deceive. Even Xiao Runing could be deceived, let alone Xiao Xinyue. Xiao Xinyue seemed to be very cold, but in terms of experience and maturity, she definitely couldn't be compared to Xiao Runing. Otherwise, she wouldn't be the elder sister. In fact, from the matter between her and Gong Sun Jun, it could be seen that Xiao Xinyue was also a naive person. Perhaps her coldness was a better way to protect herself. Because he had been in contact with her for a long time, Lin Xian found that she wasn't that cold. Agreed. Xiao Runing said helplessly, in order to let me spend a year in peace, I can only do this. So annoying. She grabbed her hair. This was the first time Lin Xian saw Xiao Runing act like this. It was quite cute. Actually, it's nothing. Nonsense. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. This concerns a girl's innocence. How can it be nothing? But you're not innocent anymore. Xiao Runing, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Runing was stunned for a moment. How could she not be innocent? She hadn't had a boyfriend until now. How could she not be innocent? You're not innocent anymore. I've kissed you several times. Xiao Runing, go away. Stinky pervert. Xiao Runing glared fiercely at Lin Xian. Her pretty face was a little red. She thought of the 2 times she did it with Lin Xian. She really didn't understand. Did she fall for Lin Xian? But why did he kiss her? The first time, it was because she didn't act well. It was only for a moment. But the second time, they were deeply in love for more than 5 minutes. Lin Xian really took advantage of her a lot. But she really wasn't angry. Lin Xian even pinched her but many times. In any case, she had indeed been taken advantage of by Lin Xian too much. Normally, a girl like her who loved herself so much would want to kill him after being taken advantage of. But she didn't blame Lin Xian at all. She even asked him to pretend to be her boyfriend. She kept thinking about whether she liked him or not. In the end, she only told herself that she liked Lin Xian and felt guilty because he saved her. That was what she told herself. Then I won't go back tonight. Let's rehearse in advance. Let's eat. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Soon, they finished dinner. Xiao Runing washed the dishes in the kitchen. Lin Xian treated this place as his own home. He lay on the sofa with his legs propped up on the coffee table. He watched TV and ate an apple. He was very comfortable. Xiao Runing walked over after washing the dishes and wiping her hands. She saw Lin Xian. Hey, who allowed you to put your feet up on the coffee table in a pair of smelly socks? Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian and said unhappily. It's my pleasure. Lin Xian said with a smile. Of course, Xiao Runing didn't mean to blame Lin Xian. Then, she sat down beside Lin Xian. Then, when will you go? Her tone became slightly gentler. Lin Xian said, I have to accompany my little fairy on the day of Chinese New Year and the day after. After that, I'll probably have something to do for 3 days. After 4 days, it'll probably take a day on the road. At most, it'll take 5 days. That's fine. Xiao Runing nodded. Lin Xian couldn't tell her what he was going to do for the next 3 days. Girls were very sensitive. Although they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, Xiao Runing definitely wouldn't be too happy if he said it out loud. Even if she didn't show it, she would definitely feel uncomfortable because they were ambiguous. Are you sleepy? Sleep. Lin Xian reached out and hugged her slender waist. Xiao Runing struggled for a moment. Hey, you're even resisting such an action. Then, when we eat in front of your parents, what are we going to do? Chapter 782. Xiao Runing grabbed her hair and quickly put down her phone. Let's go. How do we go? She's already at the door. Don't you have the space attribute? Let's go. It'll be troublesome if Xinyue sees us. It'll be hard to explain. Lin Xian shrugged and said, she'll know when we go to your house anyway. It's not a big deal to tell her now. No. Let's go. Okay. Sigh, heartless woman. Lin Xian sighed. Then, he put on the slippers beside him and disappeared on the spot. When Lin Xian appeared outside the neighborhood, he suddenly looked. Fuck. He forgot to change his clothes. He didn't even change his shoes. Could he still go up now? Definitely not. He guessed that Xiao Runing had already opened the door. That was all he could do. Although wearing pajamas and slippers in the winter would attract a lot of attention, fortunately, the pajamas weren't pink. At first glance, it looked like a girl's pajamas. Then, Lin Xian found a place with fewer people and went home bitterly. His space energy could probably reach home. After all, it wasn't very far. However, although his proficiency was full, he was still lacking something. He wasn't sure if he could accurately locate his home, but it didn't matter. On the other side, Xiao Runing opened the door. Xiao Xinyue was wearing beautiful clothes. She was wearing a khaki coat. After all, she was going home, so she had to dress beautifully as if she was on a date. You just woke up. Xiao Xinyue saw that Xiao Runing was still in her pajamas. Yeah, I just woke up. It's fine. Let me tidy up. Half an hour is enough to get to Star Cloud Station. You can sit anywhere. I won't get you water. I'm going to change. Xiao Xinyue nodded and sat on the sofa. The next moment, she frowned because there was a jacket on the sofa. It was obviously a man's jacket. How could a man's jacket appear in her sister's house? Then, she looked at it. It was very familiar. Wasn't this Lin Xian's jacket? However, it didn't seem like much. Lin Xian's jacket appeared in Xiao Runing's house. At most, he was here as a guest and forgot to take it back. She didn't think much of it. However, she was curious. She looked at the shoe cabinet at the door. She didn't pay attention to it before, but now she suddenly saw a pair of men's shoes. They belonged to Lin Xian. Xiao Xinyue, Lin Xian. Lin Xian's be here. Xiao Xinyue thought in shock. After all, the shoes were right there. Could it be? Xiao Xinyue looked at the closed door of Xiao Xinyue's bedroom. Could it be Lin Xian? It's impossible. She then turned around and walked to the bathroom. She saw a set of clothes, pants, those were all shoes. Because they were still together during the day, and they were dressed like this. Stripped naked. Click. Xiao Runing opened the door and saw Xiao Xinyue staring at the clothes in the washing machine. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Damn, damn, damn. She forgot about that. Couldn't Lin Xian put on his clothes before leaving? If Lin Xian knew what she was thinking, he would definitely feel wronged. You didn't give me time to put on my clothes. Oh. Ahem, it's like this. Last night, I went shopping with Lin Xian. After all, we're good friends, so we bought some clothes and stuff. Then, he came to my place for a meal, but he refused to eat outside. He made me tired and made me cook a meal for him. He took off these clothes and changed into new clothes. He didn't even want them anymore, so I forgot that I didn't ask him to throw them away when he left. Xiao Runing reacted quickly. Then, she tidied up Lin Xian's clothes and threw them into the trash can. Oh. Xiao Xinyue nodded. And these shoes. If he hadn't helped you and saved my life, I wouldn't have bothered with him. Xiao Runing threw the shoes into the trash can and smiled bitterly. Hurry up and get ready. Otherwise, we'll be late. Xiao Xinyue didn't say much. She believed Xiao Runing's words. Mainly, she didn't think that anything would happen between Xiao Runing and Lin Xian. She knew Xiao Runing too well. Unfortunately, she didn't know Lin Xian. Although she had been with Lin Xian for a while, Lin Xian's shamelessness hadn't really been revealed to her. Lin Xian went home and changed into a new set of clothes. Linya went to work. Today was the last day of the year for the company. Tomorrow would be a holiday, and the day after tomorrow would be the new year. However, the factory only had one day off for the new year. For many ordinary people, it was enough for them to go home and have a New Year's Eve dinner. They still wanted to make more money. Moreover, the New Year's Eve salary would be tripled. If they wanted to rest more, that was fine. But they really didn't lack it. Companionship was more important. For a company that could steadily make a lot of profits, it didn't really matter. Lin Xian went out after that. He bought some wine and fruits and went to Lu Yufan's house. After the new year, there wouldn't be much time to visit, so it was better to visit before the new year. After all, he had a good relationship with Lu Yufan and Yi Yi. He went to the Lu family today and the Yi family tomorrow. Lin Xian had talked to Lu Yufan beforehand, and Lu Yufan had also talked to her parents. Lin Xian was also very important to Lu Yun and his wife. First, Lin Xian was outstanding. Second, Lin Xian had saved them before. Therefore, when Lin Xian said that he wanted to come, Lu Yun immediately stopped his work at the company. Lu Yufan's family was also quite rich. Even in Lin Than City, their foundation was still there. Lu Yun opened another company, and it was doing well. It wouldn't be a problem for him to earn 100 million or tens of millions a year. They were too lazy to buy a villa. They lived in a simple 3-bedroom apartment. Knock knock knock. Lin Xian knocked on the door, and Lu Yufan happily ran over to open the door for him. Lin Xian, you're here. Lu Yufan was a little shy. This was the first time Lin Xian came to her house since they moved to Lin An City. Little Xian, you're here. Come and sit. Lu Yun and his wife walked over together. Lu Yun beamed when he saw Lin Xian. I didn't tell you in advance, so I'm sorry to disturb you. Lin Xian smiled. What's there to disturb? Your Uncle Lu has been mumbling all day long that he wants to have a meal with you. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried that you would be busy, he would have already visited you and your sister. Lu Yufan's mother, Zhang Ling, smiled as she took the things that Lin Xian brought. How could I? Lin Xian scratched his head. You guys chat. I'll go cook. Zhang Ling smiled as she walked into the kitchen. In their eyes, it would be great if Lin Xian could be their son-in-law. Chapter 783. Lu Yufan was exceptionally well behaved. It was probably because she was in front of her parents. She kept serving them tea and peeling fruits. It was rare for Lin Xian to see her so well behaved. Lin Xian, why don't you and your sister spend New Year's at our house? Lu Yun smiled and said to Lin Xian. Yeah, why don't you come together? Zhang Ling walked out of the kitchen and said. They all knew that Lin Xian and Lin Ye had no parents. It would be boring to spend New Year's with just the two of them. Moreover, they really liked and admired Lin Xian. They also hoped to build a good relationship with Lin Xian. As Lu Yufan's parents, they would always hear Lu Yufan mention Lin Xian. They always felt that this daughter liked Lin Xian. It would be best if they could match them up. Lu Yufan also looked at Lin Xian expectantly. Lin Xian smiled and said, Forget it, uncle. There will be some friends at home this year. It will be quite lively. I won't trouble you. If that's the case, then it's fine. Then can I go? Lu Yufan asked expectantly. You little girl. Lu Yun patted her little head and said, You can go at any other time, but New Year's is a day of reunion. Lu Yufan stuck out her pink tongue. I'm just saying. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, someone knocked on the door again. I'll go open the door. Lu Yufan ran over in her slippers. Lu Yufan said in surprise and then took Yi's hand. Yi walked in. I'm here to visit Uncle and Auntie. Yi said obediently. Then she glanced and saw Lin Xian. Why was Lin Xian at Lu Yufan's house? It seems that our hearts are really connected. We came to visit on the same day. Lin Xian said to Yi with a smile. Lin Xian, are you here to visit Uncle Lu as well? Yi asked. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. Isn't that what a junior should do? Yi actually felt a little happy in her heart. Originally, she thought that Lin Xian had some special relationship with them. It turned out that he was just here to visit like her. I'll visit your house tomorrow, Lin Xian said. No need, Yi said embarrassedly. It's what a junior should do. Although Lin Xian wasn't that familiar with Yi Nantian and Lu Yun, Lin Xian was too familiar with their daughter. Plus, Lin Xian didn't have any elders, so it was reasonable for him to visit. After all, they might be his mother-in-law in the future. He had to build a good relationship with them. Then let's go out and play after dinner. Lu Yufan suggested happily. Sure. Lin Xian didn't have any problem with it. It was indeed a little boring. Too many girls had gone home for the new year. The beast territory, it was almost the new year. It was better not to go there. His enemies didn't seem to be doing anything, so it was a little boring. Yo, how did young Master Gongsun end up like this? In the top ward of the hospital, Liao Zhibang walked in with some gifts. However, there was a gloating look on his face. They were rivals. Both of them were strong, and neither of them was willing to submit to the other. Plus, their backgrounds were similar. In fact, when he heard the news about Gongsun Jun, Liao Zhibang was simply too happy. Comfortable. Unfortunately, it wasn't Lin Xian. Liao Zhibang, what do you mean by this? Gongsun Jun glanced at him coldly. The two beauties serving him bowed slightly and walked out. Only the two of them were left in the ward. Nothing, I just didn't expect Lin Xian to make you like this. Oh, no, I was wrong. It's not Lin Xian, it's Xiao Xinyue. Hiss. That's not right either. It's Lin Xian and Xiao Xinyue. Hearing this sad news, Gongsun Jun gritted his teeth. If you only came here to say this, then you can go back. Gongsun Jun said coldly. Don't, we are friends. Friends? Gongsun Jun sneered. Liao Zhibang sat beside him and said, Isn't the enemy of my enemy a friend? Gongsun Jun raised his eyebrows slightly, then he turned his head slightly to look at Liao Zhibang. Of course, he knew who the enemy Liao Zhibang was talking about was. What do you mean? I think young Master Gongsun must want to kill Lin Xian, right? Don't you talk nonsense. Gongsun Jun clenched his hand that was still intact. The other hand was connected, so he couldn't use force yet. I also know that your father must be thinking of a way to deal with Lin Xian, but as long as Lin Xian doesn't leave Linfeng City, there's nothing he can do in a short time. This was true. He wanted to kill him so much, but his own spies could only watch him happily holding the hand of the school bell outside, but he couldn't do anything. It was like a knife cutting his heart. But I still have a plan, I wonder if you can support me. Ha! Hearing Liao Zhibang's words, Gongsun Jun sneered. What did I come here for? So you begged me to come. Liao Zhibang didn't have much of a reaction. Instead, he smiled and said, Not really. Both our enemies are Lin Xian. I have no choice but to admit that you have more power. Therefore, I'll take care of everything. You provide the manpower, and I provide the strength. After that, you just have to wait here for good news. Gongsun Jun's father, Gongsun Hao, told him not to act rashly. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. As long as the opportunity came, he would kill Lin Xian as soon as possible. But even his father didn't understand his inner torment. He wanted to kill Lin Xian so much that he didn't want to wait a moment. So Liao Zhibang's words were actually very tempting to him. What do you want to do? He needed to know Liao Zhibang's thoughts. If he thought it was feasible, then why not cooperate? Now that he was like this, he couldn't personally supervise, but with Liao Zhibang there shouldn't be a problem. After all, he was indeed Lin Xian's enemy. In fact, from the beginning, we all fell into a misunderstanding. Gongsun Jun looked at Liao Zhibang in surprise. Liao Zhibang smiled and said, There is obviously a simpler way to deal with Lin Xian, why don't we use it? What simpler way? Let me ask you, what is Lin Xian's weakness? Why don't we directly target his weakness? Why do we have to meet force with force? This, Gong Sun Jun felt that it made sense. But, what was Lin Xian's weakness? And Lin Xian's weakness is the women around him. Gong Sun Jun's eyes lit up. That's right. It was a bit difficult to deal with Lin Xian, but they could make a move on the women around him. And wouldn't Lin Xian be at their mercy then? Chapter 784. Liao Zhibang continued, the most important person to Lin Xian is none other than his sister, Lin Ya. However, this woman's identity is too special. She's the chairman of the Art Pavilion Corporation and is watched by countless people. Therefore, if there's even the slightest mistake, our reputation will be ruined. Moreover, with such a high position, it's not right for her to not have the ability to protect herself. Her strength has always been a mystery, but I'm afraid it's not low. Therefore, it's best if we don't make a move on this woman. Don't make a move on the most important person. Don't worry, other than Linya, Lu Yufan and Yi Yi from our Saint Brilliance Academy are also very close to Lin Xian. Moreover, we've already confirmed that these two are not very strong, but they are also very important to Lin Xian. They are the best candidates to make a move. Gong Sun Jun nodded slightly. So, what do you want me to do? Gong Sun Jun asked. This method was definitely feasible. He didn't think of such a simple method at that time. What a pity. As long as they kidnapped them and threatened them with their lives, they believed that Lin Xian wouldn't dare to do anything. He would only let them do whatever they wanted. According to their understanding, this Lin Xian was indeed a person who valued friendship and loyalty. Therefore, this method was definitely feasible. If they did it well, Lin Xian might even die. Even if he didn't die, he would definitely lose an arm or a leg, becoming like him. Liao Zhibang said, this method might not necessarily kill Lin Xian, but it's not certain. However, at the very least, we'll make him lose an arm to avenge you. What do you think? It's feasible. Gong Sun Jun nodded. However, my Liao family is a business family. We don't have many strong warriors. However, your Gong Sun family, and even the Azura Palace, have as many strong warriors as there are clouds in the sky. Therefore, I only need you to send some strong warriors to follow my orders. Firstly, they can ensure my safety. Secondly, they can find a chance to restrain Lin Xian, or even kill him. Gong Sun Jun nodded, that's not a problem. However, how confident are you? Liao Zhibang smiled. 100%. 100%. Instead, Gong Sun Jun felt that something was wrong. It was impossible for him to have such great confidence. That Lin Xian is of the spatial attribute. You said you were 100% confident? Liao Zhibang sneered and then took out a blue bead. This is a sealed realm bead that I bought from Tiandu at a high price. It contains the power released by a space attribute expert who is much stronger than him. Once used, it will seal the surrounding space. As long as this Lin Xian can't break it, he won't be able to leave this space. This was exactly the same as what he had done before. Previously, he had also sealed Lin Xian in a spatial enchantment. However, Lin Xian had still managed to escape. However, the difference between the two was that Liao Zhibang was much stronger this time. If that was the case, then crippling Lin Xian would be a guaranteed matter. If things went wrong, they might even be able to kill him. Good. I'll send someone to assist you. Is 3 law adepts enough? That requires high-level law adepts, 6 stars and above. That Lin Xian might also be at the law adepts. Gong Sun Jun nodded, no problem, but this matter needs to be kept a secret. My father won't allow me to act on my own accord. Don't worry. We're on the same side. Gong Sun Jun's eyes flashed with viciousness. I'd like to see if you can have a good new year if you don't let this young master have a good one. On the other side, Lin Xian took Lu Yufan and Yi Yi shopping, eating good food, buying things, and watching movies. He had felt quite tired before, but this time, he felt much better. It was probably because he was really bored. When a person was bored, everything seemed more interesting and less tiring. In the past, Lin Xian would collapse. I'll send you home. The sky was dark, and Lin Xian had to go back to take Dragony to eat something. The girl had slept quietly in his arms for the whole day. When they were watching movies, Lin Xian wanted to take advantage of them, but he was afraid that lying in his arms would press down on Dragony, so he didn't do it. They still didn't know about Dragony's existence, so it was fine to tell them. The main thing was that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't trust them. They would definitely know when the time came. No need, it's not far. Yi and I live very close, so we can go back together. It's almost New Year, and you still have to eat with Sister Linya. Lu Yufan said. Okay then, you two can take a taxi back. Bye. Then, Lin Xian separated from them. Yi, can I visit your house tomorrow as well? Lu Yufan and Yi held hands and chatted. Of course you can. Although Lu Yufan already went to visit the day before yesterday, Lin Xian will also go tomorrow. She just wants to spend more time with Lin Xian. It's a deal, I'll go tomorrow. Then, they chatted and got into a taxi. Driver, to Nanning District. Lu Yufan said. The driver's eyes flashed through the reflection mirror. The car drove slowly, and Lu Yufan and Yi kept chatting in the back, not paying attention to anything. After about 10 minutes, Yi looked outside. Why doesn't it feel right? Driver, we're going to Nanning District, where is this? This did not seem to be the downtown area of Lin and City, because it was not that luxurious, even though there were many people on the road. There are too many people in the city center, it's too difficult to run, and there are traffic lights everywhere. It's not far, but it'll take more than half an hour to reach Nanning District, so we took a detour. We'll reach in 5 minutes, you don't mind, right? No, this is near Harbor City's Pin 1, the university town. It's getting farther and farther from Nanning District, how can we reach in 5 minutes? Lu Yufan felt that something was wrong. The driver sneered, then got up, turned around, and sprayed them with a spray. Although they were already alert, they were still far from it. When they were sprayed by the spray, they lost all their strength and fainted. TSK, the driver laughed coldly. He didn't expect to succeed so easily. He had made other preparations, but he didn't expect that Lin Xian wouldn't send them home. If he did, their chances would be much lower. Even the heavens were helping them. Then, he took out his phone and made a call. We've got them. On the other hand, Lin Xian had just returned home when Linya finished preparing dinner. Murong Qing, that woman, came over to scrounge for food again. What she meant was that since it's the new year the day after tomorrow, it's not a big deal to scrounge for food now. Dragony had been starving for the whole day, so Linya helped her prepare the food with great care. The company is temporarily closed tomorrow, Xiao Xian, do you want to go out and have some fun? Linya thought for a while and looked at Lin Xian. It had been a long time since she went out with Lin Xian. Okay. Then, Lin Xian's phone rang, and Lin Xian frowned when he picked it up. Chapter 785. Linya and Murong Qing saw the change in Lin Xian's expression and knew that things weren't as simple as they seemed. After a few seconds, Lin Xian put down the phone. What's wrong? Linya asked softly. Nothing, just a small matter. I'll go out for a while, you guys eat. Whoosh, Dragony flew directly into Lin Xian's arms. She could sense Lin Xian's mood change. Dragony, come with me. Dragony said obediently. Lin Xian rubbed her little head and nodded, then walked out. Lin Ye and Murongqing looked at each other. Why don't I follow him? Murongqing said. They both knew that something must have happened. Forget it, little Xian will be able to solve it. Lin Ye said softly, but she was more worried than anyone else. That's true, he has the space attribute, it shouldn't be a problem. Murongqing nodded. If it was really something troublesome, he would definitely discuss it with her. He knew that he was a celestial venerable and could help a lot. After Lin Xian went out, he drove Lin Ye's car to the outskirts of Lin and City. It wasn't a panic because Lu Yufan and Yi Yi both had the space crystal given by Lin Xian. It was much more powerful than the transmission talisman given by Ling Longshui. Once used, they could be directly teleported to Ling Longshui's house. But it was true that they were panicking. Since they called him and asked him to go alone, plus Lin Xian couldn't get through to them, it meant that they weren't in a conscious state. Lin Xian wasn't sure if they kidnapped the two girls to deal with him, but whether they would hurt them before that. Everyone has a reverse scale, and Lin Xian's reverse scale is the people around him that he likes. You can target him, but you must never target the people around him. Otherwise, Lin Xian will be very angry. Although Lin Xian wasn't too flustered, he was furious. He wanted to go over, he wanted to know who it was, he wanted to send them all to the Yellow Springs. Who was it? Actually, it was just a few groups of people. It's okay, Big Brother, Dragony will help Big Brother beat up the bad guys. Dragony poked her head out of Lin Xian's embrace and said. I'm fine. Lin Xian said. The outskirts of the city were more than 50 kilometers away from where they lived. It was considered a very far place, and it was impossible for anyone to be in that kind of place. They must have threatened him to kill him. Killing someone in the city must not be discovered by the enforcement union, so they had to be extremely careful. Therefore, Lin Xian believed that they must have prepared a foolproof plan. But he wasn't afraid. Soon, the car drove in the dark night to the side of an abandoned building in the outskirts of the city. This abandoned building had been abandoned for more than 10 years. There was an explosion here, and a lot of chemicals leaked out, causing a large area around it to be uninhabited. No one would come here, so it was indeed a good place to make a move. Bang! Lin Xian closed the door and walked forward in the dark night. His mood was very, very bad. Because someone touched his reverse scale. If you lay your hands on him, Lin Xian might not necessarily kill you. It would depend on the extent. However, if you lay your hands on the women around him, there was only one possibility that Lin Xian would do, kill them all. Still not coming out. Lin Xian walked to the bottom of the abandoned building and said coldly. In the dark, a figure slowly walked out, and Lin Xian glanced at him. 7 stars of the lower realm. Lin Xian was now of 4 stars of the lower realm. Almost no one knew about this, and he was confident that he could fight a 7 stars as a 4 stars of the lower realm. Although the 1-star gap was even greater at this realm, Lin Xian had the capital and confidence. He's on the rooftop. That person said coldly to Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian ignored him, and he didn't make a move on Lin Xian. Following that, Lin Xian's figure disappeared and appeared on the rooftop dozens of meters high. Lin Xian's sudden appearance startled several people, and they immediately looked at Lin Xian warily. Including the person downstairs, there were a total of 15 people. 5 of them were in the lower realm, and the highest was an 8 stars of the lower realm. The last one was a 6 stars of the lower realm. The others were at least an 8 stars of the Thunder Tribulation realm. This was already a big deal. Gong Sunju knew that his father had sent people to kill Lin Xian and failed. There were several lower realm experts, but they were all low star. However, there was a celestial venerable, and they failed. Gong Sunjun felt that the celestial venerable had betrayed them. He might even have killed his people and told Lin Xian that they were going to attack him. Otherwise, Lin Xian wouldn't have been able to escape the pursuit of a celestial venerable. Liao Zhibang was also there, but he was in the dark. No matter how confident he was, he didn't dare to show himself easily. His brother, Liao Xian, didn't know that he had done this. It was his own impulse. Lin Xian looked at Yi Yi and Lu Yufan and breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were tied up, they hadn't been beaten or injured. That was good. However, they were still unconscious. It was good that they were unconscious. Lin Xian didn't want them to see too bloody a scene. The pressure that Lin Xian gave them was quite strong. After all, they knew that this person was of the spatial attribute. However, they thought about it again. They had more than a dozen people on their side, and 5 of them were high-level lower realm experts. There was nothing to worry about. I didn't expect you to really come. It seems that you're quite loyal. The middle-aged man at 8 stars of the lower realm sneered and looked at Lin Xian. Cut the crap. Let them go. Let them go. Ha ha ha. Then, those people laughed. Let them go so that they can tell the trial union that we killed you. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to be so naive. Then, his eyes turned vicious. You killed my brother. Today, I'll tear you into pieces. Oh. Lin Xian didn't panic. He only asked them to let them go so that they would lower their guard a little. When did I kill your brother? Oh. Lin Xian dragged out his words. So, you're from the Azura Palace. The people that Lin Xian killed were either nameless or unknown. If he knew, it meant that they were from the same place. Lin Xian had only killed the people that Qin Xiaotian's grandfather had brought with him when he went to Tianhua City to train. They were from the Azura Palace, so the person who spoke was also from the Azura Palace. Liao Zhibang didn't panic when he heard the conversation. To be precise, he was secretly delighted. Even if there was a big accident and they didn't kill Lin Xian, the blame would be placed on the Gongsun family of the Azura Palace. It had nothing to do with Liao Zhibang. Therefore, his plan was perfect. The man frowned. Are you trying to trick me? Today, I'll let you see your woman die a tragic death with your own eyes. Splash! 2 basins of water were poured on Lu Yufan and Yi Yi. Chapter 786. Lu Yufan and Yi Yi woke up after being splashed by the 2 basins of water. When they first opened their eyes, the 2 girls were very confused, but when they suddenly saw the scene around them and thought about what happened before they fainted, they could roughly guess what happened. However, they suddenly saw Lin Xian standing in front of them. Lin Xian. In their line of sight, Lin Xian's momentary panic had disappeared without a trace. Because Lin Xian was their backbone, as long as Lin Xian was there, they would be at ease. Lin Xian gave them a reassuring look. Looks like you guys are still very happy. I'll send all of you to hell later, let's see if you can still be happy. The man sneered and looked at Yi Yi and Lu Yufan. Lin Xian sneered. Are you sure you can beat me with just this few people? Also, don't forget what attribute I have. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Lin Xian's words, those people couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, he only dared to come because he had the spatial attribute. Spatial attribute, is it? Then release it and leave this place. Ha ha ha. Hearing his words, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, it wasn't a secret that he had the spatial attribute. Even so, they still tried to use this method, which meant that they had a way to seal the surrounding space. He could use the power of the spatial attribute, but he couldn't leave a certain area. At this moment, Lin Xian could feel a spatial power being released, sealing the surroundings. However, Lin Xian did not see any of the people around him use any kind of power. Is that so? Lin Xian smirked. There must be someone hiding in the dark. There must be. He was in control of the situation, and this spatial power was released by him. Gong Sun Jun. No, he didn't have the ability, but at least that person had the highest status among these people. He was nearby, so he couldn't run away. Now that the power of space had been released, it was equivalent to the surrounding area being sealed. Not only would the space attribute not be able to leave, but they would also not be able to leave. It was equivalent to isolating this place. However, ordinary spatial energy would not be able to escape, but the spatial heavenly jewel would definitely be able to, because this was something that came from Linglong Shue's powerful strength. Lu Yufan and Yi Yi had to be safe so that Lin Xian could do whatever he wanted. Lin Xian then looked at Yi Yi and Lu Yufan and pointed at his wrist. Lu Yufan and Yi Yi immediately understood what Lin Xian meant. However, they looked at Lin Xian worriedly. They could see the determination and confidence in Lin Xian's eyes. After thinking about it, even if they stayed here, they would only be a burden to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, you have to do your best. Nothing must happen to you. Lu Yufan said worriedly. Got it. Let's go. Lin Xian said with a smile. Lin Xian's words stunned everyone. Go. Ha ha ha. Go where? Those people laughed, but in the next second, their expressions froze, because Lu Yufan and Yi Yi had disappeared right under their noses. What's going on? What's going on? They looked around, but they couldn't see them at all. The moment Yi Yi and Lu Yufan left, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly turned cold. Liao Zhibang was also stunned. Although he wasn't on the rooftop, he could hear their conversation through his earpiece. Although he didn't dare to believe it, he knew that Lu Yufan and Yi Yi had escaped. Actually, it didn't matter if they escaped. Even if the news got out, it would be the Gongsun family's doing. The main thing was that Lin Xian was still here. But how did they escape? Since they've left, then you can all welcome death. Lin Xian said viciously. Although I don't know how they escaped, the one who's going to die is still you. Oh. Is that so? Lin Xian's lips curled slightly, then he pointed. Look at the people around you. The man turned to look around, and his pupils suddenly shrank. There were more than a dozen people around him. They didn't seem to be affected at first, but when the man looked over, a few of them fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and twitching all over. A few of the stronger ones clutched their chests, frowning and looking terrible. How is this possible? The man revealed an expression of disbelief. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically as he clutched his chest and took a few steps back. Poison. You used poison. He pointed at Lin Xian and said angrily. That's right. In fact, the moment Lu Yufan and Yi Yi left, Lin Xian had secretly released his poison attribute. Under such circumstances, coupled with the fact that they didn't know anything about Lin Xian's poison attribute, it was impossible to guard against, and they were already poisoned. A 4-star lower realm's poison naturally couldn't kill an 8-star, 7-star, or even 6-star lower realm expert, but the prerequisite was that they had the time and energy to force out the poison. Those below 4-star lower realm would be instantly poisoned. Even if these stronger people weren't in danger for the time being, it would have a huge impact on their combat strength. It's poison. Lin Xian's lips curled. Lin Xian rarely used his poison attribute, but it was definitely very effective, catching these people off guard. Quick! Don't delay any longer, join forces and kill him. The man roared, a terrifying power erupting from his body. Then, along with the 4 6-star LoL realm experts beside him, he charged at Lin Xian. Exchange for spiritual power, spatial condensation. Lin Xian exchanged for a 100% increase in spiritual power. An increase in spiritual power would definitely be of great help to Lin Xian's ability to release spatial power. The next moment, the 5 people charging over were instantly condensed together and sealed in the same space. They could break through this space in an instant, but Lin Xian was faster. Dragony, come and try. No matter how Lin Xian fights, there's no way he'll lose against the poison Dragony. Lin Xian wanted to take this opportunity to see how strong Dragony really is. Dragony then poked her little head out of Lin Xian's chest and reached out with her little hand. Boom! A flame. No, to be precise, a pillar of fire blasted towards them. The flame didn't seem to be blocked at all after it hit them. It flew straight into the sky, and no one knew how far it would land. In front of them, the figures of the 5 people were gone. That's right, they were directly turned into dust. They were instantly killed by Dragony's flame. There didn't even seem to be dust. They didn't even have time to scream. Lin Xian, this Dragony's power seemed to be much stronger than he imagined. This was probably at least the power of the domain realm, right? She usually didn't show it, but this simple release of power was so exaggerated. Lin Xian had underestimated her. Fuck. His experience was gone. Chapter 787. Dragony asked Lin Xian excitedly as if she's done something amazing. Big brother, Dragony is amazing, right? Amazing, amazing. Lin Xian ruffled her hair. She giggled and shrunk back. It would only take a short while for the others to be poisoned to death. Lin Xian couldn't be bothered with them. Most importantly, the person who angered him the most was the one who was hiding in the dark. Lin Xian sneered, then raised his voice a few octaves higher. Still not coming out? Do you want me to find you? With this enchantment, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape. Lin Xian's voice carried a hint of mockery. In the dark, Liao Zhibang didn't even dare to breathe. He didn't know what's going on, but he didn't even feel the intensity of the battle above before he couldn't hear anything. It's quiet, and even the microphone in his ear went off. This Lin Xian's strength is so terrifying. I don't know. But how did Lin Xian know of my existence? From the beginning, he didn't give himself away, he's been hiding. He didn't even dare to move. How did he know there's someone else? Lin Xian didn't know where this person is, but he's sure there's someone here. Since the surrounding area is sealed, he can't escape unless the enchantment disappears. But Lin Xian can feel the power disappearing. Dragony, can you blow up this building? Lin Xian asked. Dragony poked her head out from Lin Xian's chest. Oh, Dragony doesn't know. Dragony shook her head. Let's try it. I'd like to see where else I can hide besides this building. Lin Xian's mouth hooked up. Aha! Dragony then flew up to the rooftop of the skyscraper and circled around in the air. Then a huge flame condensed in front of her, growing bigger and bigger. Boom! In the next moment, the terrifying flames directly blasted down. Lin Xian reacted quickly. He left the place with a spatial power and appeared on the ground. However, he watched as the tens of meters tall building turned into ruins. In the next moment, the entire area where the abandoned building was located shook and rumbled. Dust filled the air. When the dust dispersed, Lin Xian's mouth was wide open. The building was no longer there, and the original location of the building was a dozens of meters wide crater. This is Dragony's fucking power. Lin Xian confirmed that this is at least the domain realm. Lin Xian knew that the Luo realm couldn't do this. But in the moment when the building was about to be destroyed, Lin Xian felt a wave of energy. Lin Xian smirked as he looked in the direction where the energy was heading. At this moment, Liao Zhibang, who was hiding behind a tree and not daring to move, felt very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. Why was this device able to release a spatial enchantment but unable to cancel it? Motherfucker. What was that energy? Why did it destroy the entire building in an instant? What kind of power did it take to create that crater? Yo, who was I? Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Liao Zhibang's whole body trembled. Lin Xian released spatial energy and appeared behind him. Lin Xian. Liao Zhibang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If he wasn't of the dark attribute, he wouldn't have been able to run away in time when the building was destroyed. At this moment, Lin Xian was so terrifying in his eyes. I thought it was Gong Sun Jun's dog, but it turns out it's the Liao family. The Liao family and the Gong Sun family, so that's why. Lin Xian sneered. These two families were indeed big families in Lin and City, but the Liao family was more of a businessman, so there was nothing to fear. The Gong Sun family was also nothing. Although Liao Zhibang didn't know how Lin Xian killed that group of experts in such a short time, he knew that this person seemed to be much stronger than he imagined. Lin Xian, you might not be able to beat me. Liao Zhibang gritted his teeth and said. Is that so? Lin Xian's mouth curled. Bang, at a speed he couldn't react to, Lin Xian's fist landed on his stomach. At that moment, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Lin Xian left the place. Liao Zhibang's entire body was directly hit by this punch and lost the ability to move. He clutched his stomach and slowly knelt on the ground. He was a 9-star lightning tribulation realm cultivator. How could he be beaten to such a state with just one move? I didn't want to kill you at first. I thought that a little punishment would be enough. But since you're looking for death, then it's not up to me. Lin Xian walked over step by step. Fixed image. Liao Zhibang sensed that the barrier had suddenly disappeared. He had a chance to escape. As he knelt there, he cast fixed image on Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian did not stop at all and continued walking towards him. Liao Zhibang's pupils shrank. How could this be? Fixed image. I'm sorry, but you should have checked before coming here because I'm a 4-star lower realm expert. Liao Zhibang. Then, Lin Xian released the law of creation, causing Liao Zhibang to fly up and stick to the tree. He couldn't break free for even a moment. In that instant, he truly felt the threat of death. He regretted it. Don't kill me. Lin Xian, don't kill me. Liao Zhibang's eyes widened. Gradually, they were filled with fear. This was the first time he was so close to death. Not killing you. Lin Xian sneered as he walked over, and one xia appeared in his hand. Shua, ah. In such a spacious place, how far could a scream travel? One of Liao Zhibang's arms was chopped off by Lin Xian. Shua, with another slash, a leg was chopped off. Shua shua, 2 more slashes followed, and another arm and leg fell off. Not torturing him to death. What was the point of that? No, no, blood flowed out of Liao Zhibang's mouth. His limbs were chopped off, which meant that he was dead for sure. Dragony flew to Lin Xian's side. Hungry. Lin Xian said to Dragony. Then, a flame ignited. Lin Xian took Dragony and walked into the night without looking back. Liao Zhibang's screams echoed behind his ears, but it didn't last long before there was silence. If you wanted to kill Lin Xian, then maybe Lin Xian would have just killed you. But since you attacked Lu Yufan and Yi Yi, then you're doomed to die a painful death. And this matter was a warning to Lin Xian. There are still a lot of enemies out there. Gongsun Jun will never be an enemy Lin Xian can set his eyes on. His enemy is the evil god temple. The evil god temple must be watching him. And Zhao Mengyue. He doesn't know why, but this woman is clearly very weak, yet she's crazy. Even though she hasn't shown herself, Lin Xian has always been wary of her. That's right, Lin Xian is very wary of her. Chapter 788. Driving the car, Lin Xian and Dragony made a perfect return trip. Killing Liao Zhibang wasn't a big deal. Firstly, he wanted to kill him first. Secondly, it didn't seem like anyone knew he killed Liao Zhibang. As long as the Liao family didn't know, then so what? Would the Gongsun family tell them? They were the ones who attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian then sent a message to Lu Yufan and Yi Yi. The two girls also let out a sigh of relief. Dragony, you blew up the building just now. Was that your strongest attack? Lin Xian asked in confusion as he drove. Dragony sat on the dashboard and shook her little feet. Blinking her big eyes, she said, "No, I don't think so." Lin Xian sucked in a deep breath. Dragony's attack just now was definitely at the domain realm. Because Lin Xian just killed him, he also rose to 5 stars of the lower realm. Lin Xian felt that although his Earth-class Thunder attribute martial skill had terrifying destructive power, it was definitely not enough to blow up a 10-meter-tall building and create a 10-meter-wide crater. And that wasn't Dragony's full strength. Could it be Sky's sovereign realm? How terrifying! Bringing this little girl with him, he was very strong. Are you hungry? NN. Dragony licked her lips. Dragons like her had a big appetite. Coming out with Lin Xian after eating half, she definitely wanted more. I'll let you eat to your heart's content when we get back. Thank you, Big Brother. Big Brother is the best. Dragony then flew to Lin Xian's side and gave him a peck on the cheek. On the other side, Gongsun Jun saw that it was about time, so he called Liao Zhibang to ask about the situation. However, he got the message that the number he dialed could not be reached. At first he didn't think it was anything. Maybe it wasn't over yet. It was normal for his phone to be turned off. But when he called again the next day, it was still the same message. His heart was in a mess. That was impossible. It's impossible that it's not over yet. Then why wasn't the phone turned on? Didn't she say that she would inform him as soon as she succeeded? Why wasn't it here yet? Then, he called the few people he had secretly sent to the Azura Palace to help, but none of them responded. Gongsun Jun roughly understood the situation. He must have failed. Trash. What a fucking piece of trash. Gongsun Jun gritted his teeth. What trash? At this moment, the door of the ward was pushed open, and his father, Gongsun Hao, walked in. No, it's nothing. I'm just saying that I'm really a piece of trash. I can't even beat that trash Lin Xian. Gongsun Jun hurriedly said. His father had clearly told him not to act rashly, so he had to hide it. Don't worry. Gongsun Hao said coldly, tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and I have already figured out what to do. Gongsun Jun's eyes lit up. Gongsun Hao said, even if we can't kill Lin Xian, we will definitely make him have a bad year. New Year's Eve will definitely be the time when their vigilance is at its lowest. At that time, I will send someone to send them a big gift. If he wanted to kill Lin Xian, he might need to think about it at length, but he could discuss them. What big gift. Gong Sun Hao sat down and said, I have already asked someone to take a bomb instilled with the power of a celestial realm powerhouse. It is different from ordinary bombs. This bomb is all compressed fire attribute power. Once it detonates, its power is something that even a domain realm powerhouse can't block. When the time comes, we will throw it into their house. Sure enough, what kind of son would have what kind of father? This Gong Sun Hao was also a sinister one. Brilliant. Father is really brilliant. When the time comes, this bomb will detonate in Lin Xian's house. Even if he is lucky enough to escape, he won't be able to celebrate this year. Moreover, they don't know that we did it. At most, they will suspect us. You take care of yourself. Leave this matter to me. On the other side, Lin Xian had already arrived at Yi Yi's house. Yi Yi and Lu Yufan didn't tell their parents about this matter. Although they returned home much later, their parents didn't expect that their daughter would encounter such a thing. If they told them, it would make them worry. Therefore, these two girls were still very sensible. After the visit, Lin Xian returned home because he was going to go shopping with Linya in the afternoon. Linya had already changed into a particularly beautiful white coat and black boots. Coupled with that perfect figure and appearance, heavens. When she walked out, she really was the kind of beautiful young lady you saw in the video. Let's go. I will take you to buy some new clothes today. How long has it been since you bought clothes? Out of habit, Linya hooked her arm around Lin Xian's arm. Really, it would be so cool to bring a girl like her out. I don't like clothes. It's fine as long as I have something to wear. Lin Xian said with a smile. In fact, Lin Xian didn't know how long it had been since he bought clothes. He wore all the clothes he used to wear. Then, Linya went out to buy clothes for Lin Xian. Lin Xian just wore them. Tomorrow is the new year. I definitely have to wear new clothes. You still have to buy clothes. We don't lack money. Lin Xian said with a smile. Linya nodded slightly. Yes, how could a company with a daily sales of hundreds of millions be short of money? I'm here. Murong Qing greeted from behind and walked over. Lin Xian glanced at her. This woman was too beautiful. Really, everyone around him was beautiful. He had thought it through. TSK, TSK, TSK. Murong Qing walked over and saw Linya holding Lin Xian's arm. Then, she looked at them with a strange gaze. What are you looking at? Are you jealous? Lin Xian said with a smile. Hey, how much advantage do you think you have? Your sister is so beautiful. Who knows how many admirers she has? If someone who doesn't know about your relationship sees you like this, won't they cry to death? Murong Qing said with a smile. Then I want them to cry louder. I'll leave this arm to you. Do you want it? Lin Xian smiled and extended his left hand. TCH, you want to take advantage of me? Dream on. Murong Qing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Let's go shopping. Lin Xian originally wanted to ask Linglong Shui and the others to go shopping. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it wasn't too good. There would be too many girls. Wouldn't Lin Xian be killed by their eyes? Most importantly, Lin Xian's main goal today is to get along with Linya. Bringing along Murong Qing as a third wheel is enough. Dragony is sleeping soundly in Lin Xian's arms. The three of them ate and drank along the way. Then, they went directly to the shopping mall to buy clothes. Welcome. The sales lady saw Linya and Murong Qing. Even if she didn't recognize them, she could tell from their looks and temperament that they definitely had the capital to come here to buy luxury goods. It was just that the man next to them looked a little ordinary. Take all of these. The voice of a person inside made Lin Xian frown. This voice was familiar. Chapter 789. Although he hadn't heard this voice for a long time, Lin Xian was extremely sensitive to it because he was still thinking about this person last night. Zhao Mengyue. After disappearing for a long time, she really appeared here. Zhao Mengyue was wearing expensive branded clothes and chewing gum. Then, as if she felt someone's gaze, she turned her head and happened to meet Lin Xian's eyes. At first, she was also quite surprised, but she didn't panic. Linya also couldn't recognize her because she had undergone plastic surgery too many times. In fact, she looked a little different from the photo she gave Lin Xian at that time. In addition, Linya had never seen her before, so she definitely couldn't recognize her. Under such circumstances, Lin Xian couldn't kill her. Because that would violate the rules of the trial union. If they had a grudge, it was their business. You could settle it in the demonic beast domain or secretly, but you absolutely couldn't do it in front of the public. The corners of Zhao Mingyue's mouth curled up, and then she said, "I'm not buying anymore." After saying that, she walked out. "Little fairy, you guys look at the clothes first. I'm going out to buy a bottle of water." After saying that, Lin Xian followed her. Linya and Murong Qing were both stunned. Was there a need to be in such a hurry to buy a bottle of water? Forget it, let's look first. On the other side, Lin Xian chased Zhao Mengyue to the outside of Suning Plaza, where she stopped and waited for him. "What are you doing here?" Lin Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at her. She came early or late, but she just had to appear in Lin and City at this time. This feeling was very strange. Shopping. Did someone say that this is your territory? Why can't I appear in a place like this? Zhao Mengyue laughed and turned to look at Lin Xian. "Don't think that I won't dare to do anything to you here." What surprised Lin Xian was that his eye of spiritual insight actually discovered that Zhao Mingyue's realm was 8 stars of the lower realm. He was a 5-star lower realm expert. If she was often in the demonic beast domain, she might have reached the domain realm by now. However, Zhao Mengyue had advanced to the 8th star of the lower realm after not appearing for some time. This was the most terrifying thing. Lin Xian naturally still felt that he could beat her, but for a vain woman to suddenly strengthen herself, it was either love or hate. Now that she had appeared in Lin and City, Lin Xian felt extremely uneasy. To put it simply, the uneasiness this woman brought to Lin Xian was on par with the evil fiend temple. Although the two weren't on the same level, sometimes a person could be very crazy. In Lin Xian's eyes, Zhao Mengyue was this kind of person who could be crazy, lose her mind, and lose her mind. "But you really might not be able to beat me," Zhao Mengyue said with a smile. Lin Xian really wanted to take action. He really wanted to get rid of this hidden danger. "But you're right. This time, I'm really here to look for you, but not for revenge for the time being." Lin Xian frowned. "Let me tell you a piece of good news. I've joined the evil fiend temple now." This didn't surprise Lin Xian too much. With her character, joining the evil fiend temple was only a matter of time because she also needed a backer. "Aren't you afraid that I'll expose you? But you don't have any evidence." Zhao Mengyue laughed. Compared to before, Lin Xian really felt that she was much more mature, or rather, she was much more scheming. He clearly wanted to kill her, but he couldn't. Lin Xian didn't have the confidence to kill her in one blow. Since she dared to appear here and confront Lin Xian, she must have the confidence. She also knew that she had the spatial attribute. However, Lin Xian felt that it was a good thing that Zhao Mengyue had joined the evil fiend temple. Before joining, he needed to deal with the evil fiend temple and Zhao Mengyue. After joining, he only needed to deal with the Evil Fiend Temple. Now that she had joined the Evil Fiend Temple, she would definitely be bound to the Evil Fiend Temple when it came to fighting. However, it was also possible that she would have more power and confidence. It's like this. I came here to invite you to join the Evil Fiend Temple. Zhao Mengyue then laughed and said. Lin Xian frowned. You should know what the result will be. Lin Xian said coldly. I'll think about it. Zhao Mengyue said with a smile. Lin Xian then turned around and left. With his back facing her, he said, You'd better behave yourself or else you'll definitely die. Zhao Mengyue laughed and looked at Lin Xian's back. Then let's see who can kill who first, hee hee. Zhao Mengyue's appearance was bad news for Lin Xian, but it wasn't necessarily bad news. It wasn't necessarily bad news because of her appearance. Between appearing and hiding in the dark, the latter was always more terrifying. However, she actually invited him to join the Evil Fiend Temple. Presumably, it wasn't her idea, but the Evil Fiend Temple's idea. However, the Evil Fiend Temple's plan was really good. They even wanted to pull him into the Evil Fiend Temple. If they succeeded in pulling him into the Evil Fiend Temple, what benefits would they get? The Yixian Group's assets would belong to the Evil Fiend Temple, and at the same time, they might get some of his things. Did that mean the Evil Fiend Temple might not make a move against him in a short period of time? Lin Xian wasn't sure. Then, Lin Xian returned to Suning Plaza. Linya and Murong Qing were choosing clothes for themselves. They were beautiful, and it was really a blessing to see them choose clothes. As a luxury store, there weren't many customers in the sweet shop. Most of them came to take a look and then left. However, when the staff saw beauties like Linya and Murong Qing, they knew that they definitely had the ability to buy the things here. Linya was quite famous, but she was very low-key. In fact, many people still didn't know her. Because these two elegant beauties walked in, the number of customers in the sweet shop directly skyrocketed. They didn't come to buy things, but to see the beauties. It was enough to show that beauties were really invincible. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a phrase as femme fatale in ancient times, and there wouldn't be such a thing as a beauty being able to harm a country, because she completely confused the emperor. So beautiful. After Lin Xian went in and saw Linya and Murong Qing changing clothes, he couldn't help but praise. Linya's pretty face was slightly flushed, but she was really happy to be praised by Lin Xian. Look at the clothes yourself. There are many men's clothes here. Linya said to Lin Xian. Many people around showed a surprised expression. These two beauties actually came with a man. They might have heard of the names Lin Xian and Linya, but they might not recognize them. You guys help me choose. Okay. Linya then took Lin Xian to choose clothes together. Little May, choose whatever you want here. A man walked in with a beautiful woman in his arms. Lin Xian looked back and couldn't help but laugh. Oh, isn't this young Master Wang? Lin Xian said in a mocking tone. Chapter 790. When Wang Haiyang heard this voice, he trembled and subconsciously moved his hand away. This is really fucking uncomfortable. How did I meet Lin Xian? So it's young Master Lin. Wang Haiyang smiled bitterly. Oh, you found a girlfriend. Aren't you going to chase Han Chuxue? Lin Xian asked with a smile. No. I'm not going to chase her, I'm not going to chase her. Wang Haiyang said bitterly. Lin Xian had already seen him hugging another girl. How could he have the nerve to continue chasing Han Chuxue? Without perseverance, you won't be able to chase that kind of goddess-level girl. Lin Xian sighed and said. However, it was good to meet him like this. Wang Haiyang was no longer of any use to him, so he could stop bothering Han Chuxue. Hee hee. Wang Haiyang smiled. Hubby, who is he? The beauty snuggled in Wang Haiyang's arms and said intimately. However, there was a hint of disdain in her eyes because she felt that her boyfriend Wang Haiyang was already very outstanding. Who could be more outstanding than him in the entire Lin and city? He's Lin Xian, young Master Lin. Thump. The girl's heart suddenly skipped a beat. So he's Lin Xian. The person who might be more outstanding than Wang Haiyang. She didn't dare to show any disdain in her eyes. So it's young Master Lin. Nice to meet you. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Hey, do you still want to buy? After buying, we still have to go shopping. Don't waste time. Murong Qing and Linya walked over and Murong Qing said to Lin Xian. Buy. Lin Xian nodded and said to Wang Haiyang, well, I'll accompany them to buy clothes. You guys go shopping by yourselves. Wang Haiyang opened his mouth wide. What the hell? What the fuck is this? Why are there so many beautiful girls around Lin Xian? You said that beautiful girls could be found everywhere. However, Lin Xian's girls were all beyond the level of beautiful girls. Really, he was willing to suffer for a year for such beautiful girls. This Lin Xian was really something. He was really impressed, but why couldn't he meet these beauties? No, he had also met them. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Xiao Xinyue, but he couldn't catch up. But that might not be the case. I heard that Xiao Xinyue and Gong Sunjun had a falling out, and Gong Sunjun was injured. Does that mean that he might be chasing after Xiao Xinyue now? When Wang Haiyang's girlfriend saw Linya and Murong Qing, she immediately felt uncomfortable. It was the kind of girl who thought she was a beauty but suddenly saw a girl who made her feel inferior, whether it was her temperament or appearance. Hubby, let's go somewhere else to buy it. Okay, let's go somewhere else. Wang Haiyang didn't want to stay here and suffer Lin Xian's anger, so they left resentfully. After shopping for an entire afternoon, Lin Xian was in a great mood. After all, he was bored and not as tired as before. Another night passed by just like that. The next day, it was New Year's Eve. Lin Xian climbed out of bed early and changed into a new set of clothes. Linya woke up even earlier than him. She and Murong Qing were at home preparing the ingredients for New Year's Eve dinner. Little fairy, I'm going to play with Xiao Linglong and the others today. Are you going home for lunch? Yes, I'm going to tell them to come over tonight for New Year's. Okay, go ahead. Linya said. Lin Xian then pulled Dragony out of his arms. You can stay at home with your sister. You can cook and eat delicious food at the same time. Oh, okay. Dragony nods her little head, then flew over to Linya and burrowed into her arms. Lin Xian, wow. So envious. After that, Lin Xian went to Linglong Shue's house. Linglong Shue was also very nervous today. She also liked Linya very much, especially since she was Lin Xian's sister. Although she was older than Linya, she was still Lin Xian's woman and Linya was Lin Xian's sister. That meant Linya was her elder. Luckily, her belly didn't bulge yet. Time slowly passed and the sky slowly darkened. It was winter after all. The sky was already slightly dark at 4 p.m. and it was really dark at 5 p.m. Lin Xian was lying on the sofa with Dragony in his arms while watching TV. Linya and Murong Qing were busy the whole day at home. The table was very big, from cold dishes to main dishes to soup, there were more than 20 dishes. Even a restaurant wouldn't have that many dishes. Everything was made by Linya and Murong Qing. The whole house was decorated with red food characters, small lanterns, and red couplets. It was very warm and beautiful. The firecrackers outside didn't stop, but this was the atmosphere that New Year's should have. Hey, your sister and I were busy from morning to night and you're just here to eat and drink with Dragony? Murong Qing walked over with her hands on her waist and rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Damn! Didn't I put up the couplets? Che, lazy man. Let's see if you can say something like that in bed if you have the guts. Lin Xian said fiercely. Dragony blinked her big innocent eyes. Is Big Brother going to hit her sister again? She thought doubtfully. You're becoming more and more of a hooligan. You even dare to say something like that in front of your sister. Murong Qing was also helpless. When she was alone with Lin Xian, she could still tease Lin Xian. But with someone else around, she couldn't do it. Linya cut the beef and put it on the table. The TV was also turned on. This year, the price of pork has increased a lot. A lot of people are thinking that it's better to eat beef and mutton. Linya said. In the past, her life was very restrained. Every day, she was very careful with her spending. Even when she had money, she didn't spend it extravagantly. Even now, she was very sensitive to the price of food. It's like this, I have a family member who owns a pig farm. Although the price of pork has increased a lot, he became rich immediately. Murong Qing said. I think you can also raise pigs. Lin Xian laughed. Go go go, I'll sell you. Oh right, how long until your friend comes? Murong Qing asked. Murong Qing knew that they were all experts. She had also asked Lin Xian several times about where he met such experts. Their relationship was so good, but Lin Xian did not tell her. However, to be able to meet such experts, especially those with the space attribute, was also a kind of fate and luck. Women are creatures that love to dawdle. They told me half an hour ago that they would be here soon. I just asked and they are still at home. Do you think there's something wrong with you women? Lin Xian said helplessly. Dragony doesn't. Dragony whispered in a low voice. Yes yes yes, you are the best. Lin Xian pinched her pink cheeks. Then if you have the guts, you can live with a man in the future. Murong Qing said with a charming smile. That won't do, I will live with you. Hooligan. I'll go make the last soup, I boiled it for 2 hours. Murong Qing then went into the kitchen. Chapter 791. Linglong Shui and the others weren't the type to dawdle, but today was an important day. Only Linglong Shui was dawdling. What was she dawdling about? Change clothes. She had been hiding in her room for half an hour, changing her clothes. In front of Lin Xian, she really didn't care. But tonight, she was going to see Linya. She knew that today was the most important day of the year. She heard that on this day, couples who were in love would sometimes bring their partners home to meet their parents. She wondered if she was meeting their parents. Then she wanted to be in her best state. She was already beautiful enough. She was beautiful even in normal clothes. But today, she wasn't satisfied. She couldn't say that she wasn't satisfied. She just felt that it could be better. Ah! I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Linglong Yu was wearing a white and yellow dress with white stockings. She was really beautiful and cute. She was absolutely charming like the loli in the video. Normally, it would be cold to dress like this. But what realm was she in? It would be fake if she was afraid of the cold. She had been sitting on the sofa doing nothing for a long time. Linglong Shui didn't just spend half an hour changing clothes. Then she went crazy. She was so beautiful. Why did she have to keep changing clothes? Was there a need? Bing Lingyue was wearing a beautiful light blue dress. To be honest, her dressing was very grand. It was as if she was going to attend a high-end party. In fact, it could be seen that she cared a lot. Bing Lingyue smiled and said, "After all, Linglong and Lin Xian are partners now. This is the most important day for people. And it's at Lin Xian's house. Lin Xian's sister is also there. It's normal for Linglong to care." "Ah, you're dawdling. When you get together with a boy you like, you have to visit his house. You'll be like this too." Bing Lingyue smiled and said, I won't." Linglong Yu wrinkled her nose cutely. Then, Linglong Shui finally walked out of the room. To be honest, Lin Xian definitely wanted to push her down and hit her. It was said that clothes made the man, just like horses made the saddle. No matter how beautiful a beauty was, even if she wore ordinary clothes, her beauty could not be hidden. However, if you wore more beautiful clothes, it would make you shine. She was wearing a pure white pleated dress and a necklace. It was the first time she wore earrings. It was indescribable. It was really obvious how much effort she put in. "Can I?" Linglong Shui walked out and asked. "You can." Bing Lingyue smiled and said. "All right, that's it then." Linglong Shui then put on a pair of black boots. She was simply too mesmerizing. "Linglong, it's done." Linglong Shui to her. "Wait. Shui." "What?" Shui's t-t-t-s-s-s. Lingyue thought. "US, but what should we give them? Lin Xian and Lin Xian's sister, Linya, will definitely need something too." Linglong Yue waved her hand and the treasures in her storage ring appeared. All kinds of treasures. Linglong Yue was about to cry. Would it take another half an hour to choose? You should choose something for them too." "Okay." Linglong Yue's face fell. She just wanted to have a big meal. Was it that hard? On the other side, the food was ready. Linya opened a bottle of red wine. Tonight was definitely going to be a wild night. She didn't have to go to work and it was Chinese New Year. She wasn't afraid of getting drunk. Anyway, Lin Xian was the only man in the house. If she got drunk, she wouldn't be afraid of Lin Xian. It seemed like she was really afraid. Damn. Why isn't Xiao Linglong here yet? Lin Xian didn't know how many snacks he had eaten. He looked at the time. 1.5 hours had passed since she said she would be here soon. Although the food wasn't urgent because even if they were here, it would start at 7 o'clock and the party would start. But it was too slow. Lin Xian took out his phone and saw that Linglong Yue had sent him a message 10 minutes ago. "Save me." Lin Xian, if it was really to save someone's life, Lin Xian would be worried. But she added an emoji and Lin Xian knew it wasn't dangerous. You're in danger and you still have time to send a crying emoji. What's going on? She's not here yet. Lin Xian replied. Coming soon, I beg you, please cure that woman Linglong Shui. Linglong Yue helplessly sent a message to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, what's wrong with this Linglong Shui? That's right. She and Bing Lingyue really took more than half an hour to choose the gifts. The sky outside was already dark. About a minute later, there was a knock on the door. Coming. Lin Xian rushed to the door faster than Linya. When the door opened, Lin Xian was stunned. Welcome, come in. It's cold outside. Linya and Murong Qing also came over. They were also stunned. No, Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. At first, he was stunned. She was already beautiful and today was even more beautiful. But, are you guys going to participate in the New Year's gala? Lin Xian said with a smile. Ha! Ling Longshui looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Why are you guys dressed so formally? Although we have to wear new clothes for the new year, you guys are dressed like you're going to sing on the New Year's gala. Who can resist that? Lin Xian said with a smile. Isn't today a very formal day? Ling Longshui felt a little wronged. She put so much effort into dressing up, but Lin Xian didn't seem to be very satisfied. It is very formal, but how should I say it? I don't really need it. Oh. Then they walked in. Linya was also very surprised. Although she knew them, they were too beautiful. I brought some gifts for you guys. Ling Longshui said. Linya said with a smile, it's the new year. You guys are really happy to come. There's no need. Before Linya could finish, Lin Xian directly snatched the gifts. Yes, please sit. Then, Lin Xian threw his thoughts to the side to see what gifts Ling Longshui had brought for them. Linya, Murongqing, this guy is too useless, isn't he? Linya was also helpless. Xiao Linglong, what are these things? Lin Xian asked in confusion. Ling Longshui sat on the sofa and then stretched out her hand. Lin Xian's exquisite bag appeared in her hand. This simple move surprised Linya. So amazing. She had only seen this on TV. Murongqing was also very surprised. She felt that Ling Longshui had become much more powerful. Chapter 792. Ling Longshui had spent a long time picking out these gifts. She didn't know what she liked, so she just thought of what was most suitable for them. Then, Ling Longshui took out a pretty bracelet and handed it to Linya. It was already very satisfying to invite them over for the new year. They didn't need any gifts, but Lin Xian snatched it away. Linya couldn't do anything about it. Ling Longshui didn't understand. She thought that guests should bring gifts, but it wasn't a big deal. We're all family. Little fairy, don't be so polite. Take it. Lin Xian smiled at Linya. Ling Longshui and Linya heard different meanings. Linya felt that Lin Xian wanted to express that they were very close, but Ling Longshui knew that they were really family. Linya took it. Ling Longshui then said to Linya, this bracelet contains powerful spatial energy. It's similar to the spatial pearl. Release your spiritual energy into the bracelet and you can perform multiple short-distance spatial jumps. It's pretty and very practical. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Ling Longshui knew that Lin Xian was always worried about Linya's safety, so she specially prepared this bracelet. She believed that nothing would be more helpful to her than this bracelet. Thank you, Linglong. I like it very much. Linya looked at the bracelet and smiled. Ling Longshui was quite happy to hear Linya's affirmation. Xiao Linglong, how many times can I use it? Lin Xian asked. The energy stored in it is enough to use dozens of times. Each time, I can perform a 30-kilometer spatial jump. Lin Xian, fuck. Was 30 kilometers a short distance in her eyes? Even if Lin Xian broke his leg, would he be able to run 10 kilometers? And dozens of times, Lin Xian was no longer worried about Linya's safety. Doesn't this mean that you, little fairy, already possess the space attribute? However, it can only perform spatial jumps. This was very impressive. Linya was also pleasantly surprised. Murongqing, who was beside her, secretly praised. If this bracelet were to be auctioned, it would probably achieve the highest price in history. What about me, what about me? Lin Xian looked at Ling Longshui expectantly. he had to get a gift for Linye. Ling Yu gave it to you. Then, Ling Longshui took out a bead from her bag and threw it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian reached out and caught it. Instantly, he felt a bone-piercing coldness. His hand was immediately frozen. This is an ice spirit bead. If you carry it with you, it can greatly increase the power of the ice attribute you release. Conservatively speaking, it can increase the power of the ice attribute by around 100%. Lin Xian, although he didn't use the ice attribute often, his ice attribute was exposed at St. Brilliant's Academy. His 3 attributes were also exposed. However, no one knew that he also had the water, fire, and poison attributes. Therefore, Lin Xian would also use the ice attribute frequently in the future. However, he would need to chase after Bing Lingyue to make his ice attribute powerful. And now, there was a bead that could increase the power of the ice attribute by 100%. In other words, the power of the ice attribute martial skills he released would also increase by 100%. Earth-grade martial skills were already very powerful, so this increase was really exaggerated. Lin Xian had never seen anything that could increase power by 100%. Murong Qing's little mouth opened slightly. Who were these people? She only knew that Ling Longshui wasn't from the human race. However, the things they took out were terrifying. Even someone of her level had never heard of such things. If they didn't take it out, Murong Qing would even think that it was a scam. But, you see, it's already difficult for me to carry it. This bead is too cold. If I carry it with me, won't my muscles be frozen? Lin Xian said with grievance. It's okay. Find a time to refine it with your ice attribute. Let the ice spirit bead adapt to your ice attribute. Then, it won't release ice attribute energy to attack you when you carry it with you. Bing Lingyue said. Got it. Mwah. Everyone, how shameless. How dare he tease someone in front of so many people. Bah. Then, Lin Xian temporarily put the ice spirit bead aside and looked at Ling Longyue. Hey, where's your gift? Here. Ling Longyue pouted and threw something to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took it and looked at it. Candy. Are you kidding me? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. This is a blessing for you. Can't your life be as sweet as this candy every day? Ling Longyue said reasonably. Lin Xian didn't seem to be able to refute. It was the thought that mattered more than the gift. This girl was really. But it didn't matter. Lin Xian was just joking. Ling Longshui was also helpless. She let her choose a gift and this girl took out her candy and said she wanted to give it to him. As for Murong Qing, she was just a guest here. So, Ling Longshui and the rest didn't need to prepare a gift for Murong Qing. Okay, everyone sit down and prepare to eat. The New Year couplet ceremony is about to start. Linye said happily. It was rare to see such a happy and satisfied smile on her face. This was the only time other than the time when they were at the orphanage. It wasn't just her and Lin Xian, but it was also very lively. They were all beautiful and outstanding girls. I'm starving. I heard that there's going to be a big meal tonight. I haven't eaten for the whole day. Ling Longyue hugged Dragony and giggled. I don't believe that a foodie like you hasn't eaten for the whole day. Lin Xian retorted. Why do you care? Ling Longyue rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Then, they chatted and laughed as they surrounded the big table. They could also watch the New Year couplet ceremony. Come, let's raise our glasses. Linye said, and then everyone raised the red wine glasses in their hands. I suggest that we drink to our heart's content tonight. That means we're all drunk. Also, we're not allowed to use spiritual energy to get rid of the drunkenness. Otherwise, it'll be boring. It's the new year, so let's be presumptuous. Lin Xian laughed. I think you want to get us drunk and then do something to us as a man. Murong Qing said with a smile. That's right, you're so bad. Ling Longyue nodded. Brother is not bad. Dragony had always been on Lin Xian's side. Ha ha ha, seeing this scene, they all laughed. This is the first year that Xiao Xian and I are together during the new year. You are all good friends of Xiao Xian. I'm very happy that you can come. If there's a chance in the future, I hope that we can get together happily every year. Linya raised her glass and sighed. Chapter 793. Everyone happily clinked their glasses and downed the red wine in one gulp. Linya glanced at the super noble and beautiful girls in front of her and sighed. She had no idea where Lin Xian found such beautiful girls. What's wrong? You don't like drinking? Linya suddenly realized that Ling Longshue's wine glass hadn't been touched. She had just taken a tiny sip and it was still imprinted on her rosy lips. She really wanted to take a sip. Ling Longshue was actually in a dilemma. She had only done some research after she became pregnant. Then, she learned that she couldn't drink while pregnant or it wouldn't be good for the child. Therefore, she struggled. Lin Xian seemed to understand her thoughts and said, "Don't worry. Why don't you take a look at your strength?" If it were an ordinary person, they would have to take note. However, Ling Longshue was at the heavenly Dao realm. How could drinking alcohol be a problem for the child? It was impossible. People who reached the mystic heaven realm basically wouldn't have problems like catching a cold or having a fever. However, Lin Xian really wanted to laugh. This girl was too nervous. Unless her stomach was severely injured, how could a heavenly venerable break through her defenses if she stood there and allowed them to hit her? Even if she didn't defend, a heavenly Dao realm's physique wasn't something a heavenly venerable could break through. To put it simply, if Ling Longshue stood there without releasing any strength, Murong Qing could release her full strength and punch her in the stomach. It wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt at all. The strength of her physique was too terrifying. Ling Longshue nodded. She was indeed too nervous. Then, she downed the red wine in one gulp. What's her strength? Linya asked curiously. Indeed, she felt that she was very powerful. In any case, she's stronger than you, little fairy, Lin Xian said with a smile. There was actually no need to hide her strength from them. However, the heavenly Dao realm was too exaggerated. Lin Xian couldn't be bothered to explain, so he left it at that for now. Linya took a bite of the beef and muttered, "Are you laughing at me?" Of course, she was just joking. No, how is that possible? Lin Xian said with a smile. Linya, your talent is also very strong. You should cultivate well. Bing Lingyue looked at Linya and said. Me? I don't know. Linya shook her head slightly. Your physique is the dream of all ice attribute martial artists. It's the same as your starting point being twice that of other ice attribute martial artists. In the future, the height you can reach will definitely be the highest among the ice attribute martial artists, so if you can cultivate, it's best to improve your cultivation as soon as possible. Bing Lingyue was an ice elemental master. Of course, she could understand Linya's situation. She was quite envious of her. It doesn't matter. It's fine as long as little Xian can become stronger. I'll slowly improve myself. Linya was very satisfied with her current life. Lin Xian said, after a while, when I have enough strength, I'll help you improve. Linya nodded slightly. They chatted happily while watching the Spring Festival Gala. There were two girls who were completely focused on the food. They were Lingyue and Dragony. They were fighting to be the first to eat the delicious food. It was as if someone was competing with them. However, there were more than 20 dishes tonight. If they didn't eat more, they wouldn't be able to finish it. At this time, Bing Lingyue stretched out her hand and a secret manual appeared in her palm. She passed it to Linya. Linya looked at Lin Xian. Seeing Lin Xian nod, she put down her chopsticks and took the manual. This is my cultivation method, the 9 heavens frost technique. It is divided into 9 heavens. Each day is a world. It includes mental cultivation methods, martial arts, special methods to use the cold energy and so on. You can try to cultivate it when you're quiet. With your physique, it will be twice the result with half the effort. Lin Xian opened his mouth. Damn! This was an extremely precious gift. Bing Lingyue's main cultivation method. She was the Empress. Although she had just advanced to the great virtual realm, she had to pay attention to one thing. She was a human. She had relied on her own cultivation to advance. At the same time, her cultivation had been interrupted for 800 years. Otherwise, she would definitely be stronger. The cultivation method she cultivated was obviously powerful. Well, it's not dangerous, right? Lin Xian asked. Normal cultivation is dangerous, but your physique is very strong. Don't worry about it. Linya nodded. Thank you. Bing Lingyue smiled, it's fine. Let's eat. Don't just talk. Look at Dragony. Murong Qing said with a smile. A few people looked at Dragony and Ling Longyue. The two girls paused for a moment, feeling a little embarrassed. Yes, yes, yes. Let's eat. The rest of the time was spent eating, chatting, and watching the New Year's gala. Lin Xian, do you know this person? Murong Qing suddenly asked. On the television, a very beautiful girl who didn't look very old walked up the stage. Those who could appear on the New Year's gala were all amazing people. Especially when she went up the stage, the applause and cheers were like thunder. Lin Xian glanced at her. She's very beautiful. Unfortunately, I don't pay attention to celebrities. I don't know her. Lin Xian shook his head. I think I've seen her in a TV series. Sister, do you remember? We've seen her in a few TV series. Ling Longyue suddenly discovered a new continent. Yeah. Ling Longshui also nodded. When they watched the TV series, they thought she was very beautiful and smart. However, they didn't deliberately follow her. After that, they watched a lot of other TV series and saw her figure in other TV series. But you must have heard her songs. Or more or less, you must have heard her name. What's her name? Anaxian. I think I've heard of her before. It seems like Yi and the others like her. Lin Xian said. She's very popular. I think she's only 18 years old. Then, she became a movie queen. Her songs are very popular. Basically, she wrote the lyrics and music herself. She's a talented girl. You still pay attention to this? Lin Xian was a little surprised. Not really. I have a cousin who was betrothed to her when they were young. So, I guess I know her. Plus, the Yin family is one of the 8 great families in Tiandu. Lin Xian, after knowing Murong Qing for a while, Lin Xian only knew that she was in a high position. However, if his cousin was betrothed to the daughter of one of the 8 great families in Tiandu, then he must be from one of the 8 great families. Then, her family must be one of them too. But it wasn't surprising. The meal lasted for 2 hours. They talked a lot and became closer. After the meal, they leaned on the sofa and chatted, munching on sunflower seeds and watching the Spring Festival Gala. Why don't we play a game. It's not fun to just watch the Spring Festival Gala. Lin Xian suddenly suggested. Chapter 794. If Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were here, their hearts would definitely tremble when they heard Lin Xian playing games. Because when she heard him say that they were going to play games, she knew that this guy definitely did not have any good intentions. He was very evil. Which time did they not end up in bed after playing games? Obviously, everyone fell for Lin Xian's trick because they thought that it would be good to have some fun with so many people, especially tonight's special occasion. Okay, it's boring to just watch the gala, but what games should we play? Murong Qing was very interested. God knows how many years it has been since she had a good game. The others were obviously interested as well. Lin Xian's mouth slightly hooked up, then he ran into the room and took out a KTV turntable. Truth or dare, you want to play? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Ling Longshui and the others were puzzled. What kind of game is truth or dare? Although the literal meaning is very intuitive, it's still a game, so there should be other ways to play it. That's not too good. Linya didn't think it was a big deal for her, but if Lin Xian did something difficult for a girl to do, then it wouldn't be good for them. She was mainly thinking for the others. Don't worry, whether it's truth or dare, it won't be too overboard. Lin Xian added. Then it's okay. Murong Qing said. Dragony wants to play too. Dragony flew back and forth in the air around them. Don't play, or I'll bully you to death. Lin Xian said fiercely. Oh. Dragony will watch. She was very obedient, then she obediently flew into Linya's arms and snuggled into Linya's arms. She really likes to snuggle into Linya's arms now. But, what are the rules of the game? Ling Longyue blinked her big eyes. It's very simple, see this turntable. Let's sit around the sofa and let Dragony spin the roulette wheel. The person that the wheel points to will have to choose truth or dare. Truth or dare is what you need to do. But who's going to tell me the truth or dare? Lin Xian smiled and said, we'll take turns. If the person who came up with the question is the same person, then we'll skip to the next person. But you said that I can't go overboard. Lin Xian said, if the content of truth or dare can't be done, then you can give up. However, the punishment for giving up is to drink 3 glasses of alcohol. Then, Lin Xian pointed at the bottles of red wine on the side. Alright. This wasn't much of a problem. Lin Xian smiled inwardly. Hee, Lin Xian suddenly said, oh, that's right. You can't use your spiritual power to dissolve the alcohol when you drink. Otherwise, drinking alcohol wouldn't be considered a punishment. Wouldn't that be just drinking water? If they couldn't get drunk, then wouldn't he have no fun? After all, the purpose of this game was to get them drunk. Only then could he do whatever he wanted, right? Alright. They didn't suspect anything because Lin Xian's words made sense. If they used their spiritual power to dissolve the alcohol, then how was it different from drinking water? How could it be considered a punishment? Let's begin. The first person to come up with a question will start from the left. Beautiful big sister, let's begin. Lin Xian rubbed his hands and said to Murong Qing. He couldn't wait any longer. Who knew how much of an advantage he would get? Dragony flew out of Linya's arms and landed beside the roulette wheel. She was very happy because she controlled the fate of everyone in the game. Dragony is about to begin. With that said, Dragony's tiny hand began to fiddle with the needle. Everyone, including the heavenly Tao realm Linglong Shui, stared intently at the rapidly spinning needle. Everyone was muttering in their hearts, please don't let it turn to her, please don't. Perhaps the one who wasn't worried the least was Lin Xian because even if it turned to him, it wouldn't matter. He was the only man here. The other girls might be worried about being taken advantage of by Lin Xian, but Lin Xian wasn't worried at all. The needle slowly slowed down. When it was right in front of Linglong Shui, it almost stopped moving. Linglong Shui had experienced too many ups and downs, her mental state had long matured. However, why was she so nervous when playing such a small game? It's over, it's over, it's over. I can't be this unlucky, right? The needle finally stopped spinning and passed by Linglong Shui and stopped in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian, wow. My luck can't be this bad, right? Yay! No one said anything, but they seemed to have reached a consensus. The girls were on one side while Lin Xian was on the other. Seeing Lin Xian being pointed by the needle, everyone was very happy. Ling Longyue even jumped up and down, clapping her hands. It was a pity that she wasn't the one to set the question for Lin Xian. Otherwise, he would die from anger. Dragony, what's wrong with you? Lin Xian pinched her cheeks. Dragony pouted. She also wanted Lin Xian to win, but it was fate. Okay, I'm going to set the question. No, before that, you have to choose between dare or truth. Murong Qing's lips curled as she looked at Lin Xian seductively. No matter what Lin Xian chose, she had to make Lin Xian unhappy. Tonight was going to be a carefree night. Decisive truth. Lin Xian said. Everyone looked at Lin Xian and Murong Qing expectantly. Let me think. Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian with evil intentions, then her eyes lit up. Here it comes. Are you still a virgin? Lin Xian, wow. So this was Murong Qing. This question was simply too incisive. But this question wasn't a problem for Linglong Shui and the other two, but Murong Qing didn't know either. For Murong Qing and Linya, this was something to look forward to. No. Lin Xian replied with a black face. Oh. Murong Qing showed an interested smile. I heard from your sister that you haven't been in love before. Who did you marry? Fuck. Just one question, how many do you want to ask? Just you wait. Don't regret it later. Lin Xian said unhappily. He, Murong Qing laughed heartily. Linglong Shui's face was a little red. Linya was quite surprised. Lin Xian hadn't been in love before, at least she didn't know. But he wasn't that. Who could it be? It must be one of the beautiful girls around Lin Xian. Her intuition was like this. Did that mean that Lin Xian already had a girlfriend? See? This isn't the first time your obedient little brother has done it. Who knows how many girls he has harmed? Murong Qing said to Linya with a smile. Linglong Shui didn't know how many girls Lin Xian had harmed, or was it just her? Linya tidied the hair on her forehead slightly and whispered, Xian isn't young anymore. Actually, it's nothing. Chapter 795. When Linya heard the news, she had an indescribable feeling in her heart. In her heart, Lin Xian didn't seem to have a girlfriend, and now that he wasn't, she felt that he had really grown up. But when she thought about it, it wasn't a big deal. After all, he was really outstanding. And she was Lin Xian's sister, what was she thinking? She should be happy. Continue, continue, continue. Lin Xian said unhappily. Murong Qing, right. See if this young master doesn't teach you a lesson. Lin Xian was a very vengeful person. Dragony fiddled with the needle again, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the needle again. The needle slowly slowed down, then stopped, and finally stopped. In front of Murong Qing. Murong Qing. It can't be. Such a coincidence? Retribution. It's all retribution. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xian laughed. What are you laughing at? It's not your turn to set the question. Murong Qing suddenly said, and Lin Xian's smile froze. Wow. It's not his turn to set the question. Anyway, when it's my turn, I'll just point at Lin Xian, the big bad guy. Ling Longwei was looking forward to this. Lin Ye set the question for Murong Qing. I choose truth. Murong Qing glanced at Lin Xian smugly. You want to teach me a lesson. But you can't. Little fairy, you can't ask something that's not interesting at all. You have to ask the same question she asked me before. Lin Xian reminded Lin Ye. He was afraid that Lin Ye would ask questions like what brand of clothes she liked, what brand of cosmetics she liked, that would be too fucking boring. Lin Ye thought carefully, and then asked, Then, do you still have your first kiss? Lin Ye's face turned red after she asked the question because Lin Ye was a very serious person. Playing this kind of ambiguous game could not be said to be ambiguous. It was mainly because Murong Qing started it and then she was inexplicably dragged into it. Then we'll have to talk about what counts as a first kiss. Murong Qing said with a smile. It means you've never kissed a man before. Lin Xian said with a smile. No, it's still here. Old bitch. Lin Xian mumbled. Murong Qing, fuck your mother. I really want to fuck him. Big sister has never had a boyfriend before. Ling Longyue blinked and asked. She had been in the human world for quite some time, and she knew that most girls must have had boyfriends before, especially this big sister. She felt that she should be quite open, but she didn't expect that she had never had a boyfriend before. Yes. Murong Qing said helplessly. How could it be that not having a boyfriend was also discriminated? Just don't fall into my hands. Lin Xian said fiercely. He, then you better pray that you don't fall into my hands again. Continue. After a few more rounds, it was Ling Longshui, Bing Lingyue, and Lin Xian who fell into the trap, but they all chose truth. No way. If they only played truth, how could Lin Xian take advantage of them? They definitely couldn't play like this. What's wrong? They were playing to their heart's content, especially Ling Longshui and the others, who had never played before. Everyone gathered here, listening to the New Year's Eve party and the sound of firecrackers outside, eating, drinking, and playing games. It was really comfortable. They all chose truth. It's not interesting at all. If we don't play dare, then our game will be called truth, not truth or dare. Lin Xian said. They pondered for a moment and felt that it made sense. How about this, no matter who it is in the next round, it will be truth, and the next after that will be dare. You don't have to choose, how about it? Okay. They didn't expect Lin Xian's scheme and just nodded. Lin Xian's mouth curved slightly. It was his turn to set the next round. Xiao Long is about to start. Xiao Long just spun the roulette and listened to them talk. It was quite fun. The roulette slowly stopped and finally stopped in front of Ling Longshui. Ling Longshui. Tonight's luck seemed to be a bit bad. TSK, Xiao Ling Long. Lin Xian revealed a smirk. Set the question. Ling Longshui appeared very calm, but in reality, she wasn't that calm. This round is dare. Lin Xian reminded. Ling Longshui nodded. The others looked at Lin Xian curiously, wondering what question he would set. Kiss me. Lin Xian pointed at his cheek and said. Ling Longshui, pfft, Murong Qing couldn't help but laugh. She should have guessed it. So this is Lin Xian, this stinking hooligan. Sure enough. Although in this society, when everyone was having fun together, it was fine for a girl to kiss a guy's cheek. Although she didn't want to, Murong-Qing felt that Lin Xian had this kind of bad idea from the beginning. Linglong Shui was really beautiful. As a woman, she felt that she could fall in love with this woman. She was really a perfect woman, and she was strong. Her temperament couldn't be faked. To take advantage of this kind of goddess, he was really a hooligan. Lin Ye was also helpless. She glanced at Linglong Shui, then looked at Lin Xian and said, "Little Xian, is it okay? It's just a game. What's the big deal? It's just a kiss, not a kiss on the mouth. I don't think it's a big deal." Lin Xian then looked at Linglong Shui and said with a smile, "Xiao Linglong, you can't afford to play, right?" Linglong Shui, she was provoked. But it was really useful. How could she, a void fox, not be able to afford it? If this was a man she hated, she might really not be able to afford it. But Lin Xian and she had been intimate so many times that a kiss on the cheek was really nothing. The only thing was, there were a few people around. She and Lin Xian had been intimate many times, but in front of outsiders, even Linglong Yu and Bing Lingyue, she had never been intimate with Lin Xian. She always acted cold, so this was something she was shy about. "It's nothing," Linglong Shui said. Bing Lingyue felt that it was strange, but it didn't seem to be anything. After all, they were partners. "Then come." Lin Xian then moved his face closer. Linglong Shui bit her red lips slightly, then closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, proving that her heart was not calm. Although they had been intimate many times, this was definitely the first time she took the initiative to kiss Lin Xian. Muo then, her slightly cold red lips touched Lin Xian's cheek. After that, she blushed and hurriedly stepped back, tidying her hair in a fluster. Amazing! Murong-Qing saw this scene and secretly gave Lin Xian a thumbs up in her heart. Chapter 796. This was really amazing. What was Ling Longshua's strength? She felt that she was at least at the virtuous stage. She had not seen many virtuous stage experts before, let alone a virtuous stage expert from the demonic clan. Not only did you have such a good relationship with a virtuous stage expert from the demonic clan, you even managed to trick her into kissing you. But this person was too shameless. Sure enough, there are no good men. Murong-Qing said with a smile. Don't be so smug. You're next. Lin Xian said to Murong-Qing with a smile. Murong-Qing, wow. She understood. She understood. This Lin Xian did not only want to take advantage of Linglong Shui, he wanted to take advantage of all the girls here. Wow! What a terrifying man. Men are really big pig trotters. Bah! Lin Ye was helpless, but Lin Xian was really amazing. There were so many beautiful and outstanding girls around him, and he even had a good relationship with them. It was really good. Continue, continue. No matter how they played, Lin Xian would definitely not lose, because when boys and girls played such games, the boy would always be the one taking advantage. This time, they actually played for 2 hours. They were really playing crazily. They drank a lot of wine, and Lin Xian got his wish of taking advantage of a few girls, and taking advantage of them in front of them. It was really satisfying. It's finally time, this guy lost. Seeing that the pointer was pointing at Lin Xian, each of the girls was unusually happy. They had subconsciously reached an agreement to mess with Lin Xian together. So no matter who set the game, they would definitely mess with Lin Xian. Linglong Shui had already been taken advantage of twice by Lin Xian. The first time, he made her kiss him. The second time, she still fell into Lin Xian's hands. This time, he actually spanked her. Everyone had drunk a little too much. Although there were very few things that couldn't be done, everyone had a habit of pouring a glass of wine as they played. When they poured a glass for themselves, they would fill it up for everyone else. The empty bottles on the side were one after another. Therefore, she was a little drunk, and even Ling Long Shui was a little high. When Lin Xian spanked her in public, although she was shy, she was definitely not as shy as when she was sober. This time, Lin Xian had fallen into Ling Long Shui's hands. Ling Long Shui drank a little too much. To be exact, everyone drank a little too much. Tonight was a rather unrestrained night. Lin Ye and Bing Lingyue's little faces were red. Punish him. Ling Long, you must think of a question that will make him feel uncomfortable. Murong Qing said with a smile. After saying that, she drank the red wine in her glass in one gulp. Ling Long Shui nodded. After playing for 2 hours, it was finally time for her to punish Lin Xian. At the same time, it was also a dare. To be honest, the probability of this was not high at all. Lin Xian did not care. What kind of punishment could he be worried about? He was a man after all. Ling Long Shui was deep in thought. Do you want me to help you think of one? No. Lin Xian hurriedly rejected. Among everyone here, only Murong Qing was a threat to him. This woman was the most devilish one. Lin Xian said, then this is breaking the rules of the game, right? All right. Murong Qing laughed. Ling Long Shui thought for a while and said, then the content of your dare is singing loudly in the neighborhood. Lin Xian, wow. Xiao Ling Long, aren't you too cruel? Lin Xian looked like he was heartbroken. Ling Long Shui actually revealed a proud expression, but there was a hint of playfulness in this proud expression. It was definitely because she was a little dizzy from drinking and didn't use her spirit force to dissolve the alcohol. Who told you to take advantage of me in front of so many people? Ling Long Shui thought to herself. Bing Lingyue smiled and drank the red wine in one gulp. She said, that's a good idea. But I think the sound should be mixed with spiritual power. Otherwise, the sound won't be loud and won't travel far. With so many firecrackers outside, not many people will hear it. Lin Xian, wow. Little Bing Bing, you. Heartbroken. He did not expect the gentle little Bing Bing to bully him. Sob. He should have taken advantage of her just now. In the previous round, Lin Xian gave Bing Lingyue a question, and the content of the question was for Bing Lingyue to kiss Ling Long Shui. In the end, she did kiss Ling Long Shui and won the applause of everyone. Ling Long Shui laughed so hard that she could not stand straight. Then, she probably remembered it. If he had known, he would have let her kiss him. Bing Lingyue smiled and said, that's more fun. Okay. You guys are ruthless. Lin Xian put on his shoes and walked out. Let's go. Let's go take a look. Then, the beautiful girls leaned against the window and looked outside. Soon, they saw Lin Xian walking to the small park in the middle of the neighborhood. Lin Xian took a deep breath and poured spiritual power into his voice. I was conquered by you just like that. Everyone, including Linya, could not help but laugh. Caw caw caw, because Lin Xian's voice was imbued with spiritual power, it was as if he had a loudspeaker. In an instant, the windows of several balconies in the surrounding buildings opened one after another. One by one, people poked their heads out to see what was going on. Then, they saw a man singing in the snow. He seemed to be quite sad. Brother, come on. Today is the new year. There is no obstacle that cannot be overcome. Come on. Someone shouted at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face turned red. After singing a few lines, he quickly ran home. Are you satisfied? Lin Xian rolled his eyes at them. These girls were all laughing happily. It was the kind of laughter that Lin Xian had never seen on their faces. Lin Ye, Linglong Shui, Bing Lingyue, today, they were all unrestrained and showed a side of themselves that they had never shown before. Lin Xian was actually laughing in his heart because they were all very happy. Really, this kind of day was hard to come by. Continue. You guys continue to show off. Let's see if you can still show off later. Lin Xian said unhappily. He couldn't end it now because he wasn't drunk yet. If he wasn't drunk, everything would be in vain. Big brother, we won't be discovered, right? At this moment, two people were hiding in the bushes in the neighborhood garden. That's right, they were from the Gongsun family. Tonight, they were sent by Gongsun Hao to bomb Lin Xian's house. Once the bomb exploded, the entire building would be annihilated in an instant. Everyone would die, but it didn't matter. Human lives were not important. However, Lin Xian actually came down just now and sang a very strange song. It was very strange and inexplicable. It shouldn't be. If they knew, why didn't they make a move? Let's go, let's do it. I still want to go home for the new year. Then, the two people quietly approached. Both of them were of the wind attribute, so they easily reached the 8th floor and climbed up the wall. One of them carefully opened the window, then rubbed a bead in his hand and threw it directly in. Let's go. Chapter 797. Although they were having a good time inside and were a little drunk, to the point that Lin Xian did not notice, Linglong Shui, who was in the heavenly Tao realm, easily noticed. Even without releasing her divine sense, she had already sensed the two people outside when they began to climb the wall. She could easily sense them when she gently opened the window from the outside, no matter how soft the sound was or how noisy it was outside. When the bead was thrown in, while it was still in midair, Linglong Shui's right hand moved slightly. The bead that was thrown in midair disappeared, and the two people outside who had just retreated also disappeared at the same time. Murong Qing, Bing Lingyue, and Linglong Shui sensed the slight release of power from Linglong Shui. What's wrong? Bing Lingyue asked. Nothing. Linglong Shui shook her head slightly. Boom. At this moment, a huge explosion came from outside, probably giving many people a fright. What a loud firecracker. Who set it off? Linya was taken aback. Then, she looked back. The sky outside was originally dark. Sometimes, the nearby fireworks would light up for a moment, but at this moment, it was too bright. Then, they went to the window. In the sky outside, a huge red light flashed. I don't know why there are such loud fireworks. They don't look good, but they seem to be very powerful. Don't look, don't look. This is a game. I haven't made a comeback yet. Lin Xian then pulled them back. That huge explosion was actually caused by the bead thrown by the two men. However, Linglong Shui teleported the bead into the void. At the same time, the two men who were running away were also teleported there. They had already been blown into nothingness. Lin Xian still did not know what had happened. He even thought that it was fireworks. If Linglong Shui was not here today, Lin Xian's carelessness might have put him in danger. Time passed by slowly. Everyone finished eating and drinking. In the blink of an eye, it was already past 12 o'clock. Lin Xian did not know how many years it had been. This was the first time he had finished watching the New Year's Gala, even though he had watched it while playing. Everyone was drunk. Dragony was already snoring on the coffee table, her face red. Ling Longwei was curled up in the corner of the sofa, fast asleep. The others were more or less drowsy. If they did not speak, they would have fallen asleep in a few seconds. Everyone, let's sleep. It's late. Linya's eyes were unable to open. Linglong Shui and Bing Linglong Yu were drowsy. Then, we're going back. Linglong Shui said. You can sleep here. Let's go shopping tomorrow. Linya said impudently. Okay. They did not refuse. Linglong Shui swore that this was the first time she had gotten drunk in her life. However, this feeling was quite good. It was as if there were no worries. She just wanted to lie down on the soft bed and sleep. There are a total of 3 rooms. Little Fairy and beautiful big sister can sleep together. Oh right, bring Dragony to your room. There's another room. Little Bing Bing and Xiao Linglong can sleep together. Everyone forgot about Linglong Yu, who was snoring on the sofa. Lin Xian used his spirit energy to dissolve his drunkenness. Then, he laid down on the bed alone. After about half an hour, Lin Xian quietly walked out of the room and went to the other room. Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue were already deep asleep. Hee hee. Lin Xian rubbed his hands and revealed a sly smile. Then, he wanted to pounce on them. But, Lin Xian sat on the bed and thought for a while. In the end, he did not dare to touch Bing Lingyue. In fact, Lin Xian's original plan was to get them all drunk and take advantage of the opportunity to do something to Bing Lingyue. However, he no longer had the guts to do so. Forget it. This is too much. Forget it. Lin Xian shook his head. In the end, he simply carried Linglong Shui to his room. Hee hee, a drunk Linglong Shui, isn't that a yuppie? A strong person would definitely sober up much faster than a weak person. Linglong Shui woke up early the next morning after being tormented by Lin Xian for more than an hour when she was about to fall asleep at 1:00 in the morning. At first, she was confused. Then, Linglong Shui subconsciously slapped Lin Xian. Lin Xian was still dreaming when he opened his eyes in a daze. Big sister, why did you slap me? Lin Xian said bitterly. Linglong Shui, that's right, they were not just friends. She did not have a reason to slap him. Although she could not remember clearly, she could still remember that this bastard was bullying her last night. I said before, without my permission, you are not allowed to touch me. Linglong Shui said angrily. But last night, you were the one who walked into my room and took advantage of me. Ding. Deceiving big sister, Prince Charming points plus 2,000,000. Linglong Shui, no. No way. Anyway, Linglong Shui was drunk. She did not even react when Lin Xian carried her in, so she definitely did not know. Then, Lin Xian said aggrievedly, and then you hit me, Linglong Shui. She did not believe it, but she could not refute it. Lin Xian then sniffed pitifully. I'm sorry. Linglong Shui did not know what to say. Sigh. I have such a hard life. I have a wife, but I can't touch her. If I touch her, I get hit. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed. Linglong Shui bit her lip slightly. I said I'm sorry. She said softly. But you have to compensate me. Lin Xian looked at her aggrievedly. What do you want? Lin Xian laughed in his heart. I want you to fulfill your promise. Linglong Shui, no. No. Her little face instantly turned red. It was simply too charming. Then forget it, Lin Xian sighed again and said, I'm getting up to make breakfast. You should rest. Then, Lin Xian stood up. Wait, Linglong Shui was indeed very apologetic in her heart. She called out to Lin Xian. Wait, wait for me to go home. She said this with a red face. It was her fault, and this was indeed what they should do after she lost the bet. Not now. No. Linglong Shui then lay down. All right. Then, Lin Xian walked out happily. He knew that Linglong Shui must have felt that there was someone else at home. But it did not matter, they had already agreed. He had made a fortune. Awesome. Chapter 798. Lin Xian was sitting outside eating breakfast. Linglong Shui quickly came out and looked at Lin Xian in the kitchen from afar. She never thought that she would be like this one day. However, she didn't regret it because there was nothing to regret. Moreover, she was looking forward to the day her child was born. She had to admit that this definitely aroused her strong maternal love. Then she glanced over and saw Linglong Yu lying in the corner of the sofa, hugging a pillow and sleeping soundly. Linglong Shui, she slept like this last night. It seemed that they were all drunk and misunderstood Lin Xian. Ding. Prince Charming points plus 500000. Lin Xian, who was making breakfast, inexplicably added Prince Charming points again. Then he turned around and saw Linglong Shui looking at him. Linglong Shui saw Lin Xian looking over and quickly turned to the side, pretending not to see him. Lin Xian smiled. Xiao Linglong, come and try it. Lin Xian greeted her. Linglong Shui then walked over. Lin Xian then gave her some and she obediently ate it. How is it? Lin Xian asked with a smile. It's okay. Linglong Shui nodded. Go and wash up. It'll be done soon. See if the others are up. We're going shopping today. Got it. Although everyone was drunk, they woke up one after another. They woke up quite early. After all, they didn't have the body of an ordinary person. Things like alcohol normally dissipated very quickly. Linya walked out yawning and saw them sitting around the sofa eating breakfast. Linya's Jijia, come and eat breakfast. We're going shopping. Linglong Yu said happily. Coming. Tell me, how are you going to find a hard-working man like me? Lin Xian sighed and said. Yes, big brother is the best. Dragony said happily. All right. Don't be so narcissistic. Murong Qing said helplessly. Tell me, isn't it a kind of happiness that all of you can have breakfast together? So, which pretty lady did you fuck and caused you to lose your virginity? Murong Qing said with a smirk. Lin Xian, all right. I can't chat with this woman. I can't chat with her when everyone is around. She's too evil. Little Xian, are you going to Tiandu tomorrow? Linya asked. Lin Xian nodded. Yeah. Why are you going to Tiandu? Linglong Shui asked with great interest. Lin Xian said he's going to take me to eat something delicious. He said there's a lot of good food in Tiandu. Linglong Yue said innocently. Puchi, Murong Qing laughed. You believe him? Lin Xian, hey, what are you talking about? I'm just taking her to eat something delicious. Are you jealous? Fine. Murong Qing smiled and didn't say anything else. Humph, there must be a conspiracy. Linglong Yue was suddenly enlightened. She did eat all the good food in the past, but she had to put in the effort every time. This time would be the same. But even so, she was willing. Her favorability towards Lin Xian wasn't low. She also liked to play with Lin Xian alone, even if he was her brother-in-law now. Anyway, I'll take you to eat whatever you want. Don't worry, when have I not brought you out to eat good food? Linglong Yue pouted but didn't say anything. Dragony wants to go too. Dragony flew to Lin Xian's shoulder and sat down. You don't have to go this time. I don't want to. She shook her head. Lin Xian pinched her pink cheeks and said, You'll follow everyone for the next few days. The place I'm going to is filled with experts, so they'll definitely be able to detect your presence easily. So, it's better if you don't go. Listen to me. If you don't, I won't like it. Oh. Okay, Dragony will listen to Big Brother. Big Brother has to come back early. Dragony said with a wronged expression. Don't worry. Lin Xian smiled. Although she's very clingy, she's becoming more and more obedient. She'll still insist on following Lin Xian, but she can tell if it's suitable or not. Like this time, Lin Xian said that she'll be discovered and it'll be troublesome. She felt that it's not good to follow him, so she gave up. That's the best way to behave. Why are we going to Tiandu for no reason? Linya asked puzzledly. That place isn't far from them, but what's so important that they need to go there? Yixian group can't expand there for the time being. Sigh, don't talk about it. Ling Ying is back now. Her family found out that we pretended to be a couple at school and acted as a shield for her. Coincidentally, her family wanted her to find a boyfriend. So, they invited me to her house to put on a show. Don't you think I'm tired? Lin Xian obviously can't say that they're really a couple. Linglong Shui is still here. Is this really okay? Linya obviously believes Lin Xian unconditionally, but she feels that it's lying to her parents. I can't help it. How can I refuse a beauty's request? Also, the Ling family is a big family with countless delicious food. I'll take you there to eat. Lin Xian then said to Ling Longyue. No, I want to eat the good food that's bought. I don't want to eat at other people's houses. Ling Longyue said unhappily. Okay. When we get there, the first thing I'll do is to take you there to eat the local delicacies, okay? That's more like it. Ling Longyue said proudly. Then when are you coming back? Linya asked. 2 or 3 days. Don't worry, I'll be fine. What can happen with a little expert following me? Lin Xian said with a smile. Oh. So I'm going to be your bodyguard. Ling Longyue rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Hee, as a reward, I'll take you to eat good food. Ling Longyue pouted. Actually, Linglong Shui also wanted to go, but since Lin Xian didn't directly call her, she didn't say anything. Let's go shopping. Lin Xian also wanted to accompany them to have fun today. Tonight, they would leave for Sky Capital in the middle of the night. This was because only then could they arrive at noon the next day. Otherwise, it would be nighttime and they wouldn't be able to control the time. If they didn't have a good sense of time when going to meet other people's parents, then their impression of them would be very bad. Although it wasn't good for Lin Xian to bring a third wheel, if he didn't, then he wouldn't be at ease. That was one of the 8 great families of Sky Capital. Who knows how they would torture him? Lin Xian didn't just go there to meet her parents. Instead, he went there to be tested by her family. If he didn't, they would definitely use all sorts of methods. After all, a daughter was the apple of a father's eye. As a father, he really couldn't bear to let his precious daughter be taken care of by others. Lin Xian understood. Chapter 799. They spent the rest of the day having fun. There were so many people on the streets on the first day of the Lunar New Year that you couldn't imagine. Lin Xian brought along a group of top-notch girls to go shopping. One could imagine how envious those people were when they looked at him. At night, Lin Xian changed into a clean set of clothes. Linya looked at Lin Xian and said, you should change into something better. This is too ordinary. Xiao Ying's family is from a big family. It's not good for you to wear something too ordinary. It's fine. It doesn't matter if it's ordinary or not. People know that we're not poor, right? Lin Xian grinned. If it's possible, I think it's fine if you and Xiao Ying really date. Lin Ye helped Lin Xian tidy up his collar. All right. Don't worry about this. Remember to bring the things that Xiao Linglong gave you with you to avoid danger. Murong Qing would be following Lin Ye around for the next few days, so Lin Xian wasn't worried. I know. Then I'll leave with Xiao Yu first. Be good, Xiao Dragoni. Xiao Dragoni wriggled out of Lin Ye's embrace and nodded her little head. Okay. Lin Xianran then left the house with Ling Longyue. He was empty-handed and felt very comfortable. Why didn't you and sister tell Lin Ye that you two are partners? Ling Longyue asked curiously as she followed Lin Xian. Why should I tell her? Bah! Scum! Ling Longyue couldn't help but spit. Lin Xian, fuck. How am I scum? Sister is already pregnant. Why didn't you tell her? If you told me, why would you still chase after other girls? If you want to survive in Jianghu, it's best if you're single. Lin Xian grinned. Just you wait. When I come back, I'll definitely tell sister. You already have sister and you're still thinking about other girls. Ling Longyue said angrily. That's not all. I'm not just thinking about other girls. I'm thinking about you too, Lin Xian said with a smile. Ling Longyue, she was stunned for a few seconds. Bastard. I'll tell my sister. Ling Longyue said angrily, but her face was a little red. That's right, this is another hint. Ling Longyue's mission deadline is almost up and she is my mission target again. It was really fucking difficult. Why don't you tell her? Maybe she'll agree, Lin Xian said with a smile. Humph. Just you wait. You actually have an older sister, yet you still have ideas about me. Stinky man, so disgusting. It's great to be sisters, isn't it? Hee hee. Lin Xian reached out and pinched her tender cheeks. Paw. Ling Longyue slapped Lin Xian's hand away. In any case, I'll definitely tell my sister. Just wait for your death. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Ling Longshui and he already had a child together. Lin Xian didn't need to think too much about it. Furthermore, Ling Longshui was from the Devil Clan. The Devil Clan's thinking was very traditional. This tradition was similar to the ancient humans. As long as a man had the ability, he could have multiple wives and concubines. Although Lin Xian wasn't worthy of Ling Longshui, Lin Xian knew this himself. However, he would work hard. When the time comes, Ling Longshui wouldn't reject a man having multiple wives and concubines. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. It was really difficult. He was already destined to not be able to spend his life peacefully with one girl. He was destined to have many. This fucking. Although it was very blissful, it was also very tiring. Fine, I'll tell you. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Indeed, there are no good men. Ling Longyue said angrily. When the time comes, after I've ruined your sister, I'll ruin you. Then I'll ruin little Bing Bing. Perfect. Lin Xian snapped his fingers. You still have ideas about Sister Bing. Ling Longyue's small mouth opened slightly. She pointed at Lin Xian angrily. To others, Lin Xian's words sounded like half of a joke and half of it might be true. Such words were the most useful. Yes, I've already hit her. How was it? Amazing, right? Lin Xian said with a smile. Amazing your head. When the time comes, I'll also tell Sister Bing. Just you wait. Humph, Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders, do as you wish. Ling Longyue was very strange. Wasn't he worried at all? When the time comes, Sister Bing and Sister Bing will ignore you. Let's see if you can still be arrogant. Then what if I manage to get your Sister Bing? Lin Xian said with a smile. How is that possible? Ling Longyue snorted. But before this, didn't you also never think that I would win your sister's heart? That's because you bastard made Sister Bing pregnant. If she didn't have a baby, Sister Bing wouldn't care about you. Stinking hooligan. Moreover, Sister Bing already knows about your relationship with Sister Bing. Why would she let you chase her? But to be honest, Ling Longyue's words were quite reasonable. Without this baby, it would be too difficult for Lin Xian to catch up with Ling Longyue. Even if Ling Longxue's favorability had reached 50, it would still be too difficult. She had too many things to consider. Moreover, with her personality, one would realize that even now, it would be very difficult for Lin Xian to take advantage of her. She would not be able to let go, let alone catch up with him. Therefore, this baby's assistance was very useful. It was said that men would panic when they found out that they were a father. Lin Xian was the same. However, he had lived 2 lives, so his mentality might be better. Moreover, it did help him a lot. If he was born, then so be it. Lin Xian liked the baby and could keep Ling Longxue. Otherwise, Lin Xian really didn't know what qualifications he had to keep Ling Longxue's heart. Then why don't we make a bet? Lin Xian said with a smile to Ling Longyue. Anyway, this girl was much more innocent than them. She was much easier to deceive. What are we betting on? Lin Xian realized that girls seem to like this kind of thing. Let's bet on whether I can chase after your Sister Bing. Tisk. Ling Longyue made a tisk sound. You're not convinced. Lin Xian said with a smile. Then let's bet. If you can't chase after her, you'll have to be my slave. Lin Xian, sure enough, she was still young. Okay, then if I can chase after her, you'll have to be my girlfriend. Then I'll have all 3 of you. Lin Xian said with a smile. Ling Longyue, what a bastard. However, he already had an elder sister. Sister Bing knew about it and she was also very outstanding. How was that possible? Okay. Just 1 month. Anyway, I'll give you 1 month. Me. 1 month, isn't that too little? Lin Xian's exaggerated expression made Ling Longyue feel that he didn't have confidence at all. He thought that he would definitely win. Humph. I don't care, just 1 month. Still want to chase after her. Humph. Bastard. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Okay, 1 month it is, but you can't go back on your word. If I win, you'll have to be my girlfriend. Although you don't have a chest or a butt, you're still pretty. You'll be pretty when you grow up. Go to hell. Bastard. Chapter 800. The 2 of them chatted for a long time. Along the way, they had developed a good relationship with Ling Longyue. When the sky turned dark, they boarded the Nebula Express. The Nebula Express was a lot faster than normal, but it was also difficult to book. Lin Xian still had to ask Murong Qing for help, and only after going through the back door did he manage to get 2 tickets. It's so crowded. Ling Longyue and Lin Xian sat in the double seat. She didn't like the noisy environment. Didn't you sit in this once before? Didn't you get used to it? Lin Xian asked. I just don't like it. There are so many people looking at me with lustful eyes. Ling Longyue said angrily. Although she looked young, she was indeed too beautiful and delicate, like a fairy. She might not attract the attention of others like Ling Longxue, but there would still be a lot of people who would take notice of her. Peeking at her was actually nothing, it was a reflection of her beauty, but Lin Xian's gaze swept across and saw a person on the side seat trembling slightly. He quickly pretended to play with his phone. No wonder Ling Longyue hated it. Peeping was fine, but taking photos was not. Lin Xian then stood up in front of these people and walked over. Hand it over. Lin Xian said coldly as he extended his hand towards that person. Take what? Who are you? The man pretended to be dumb, but his tone was a little loud. Maybe because he was guilty, if he spoke louder, he could cover it up a little. Lin Xian brought Ling Longyue out. Ling Longyue was his woman and she didn't like it. How could Lin Xian let her be wronged for nothing? Would you be angry if someone were to secretly take pictures of you while you were sitting there? Take what? Don't you know? I'm warning you, don't be arrogant. This is the Nebula Express. If you come here for no reason, I'll sue you. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and snatched the phone from the man's hand. The surrounding people saw this scene and some of them seemed to be able to guess what was going on. Lin Xian unlocked his phone. What made Lin Xian even angrier was this person a fucking pervert? After taking Ling Longyue's photo, it had already become his phone's wallpaper. Even Lin Xian didn't fucking do that. So how do you want to explain it? The man averted his gaze. What happened? Then he mustered up his courage and looked at Lin Xian, saying, my hands belong to me. It's my business whether I want to pat them down or not. If you don't want to pat them down, then don't bring them out. What he said seemed to make sense. But in Lin Xian's ears, it was too laughable. Then, Lin Xian raised his phone and said to the people around him, everyone. Everyone's eyes were on him. This person secretly took a picture of my girlfriend and then used my girlfriend's picture as the background of his phone. Tell me, how should I punish such a pervert? You. Give it to me. Quickly give it to me. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the man instantly panicked and felt ashamed. Beat him up. He must be beaten up. What's the difference between this pervert and that pervert in the car? That's right. If my girlfriend was fucking photographed and used as the background of his phone, I'll fight him to the death. Brother, I support you. Yes. I support you. The main thing was that this person's actions were too perverted. Naturally, many people were unhappy. On the other side, Ling Longyue's face was flushed red. What nonsense was this bastard talking about? Who was his girlfriend? He only knew how to take advantage of her. Lin Xian smirked and looked at that person. Bang! Then, Lin Xian exerted a little force and that phone was crushed by Lin Xian. You're courting death. That man couldn't take it anymore. He had lost all his face. Then, flames burst out from his body and he threw a punch at Lin Xian. The surrounding people instantly screamed because it was extremely dangerous to use spiritual energy to fight in the Star Cloud car. If it wasn't handled properly, the car might be destroyed and the entire car might not be able to move forward. Everyone would be forced to stop in the beast territory and it would be very dangerous. However, that person disappeared from the spot along with the flames. Everyone widened their eyes. Wow! Why did he disappear? After a few seconds, he appeared in the car again, but his face was bruised and swollen, and his clothes were tattered. It looked like he had jumped out of a fast-moving vehicle and rolled on the ground. Those people didn't understand how all of this happened and they didn't think that it was because of the space attribute. Not far in front of them, a woman wearing a white coat and big sunglasses was reading a book. Her skin was really white, but the sunglasses were quite big and covered a lot of her face. However, one had to admit that she was very elegant and attracted a lot of attention. She got on the car from a station in another city and the destination was Tiandu. However, she wasn't necessarily going to Tiandu. She was also attracted by the scene just now. Especially when she saw such an unbelievable scene, her mouth was slightly open. Lin Xian only released the space attribute to throw him out and then sent him back in. At this moment, a few members of the three major forces heard the commotion and quickly rushed over. What's going on? Who dares to fight in the Star Cloud car? Take him away. Uncle, he attacked me first. I was only defending passively. Everyone can testify for me. Lin Xian quickly said. There was nothing wrong with what he said. He did attack first and then Lin Xian released the space attribute to send him out. The uncle saw Lin Xian and recognized him at a glance. He seemed to know some of his identity. I got it. You guys take him away first. As for you. The uncle looked at Lin Xian and said, be honest. Thank you, uncle. Lin Xian then sat down with a grin on his face. Why did you help me? Ling Longyue swung her legs and then looked at Lin Xian and asked. Because you're my girlfriend. My girlfriend's picture can only be found on my phone, not to mention being set as a desktop. Lin Xian said with a smile. Ling Longyue, get lost. Who's your girlfriend? You're so shameless. I'll tell my sister. Ling Longyue gritted her teeth and said angrily. However, there was a kind of shyness in her heart. Not now, but in a month's time. Lin Xian said with a smile. Che, you mean you'll definitely be able to get Sister Bing? Ling Longyue said with a look of disdain. Yes. When the time comes, I'll imagine you three sisters falling into my arms. Ayaya, it'll be so comfortable. Pay. Damn pervert. Go to hell. Ling Longyue punched Lin Xian's chest. Cough cough. Damn. You little girl, be gentler. I'm going to sleep. Wake me up when we arrive. Chapter 801. The sky gradually brightened, and by noon, the nebula car had already entered a huge city. Wow! Ling Longyue looked out of the window, her eyes twinkling with countless little stars. She had stayed in Tianhua City for a long time, but when she saw the scale of this city, she was really surprised. She thought that the city before was already very good, with all kinds of tall buildings, very beautiful, but here, all you could see were skyscrapers. There were countless types of buildings that you had never seen before. They were especially exaggerated and magnificent. With just a glance, you could intuitively see the difference between the two cities, and it wasn't just a little bit. Lin Xian also looked out. This was Tiandu. He had never been to Tiandu before, but he had seen it on TV, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he was still incomparably shocked. The biggest and most prosperous city in the whole of China indeed lived up to its name. In a city like this, you might casually offend someone who you could not afford to offend. To put it simply, the highest house price in Lin and city was 15,000 yuan per square meter, but because it was a border city, it was constantly under the threat of demonic beasts, so it would not be too high. But in Tiandu, the trashiest house would start at 100,000 yuan per square meter, and the district they were in now could be considered the second most prosperous district. After all, the station could not be built in the center of the city, right? The house here could easily exceed 200,000 yuan. Lin Xian and Ling Longyue got off the car one after another. Really, it's so big and beautiful. Lin Xian, can we live here in the future? Ling Longyue's big eyes were filled with stars as she looked out of the station. It's not impossible, but it's definitely not possible in the short term. But if you want, your sister, and little Bing Bing can live here first. Lin Xian said. Forget it then. Ling Longyue shrunk her head. If it was really just the three of them living here, it would be very boring. She still hoped that Lin Xian would be here. Let's go, I'll bring you to eat something good first. After such a long ride, you must be craving for food, right? Ling Longyue nodded excitedly. Then, Lin Xian brought Ling Longyue to a 5-star hotel nearby. Lin Xian wasn't afraid of spending money. It didn't matter if he spent a little more, as long as this girl ate happily. As for Ling Ying, Lin Xian only told her that he had arrived after getting out of the car. To be honest, Lin Xian really missed them. Not long after, a white sports car stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Ling Ying hurriedly got out of the car and walked into the hotel. Then, he saw Lin Xian and Ling Longyue eating and drinking in the corner. Hey, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I'm here to pick you up. Ling Ying angrily sat down beside Lin Xian. Ling Ying's appearance instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Almost everyone in Tiandu knew about her, including the 8 great families. Therefore, Lin Xian was also noticed. No need, it's just nice now. You and I still need to eat good food. Speaking of which, why did you bring you her? Ling Ying was puzzled. Then, she quickly said, I don't mean anything else. Ling Longyue then wiped her mouth and said, he asked me to be his bodyguard. Ling Ying, as expected, this Lin Xian didn't play by the rules. Lin Xian then helplessly said to Ling Ying, didn't you say that your father has a bad temper? I'm afraid that he'll tear me apart. Ling Ying also helplessly laughed. Then you really have to be mentally prepared to be ravaged by my father. Will your mother help me? Lin Xian still liked Qin Lan's mother-in-law. Her personality was very similar to Ling Ying's. They were both carefree and playful. Anyway, if he met Qin Lan again, Lin Xian wouldn't be nervous. This mother-in-law was very interesting. No, although my mother likes you very much, my father is still the head of the family. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed. I wonder what Chushua's father is like. Han Chushua's mother, Xiao Yaji, was much more troublesome than Qin Lan. Her family was very strict. Otherwise, Han Chushua's personality wouldn't be like this. Lin Xian also used extreme methods to make Xiao Yaji accept him in a short period of time. But would these extreme methods really work in the future? Lin Xian didn't think so. Since Han Chushue wasn't pregnant, she definitely didn't want him to be with Han Chushue. Humph. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ling Ying was so angry that she pouted. This rich young lady was dressed especially beautifully in Tiandu City. She had to pay attention to her image. Indeed, compared to Lin and City, Tianhua City had changed a lot. When she wasn't in Tiandu City, she dressed very casually. What? You haven't even gone to my house and you're already thinking about Chushue? Ling Ying's vinegar jar was knocked over. No, I'm just doing my homework in advance. Lin Xian bitterly smiled. Ling Ying then said, Chushue's parents are very strict and very old-fashioned. You should be able to tell from Chushue's personality. Lin Xian nodded. So when you go to Chushue's house, don't bring her. And, that makes sense. Lin Xian nodded. Moreover, at that time, he and Xiao Yaji were at loggerheads. At that time, Ling Longyue was in charge of protecting him. She also made a move. If he brought Ling Longyue to the Han house, Xiao Yaji would be hostile the moment she saw him. What was the meaning of this? Did he bring bodyguards with him again? Ling Longhua didn't care as long as she was given good food. It was fine as long as she wasn't just here to be a bystander. Let's not talk about this first. What do you think I should give your parents? Lin Xian was troubled. It's up to you. Ling Ying said while playing with the spoon. Then do you know how your father will treat me? Lin Xian sighed. To be honest, he was really nervous to death. If it was just an act, then he wouldn't be nervous. However, this wasn't an act. He and Ling Ying were really boyfriend and girlfriend. In the future, they would really be his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Lin Xian didn't want to part on bad terms. Originally, going to meet the parents was already nerve-wracking. Moreover, he knew that the other party's family was very powerful. Moreover, his father wasn't very satisfied with him. I don't know either. Anyway, it won't be easy. I can only rely on you. In front of my father, I don't dare to say anything. Ling Ying said embarrassedly. Got it. Lin Xian nodded. At this moment, two people walked down from the upper floor of the hotel while chatting with each other. Little Ying. Why are you here? A voice suddenly came from behind. Chapter 802. Two handsome men wearing expensive suits walked over from behind with a smile. Seeing them, Ling Ying helplessly sighed, then smiled and said, Oh, I'm here to bring my boyfriend to meet my parents. Hearing Ling Ying's words, the man's brows furrowed, but they instantly relaxed as he looked at Lin Xian. Ling Ying quickly walked over to Lin Xian, then helped him up and said, Lin Xian, this is my cousin Xiao Yun, and the other is the eldest son of the Tian family, Tian Chu He. Lin Xian smiled and shook hands with them. Nice to meet you, I'm little Ying Ying's boyfriend, Lin Xian. Nice to meet you. Xiao Yun smiled and shook hands with Lin Xian, then looked at Ling Ying and said, Little Ying Ying, I'll go back first. Uncle Ling wants me to go over, you should go back early too. Got it. Then the two of them walked away. Little Ying Ying, who is that? Lin Xian asked. That Tian Chu He is the eldest son of the Tian family, which is one of the 8 great families of Tiandu. As for Xiao Yun, he is the eldest son of the Xiao family. The two of them have a good relationship, but Xiao Yun is my pursuer. Lin Xian, fuck. You just called him cousin just now, are you a promiscuous woman? Ling Ying, fuck off. Ling Ying couldn't help but curse, then kicked Lin Xian under the table. Hee hee. Lin Xian bitterly smiled. Ling Longhua quietly ate the delicious food, as if everything had nothing to do with her. Ling Ying then said, I called him cousin because they do have some relationship, mainly because I'm used to calling him that since we were young. Actually, I shouldn't call him that. Anyway, it's not the kind of relationship you think it is. After saying that, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Xian. So they've been childhood sweethearts since they were young. And he's so handsome. Why aren't you moved at all? Lin Xian felt that it was quite magical. Feelings are really hard to describe. Ever since I was young, I've always treated him as my most respected brother. I didn't expect him to want to rape you. Ling Ying, scram. Bastard. He's becoming more and more perverted. Ling Ying really wanted to go over and fight with Lin Xian. However, she had to maintain her image as the daughter of the Ling family in Tiandu. Otherwise, her parents would lose face. Just kidding. Lin Xian chuckled. However, Ling Ying frowned as she watched the two people get into the car and drive away. She then said to Lin Xian, he just said that my dad is looking for him, and you're going to my house in the afternoon. He's also my suitor. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Could it be? Ling Ying nodded. I think so. What is your dad trying to do? Could it be that he's not the only one? Ling Ying said helplessly. From what I know, my dad likes him the most. He's always treated him as his son-in-law. However, he's indeed very outstanding. He reached the domain realm at the age of 23. Although you'll be able to do the same in a year's time, the most important thing is, he's also of the spatial and wind attributes. Furthermore, he seems to have comprehended very powerful laws and domains. He's one of the top geniuses in Tiandu, Lin Xian, Hua. Little Ying, are you purposely attacking me? If I don't let you feel the danger, you won't know how popular I am. Ling Ying said proudly. It's useless to combine the spatial and wind attributes. He's not as powerful as you think. He's a far cry from Lin Xian. Ling Longyue, who was eating, suddenly muttered. Family. Ling Longyue had mysteriously become a family member. Ling Ying obviously didn't have any intention of mocking Lin Xian. She just said this to prepare him. Because she felt that her father must have called Lin Xian over to give him a show of strength. But why isn't the combination of the spatial and wind attributes useful? Because Ling Ying wasn't of the spatial attribute, she didn't know much about it. She just felt that the spatial attribute combined with the wind attribute would be very powerful. Ling Longyue then said, Lin Xian's space and lightning can use space to transmit the power of lightning. This allows him to attack in a way that normal lightning cannot. This is the simplest combination. Ling Ying nodded. She knew this. When her mother met Lin Xian, she also said this. Then Ling Longyue said, the greater use of the wind attribute is to increase one's speed. It's powerful, but it's a far cry from the spatial attribute. Ling Ying nodded slightly. She knew that Ling Longyue was a powerful expert. Of course, she would choose to believe her. Then Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and said, anyway, my father sent him over to give you a show of strength. What do you plan to do? I'll deal with it as it comes. What else can I do? But I'm worried that he's not the only one. What if he's not the only one? That's possible. Lin Xian, anyway, she had a lot of suitors. Since they dared to pursue her, they must be very outstanding. Lin Xian already had a rough idea of what he was going to face. I think all these can be solved. But do you know what I'm most worried about? Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying. What? Your Ling family and the Han family are so close. If I go to your house to meet your parents today, what if your father really invited some other young talents? What if they are from the Han family? Or rather, they will cause your family and the Han family to know that I'm the only one. It's very dangerous. Lin Xian was helpless. As the second strongest of the 8 great families, how many people were paying attention to this matter? Lin Xian went to Ling Ying's house today and to Han Chushue's house tomorrow. And he was the only one meeting the parents. Do you think this matter can be hidden in a place like Tiandu? Lin Xian felt that it was impossible. Unless it was too much of a coincidence. But that might not be the case. After all, not many people knew about the 8 great families. Everyone only knew that today it was Ling Ying's boyfriend who went to the Ling family and tomorrow it was Han Chushue's boyfriend who went to the Han family. To normal people or paparazzi, as long as Lin Xian was not too flamboyant, it was really difficult to know that they were the same person. It was rare for it to be someone from the 2 families or some other famous guest. The chances were quite high. Then who can you blame? Didn't you bring this upon yourself? If you could control your lower body, why would you be so worried? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ling Ying was angry. Lin Xian embarrassedly hugged her slender waist and placed her on his lap. Don't be angry. It's all my fault. Don't worry, I can settle it. Ling Longyue's mouth was wide open. Bastard, bastard, bastard. Other than her sister, this bastard actually did it with other girls. Chapter 803. Actually, this wasn't really a secret. Actually, with Ling Longshue's intelligence, she would definitely be able to guess the relationship between Lin Xian and them. Lin Xian also knew it in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. This was also why Lin Xian dared to show his intimacy with Ling Ying in front of Ling Longyue. One day, he would have to face this problem with them. Rather than being caught off guard, he might as well prepare for it now. Although Ling Longyue was angry, she still gave Lin Xian face and didn't say anything or make a fuss here. This scene also caused the crowd to be completely shocked. Oh my god. That's the daughter of the Ling family, right? She's actually being hugged by a guy. The daughter of the Ling family actually has a boyfriend. This is too shocking. And that guy doesn't seem to be from any of the 8 great families of Tiandu. I'm afraid there's going to be a good show to watch. Ling Ying has so many suitors, and there's no lack of elites from the 8 great families. Now that she has another boyfriend, I'm afraid he's here to meet her parents. From what I know, there are other people who went to the Ling family today, including the eldest young master of the Shao family. I really want to go to the Ling family to see what's going to happen. But I feel that if it's a guy that Ling Ying likes, he must be very outstanding. With this scene, who knows what would happen in Tiandu in the afternoon. Enough. Ling Ying's face was a little red. This was really the first time she was so intimate with Lin Xian in front of the public. Previously, they were at most holding hands, but she felt that it was pretty good. Why couldn't she be intimate with her boyfriend? Moreover, she came to Tiandu to bring him to meet her parents. Ling Ying said and got down from Lin Xian's lap. She tidied her clothes slightly and said, "Then come home with me now." "I haven't bought anything yet." Lin Xian said awkwardly. "Just buy some wine." "It doesn't matter, who cares about that?" Ling Ying mumbled. "That won't do. You're a man, why are you worrying about this? Do you think I lack good things at home?" Ling Ying rolled his eyes. "Lin Xian, that's true. If my father wanted to make things difficult for you, it would be useless even if you gave him the stars and the moon." Lin Xian nodded. "All right, let's buy some wine then. I've already bought it. It's in the car. You can just say that you bought it yourself." Lin Xian, wow. You're so sweet. Kiss me. Lin Xian said with a grin. Ling Ying rolled his eyes and quickly pushed Lin Xian away. Ling Longyue was extremely unhappy, but she had to endure it. "Let's go, you, Come to my house and I'll bring you to eat a lot of delicious food." Ling Ying smiled at Ling Longyue. "Got it." Ling Longyue wiped her mouth and walked over. She wouldn't blame Ling Ying. She felt that it was Lin Xian's fault. However, even though she said that she would tell Ling Longshue and the rest, Ling Longyue was in a dilemma. Should she tell them? On one hand, it was her sister. On the other hand, it was Lin Xian, that big bad guy. No, she had to tell her sister because that big bad guy did something that let her down. Ling Longyue thought to herself. The main thing was that she was really angry. Her sister was so beautiful, so noble, so outstanding. This Lin Xian had her, and yet he was still flirting with other girls. He even dared to do it in front of her. What a bad guy. However, Ling Longyue really wouldn't blame Ling Ying. Who knows, maybe she was also cheated by this big bad guy. "Let's go," Ling Ying said to Lin Xian, and then drove the car into the bustling Tiandu. "Oh right, my father's temper is quite explosive. I know that sometimes your temper isn't very good, but I still hope that you can control it a little," Ling Ying said embarrassedly. "I know." Lin Xian nodded. Lin Xian was very nervous. He was so nervous that he was about to explode. What made Lin Xian feel strange was that in such a big and bustling city, there weren't as many cars as he imagined. There don't seem to be many cars in Tiandu. There are. Ling Ying said, it's because there are too many cars in Tiandu. Whether it's rush hour, they can jam you to death. Especially during rush hour. In the past, there were some people who drove to work for a few hours. Later on, there was a time limit. Every car must be equipped with a device. Here it is. Ling Ying pointed at a small display next to the display. The device will record the driving time. Every car can only drive for a maximum of 4 hours in Tiandu every day. Otherwise, they will be fined a lot. Because of this, the situation has been improved. Damn! Lin Xian exclaimed. Fuck! How prosperous must a city be to issue such a time limit? But taxis don't have a time limit. Phew. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. I have to tidy up my nervous heart and prepare for your family's whipping. Lin Xian said helplessly. So you came wearing this? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian while driving and rolled his eyes. What's wrong? I'm not used to wearing suits. Lin Xian looked at his casual clothes. I know, I'm just worried that my father will scold you. Forget it, I don't care. You deal with it yourself. Sigh. Ling Longhua sat in the back seat and quietly listened to their conversation. About half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a manor. We're here. Lin Xian, the fuck? Building a manor in the city center. Lin Xian was also dumbfounded. The 8 great families have this privilege, but that was a long time ago. They can't tear it down, right? Lin Xian nodded. Young Mississippi, the bodyguards bowed and then opened the door of the manor. Hey, may I ask, how many people are here? Ling Ying poked his head out of the car window and asked. Young Miss is referring to, why are they so stupid? It's those young men who came to pay their New Year's greetings. That's quite a lot, no less than 10. They haven't left yet. Some of them have been here for a few hours. Okay, got it. Ling Ying then drove the car in. Seems like my father is determined to deal with you. Be careful. Ling Ying reminded Lin Xian helplessly. No. Really? Fake. Pfft, Ling Ying laughed out loud. Don't worry, no matter what the result is, I won't run away with another man. I'm just worried that my family won't let me leave Tiandu. I'm not worried about anything else. Then I'll take you back. You said it. Lin Xian nodded. I said it. No matter what, he must get his woman. Even if there were layers of obstacles, it didn't matter. Chapter 804. New Year's greetings were usually done in the morning. It was now the afternoon, and this group of people just happened to come at this time. Obviously, it was arranged by her father to target Lin Xian. They also knew about Lin Xian's Yixian group. To be honest, they really admired him in this aspect. However, they did not know much about the Yixian group. They thought that the Yixian group could only prosper by relying on novel genetic agents. If there was nothing else in the future, the Yixian group's development would be like a flash in the pan. Although it could make a lot of money, did they care about money? Did they lack money? Of course not. Therefore, even if Lin Xian did such a thing, it was actually nothing in the eyes of the 8 big families. However, if they knew that the Yixian group had other things, it would probably change their thinking. They did not even know about the bubble gun. If they knew, Ling Ying's father's view of Lin Xian would be much better. After all, they were all top families. Their concept was that there was not much of a problem with matching social status. To be honest, those people in Tiandu were really outstanding. It was easier for them to have a good impression of each other after interacting with each other for a long time. The car stopped in a parking lot in the manor. It seems that there are really a lot of people here. I don't know what father wants to do. Ling Ying got out of the car and looked at the cars parked in the parking lot and said helplessly, "Aren't these your cars?" Lin Xian saw that there were dozens of fucking cars parked here. What were they doing? No, my cars are all in the garage. This is a small parking lot that some guests drove in or temporarily parked in my house. Lin Xian, are there fucking 40 or 50 people here? Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Maybe. Let's go. Wait. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. What's wrong? I want to see your mother first, is that okay? I have a good chat with her. I think I can relax a little. Pfft, Ling Ying laughed. Lin Xian, oh, Lin Xian. Even you have such a day. Why have I never seen you so cowardly before? Ling Ying said with a grin. It's because I like her that I care. That's why I'm scared. Lin Xian's words made her blush. Then, she held on to Lin Xian's arm. Lin Xian's other hand was carrying the drinks that Ling Ying had bought for him. You're getting better at talking. Ling Ying leaned his little head against Lin Xian's shoulder and said with a smile. This is the first time you've taken the initiative to stick to me like this. Lin Xian laughed. TSK, what else could it be? I have to make my parents feel like we're in love. We've always loved each other. Ling Longyue, was she a third wheel? Wait a minute, what was she doing here? Lin Xian suddenly thought of Ling Longyue and said, little you, follow us. Don't talk nonsense. Got it. Ling Longyue replied unhappily. It's fine if you want to follow them, but you have to see their sweet faces. Sob, I'm so angry. I have to eat more later to turn my anger into appetite. Mississippi, miss. They walked towards a huge villa. Along the way, they met many people. When they saw Ling Ying, they all greeted her. However, one could see the shock in their eyes. Servants. That's right. Actually, it's just paying them. They come over to help with the cleaning and tidying up. Ling Ying said. As they chatted, they arrived at the entrance of the villa. Wait a moment. I'll go in and see if they're inside or outside the villa. I'll help you talk to them first. Ling Ying whispered to Lin Xian and walked in quietly. Hey! At this moment, Ling Longyue pointed at Lin Xian with one hand on her waist. What's wrong? Lin Xian scratched his head and looked at her. Why do you have a relationship with another girl when you already have my sister? Lin Xian, this is what a man is like. Ling Longyue, wow. How can he say that so confidently? Aren't you afraid that I'll tell my sister? Scumbag. If I'm afraid, why would I bring you here? If I'm afraid, why would I do it in front of you? Ling Longyue, wow. So angry. Wait a moment. I'll tell my sister now. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders, just tell her. He was a little nervous. However, he would have to face it one day. When the time comes, he would not be able to say it. He could not possibly let Ling Longyue catch him, right? At that time, it would be even more awkward. Hence, using Ling Longyue to tell Ling Longyue was the best situation. The main thing was that Lin Xian had a certain level of confidence. Ling Longyue was a demon and would not reject a man having multiple wives. More importantly, she had a child. This was Lin Xian's secret weapon. I'll really tell her. Ling Longyue took out her phone and opened Ling Longshua's friend list. She quickly typed a few words and showed it to Lin Xian. Look, I'm going to send it. Send it. Lin Xian said. I'm really going to send it. Send it. Ling Longyue, ah. This is so infuriating. Then, she sent it to Ling Longshua in front of Lin Xian. You're finished. Ling Longyue grumbled. It's okay. You'll know one day. One day, your sister Bing and you will be my woman. So what's the big deal? Ling Longyue, pfft. Bastard. She could not help but spit. Then, her phone rang and she looked at the message. Okay, I know. This was a message from Ling Longshua. Look. Go back and wait for your death. Ling Longyue waved her phone in front of Lin Xian. We'll talk about it when we get back. At this moment, Ling Ying ran out. Lin Xian, only my mother and a few servants are preparing for the banquet. My father and the rest are near the garden and the pool. Then I'll go in and see Auntie. Lin Xian walked in. Young master. The moment Lin Xian entered, a few girls bowed to Lin Xian and greeted him. Lin Xian, get up, Ling Ying, pfft, ha 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 ha. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ling Ying held his stomach and laughed without caring about his image. Get up. Fuck. Why did this Lin Xian suddenly become so silly? Wasn't he usually quite smart? You little brat, what are you talking about? Qinlan walked out with a smile. My dear mommy. Ling Ying ran over and hugged Qinlan. Go away. How old are you and you're still acting like a spoiled child? Xiao Xian, come and sit for a while. Qinlan rolled her eyes at Ling Ying and smiled at Lin Xian. Thank you, Auntie. Qinlan was quite satisfied with Lin Xian. Or rather, she was more like a child. Just like Ling Ying, she did not care too much about these things. Her daughter finally fell in love with a boy and he was quite outstanding. She felt that it was enough. Chapter 805. However, it was a pity that she wasn't the head of the family. At most, she could give some opinions, but the one who made the decision was still Ling Ying's father. Auntie, this is something I brought. Qinlan smiled. Okay, have some tea. Then, she looked at Ling Longyue. Han Chushua's mother had seen Ling Longyue before, but she hadn't. This is... Oh, this is my sister. She's here to have a meal. Lin Xian smiled. Qinlan sat on the sofa in front of him and smiled. You little brat, don't say that in front of Ling Ying's father. Aren't I close to you? Lin Xian smiled. Although I think you're not bad, the head of the family is still Ling Ying's father. So, you have to work hard. Lin Xian nodded. Auntie, don't worry. Tonight, I'll only sleep in Ling Ying's room. Ling Ying, ha ha ha. Qinlan couldn't help but laugh. It was obvious that she really liked Lin Xian. She felt that in terms of individual ability, those geniuses in Tiandu were still a distance away from him. They were born to stand at the peak, but Lin Xian climbed step by step to get to where he was. This was one of the things that she was satisfied with. Moreover, her daughter liked him. They had already slept together, so it wasn't a big deal. Then, you have to get his father's approval. Qinlan smiled. So, Auntie, can you give me some hints? For example, Uncle's impression of me, or Uncle's plans. Lin Xian smiled embarrassedly. Okay, Qinlan lowered her head and sighed. Then, she shook her head. No. Lin Xian had originally thought that she would still be able to give him some information, but none of it made him give up. That guy is very tight-lipped. I've asked him many times, but he wouldn't even tell me. If I knew, wouldn't Xiaoying have already told you? But now, there are more than 10 of little Ying's admirers over there. Obviously, he wants to show you who's boss. Among them, there's even his favorite son-in-law candidate. As for what he wants to do, I really don't know. But his impression of you. Lin Xian looked at her expectantly. Not bad. Lin Xian, Auntie, you're making me want to run away. Lin Xian scratched his head. I'm not lying to you. Although you're indeed quite outstanding, I can see that. He already has a son-in-law candidate that he likes. That's not a big deal. Most importantly, they say that a daughter is a father's most intimate little jacket. He has been spoiling Xiaoying since she was young. Suddenly, he heard that his precious daughter was ruined by a man outside. Don't you think he's angry? Lin Xian, that's true. If you're just dating, then I think he'll be less prejudiced against you. But you and Xiaoying have already slept together without us knowing. He'll definitely be very angry and have a bad impression of you. It's all your fault. Lin Xian then said to Ling Ying. Why are you blaming me? Ling Ying pouted. Why don't you tell Uncle and Auntie earlier? I'm afraid that you'll be beaten to death in advance. Ling Ying rolled his eyes. Qin Lan looked at them with a smile. She knew that the two of them were joking and bickering. In her eyes, this was quite good. It proved that their relationship was very good. It's also my fault, Lin Xian said with a sigh. What's there to blame? Qin Lan asked with a smile. It's because I'm too charming. Auntie, you're such an outstanding daughter and I got her so quickly. Ha ha ha, don't say that in front of his father. Auntie doesn't care. Hee hee, I just feel that Auntie is very nice. That's why I like to joke with Auntie. Qin Lan nodded. Of course, she could tell. Alright, Xiaoying, bring Xiao Xian to see your father. He probably already knows that Xiao Xian is here. If we delay for too long, I'm afraid he'll be even more unhappy. Auntie will prepare dinner for you. Got it, Mom. Ling Ying then pulled Lin Xian up. Let's go. Lin Xian nodded and then looked at Ling Longyue. Let's go. Got it. Then the three of them walked out. Sigh. It's really not easy for young people nowadays. Qin Lan sighed and said with a smile. I think he's very lucky to meet such a good person like Madam. A pretty girl who was helping out in the kitchen said. That's true. Qin Lan smiled and then said, let's sit first. I have to go check on the situation. Hey, what did I come here for? Ling Longyue felt very bored. I'm here to bring you to eat good food. When I'm done, there will be good food. But I'm so bored. Ling Longyue pouted her little mouth. I don't have time either. Otherwise, I would have played with you. Ling Ying said. Then can we fight later? Ling Longyue asked. Lin Xian, you want to fight? Yes, I don't like it. Great aunt, behave yourself. Just watch the show. There will be good food later. Oh right, we can go out and play tonight. Let me tell you, there's a grand annual lantern festival tonight. The whole city will be especially beautiful and there will be celebrities acting. Then, there will be all kinds of activities like guessing riddles, releasing lanterns, poetry, and so on. It's very fun. Ling Ying suddenly suggested. Guessing riddles. Ling Longyue blinked her big eyes. There will be riddles for us to guess. If we guess correctly, we will get a reward. Ling Longyue's big eyes sparkled. It seemed very interesting. She wanted to try it since she had never done it before. That's good. We must go. Lin Xian laughed. Even if I'm crippled in the Ling family today, I will bring you there tonight. Shoo shoo shoo, what are you talking about? Ling Ying rolled his eyes. They chatted and turned a corner. Then, Lin Xian was a little scared. In front of him was a huge open-air swimming pool. Not far from the open-air swimming pool was a very beautiful garden. It was very big. In the garden, there were many white chairs, tables, and pavilions. At the moment, there were about 30 to 40 people sitting there, eating snacks, drinking wine, and chatting. Most of them were young men. There were a few middle-aged men. They should be the big shots of other families who came to visit and chat. After all, this was the Ling family, one of the 8 great families. There were many families who wanted to climb up to them. And in a place like Tiandu, there were countless first-rate families below the 8 great families. What level were these first-rate families? Lin and City's Gongsun family and the Liao family could not be compared to the first-rate families in Tiandu. But, aren't there too many people here? Dad, Ling Ying also understood why Ling Hai called so many people over. Even if you wanted to target Lin Xian, couldn't you call a few less people? There were 20 to 30 people here. Hearing Ling Hai's words, they were all pleasantly surprised. In other words, every one of them was fair. In other words, this so-called boyfriend of Ling Ying's was actually not recognized by him. Ling Ying pouted, then shook Ling Hai's arm and said coquettishly, "Dad, I have a boyfriend." Lin Xian is your daughter's boyfriend. Did I agree? Ling Hai glared at Ling Ying. Ling Ying was obviously afraid of this father of his. Then, he looked at Lin Xian, then at Ling Longyue. Who is she? My sister. Humph. You're the first person I've seen in my family. Bringing your own sister for this is ridiculous. Ling Hai snorted. Lin Xian shrugged and said with a smile, I didn't want to at first, but I just wanted to bring my sister to see the world. This is my first time in such a big place like Tiandu. Everyone looked at each other. He's actually not from Tiandu. Ha ha ha. He's not from Tiandu and he dares to compete for Ling Ying. What right does he have? Had Ling Ying's eyesight already reached this level? Lin Xian was also helpless. He deeply felt that Ling Hai was targeting him, but he had no choice. He really couldn't be stubborn. Ling Ying winked at Lin Xian, hinting him not to be stubborn with his father. His father had a bad temper. Ling Hai didn't say much. Then, he stood up, giving off an oppressive aura. You're all very outstanding, so today, I'll give you a fair chance to compete. He then slowly walked to the empty space in front of him and said, Today, you'll have a martial arts competition. Whoever wins, I, Ling Hai, will temporarily recognize that person as my son-in-law. As for you. Ling Hai looked at Lin Xian and said, It doesn't matter if you were Little Ying's boyfriend before, you're not anymore. Dad. Ling Ying stomped his feet and shouted at Ling Hai. Isn't this deliberately making things difficult for Lin Xian? He knew it would make things difficult, but he clearly wanted Xiao Yun to be his son-in-law on purpose. Among these 20 to 30 people, Xiao Yun had reached the domain realm. Although he wasn't the only one, he was the only one who had comprehended a domain. If it was a martial arts competition, he would definitely win. Lin Xian was only a 5-star lower realm. He was optimistic about Xiao Yun and wanted him to win on purpose. The corner of Xiao Yun's mouth curled up slightly. That's right, Ling Hai indeed liked Xiao Yun the most. Since they were young, he already felt that Xiao Yun was his son-in-law. He was just short of arranging a marriage for them when they were young. To be honest, he still regretted not arranging a marriage for them. Dad, aren't you doing this on purpose? The difference in strength is so obvious. So what if I like strength? We're of the same age. If you're not strong enough, what qualifications do you have to be worthy of my daughter? If the difference in strength between people of the same age is obvious, then it's your own problem. You didn't work hard enough. If you worked harder, you wouldn't have to worry about this, right? Ling Hai asked as he looked at his daughter. Humph. Ling Ying walked to the side angrily. Ling Hai's words caused some people to be happy and some to be worried. Those who were happy were those who were stronger, and those who were worried were those who weren't strong. The weakest among them was at the lower realm, but there were still a few who were at the domain realm. What do you guys think? Ling Hai asked. Even if they had opinions, they wouldn't dare to say it. Whatever Uncle Ling says, we won't have any opinions. Xiao Yun bowed slightly and said. Yes, we have no opinions. Tian Chu he also smiled and said. What about you? Ling Hai looked at Lin Xian. Chapter 807. To be honest, when they saw Ling Ying holding onto Lin Xian's arm and saying that he was her boyfriend, they were all jealous. But now, they sympathized with this person. How should they put it? At first, they felt that they were targeting him. But now, they felt that they were just idiots. They were only here to serve as a foil. Although they weren't as miserable as Lin Xian, they definitely didn't have the chance to compete. However, they liked Ling Ying very much. Even if they didn't have the chance, they still wanted to fight for it. After all, the geniuses of Tiandu were all insufferably arrogant. They all felt that they had the possibility of fighting across realms. Almost all of them had comprehended the laws. Perhaps their laws were better than others. Perhaps they had a chance. If they could fight across realms and beat the other party, wouldn't they be more recognized? Moreover, they had basically never fought with each other before. Who knew if you were just purely at a higher realm, or if you were actually strong or not? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, Of course I have no objections. If I can win in this way and get Uncle's recognition, I think it's the best way and result. Ling Hai was stunned when he heard Lin Xian's words. This kid was so arrogant. Win against everyone. Could it be that he didn't know how strong these people were? Or could it be that he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? If it was really a kid who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, he definitely couldn't hand his daughter over to him. Because there would be no sense of security. Lin Xian, Ling Ying bit her lips and looked at Lin Xian. She remembered telling Lin Xian that there were domain realm cultivators here who had comprehended domain. Why did he still agree? Don't worry. Lin Xian gave Ling Ying a reassuring look and said, If I win against someone of a higher realm with a lower realm, Uncle will recognize me, right? Lin Xian then asked Ling Hai with a smile. We'll talk about it after you win. From Ling Hai's point of view, Lin Xian was bound to lose this round. If he lost, there would be nothing left to say. Naturally, he would be kicked out. But if he won, no, that was impossible. According to the information he'd obtained from his daughter, Lin Xian was only at the lower realm while Xiao Yun and the others were at the domain realm. Moreover, Xiao Yun had even comprehended a domain. It was absolutely impossible for the two of them to be evenly matched. This Lin Xian wasn't worthy of his daughter. If it wasn't for Xiao Yun, he wouldn't have dared to say this. However, Xiao Yun also had the space attribute. The gap between them had been completely widened. This Lin Xian didn't have any advantage. However, it was also a good opportunity to see the strength of this group of children. After all, He couldn't possibly hand over his daughter to someone he was completely unfamiliar with and who only had a cultivation base, could he? Humph, serves you right. Ling Longyue mumbled. Who told him to go around seducing young ladies? Now he was being targeted. Now, if you're interested, come here and draw lots. You'll fight one match at a time. A beautiful woman walked over with a box for drawing lots. That. Uncle Ling, I suddenly remembered that I still have some matters to attend to at home. I have to go back now. What a pity. You guys can fight. A man said. Sigh, I don't think I have the strength. Forget it. Another person said helplessly. That's right. I'm only at the lower realm. Although it's not bad for my age, and although I like Linging very much, I know my own limits. The gap is too big. However, I'll work hard. I'll go to the demonic beast domain now and work hard to improve myself. Even if I can't win today, I believe that there will be a chance in the future. Then, 10 out of the 30 or so people left. Although they wanted to fight, they were the weakest here. They really could not fight, and they did not have a chance at all. Those 7 or 8 stars of the lower realm might have a chance. In the end, there were only 18 people left, and only 15 of them wanted to fight. Of the other 3, 2 were too embarrassed to leave, and 1 was the young master of the Tian family, Tian Chuha. She wasn't one of Ling Ying's pursuers, so she stayed here to watch. Ling Ying quietly pulled Lin Xian to the side. Hey, there's something very powerful in this. I've told you before. If you lose, then father will stand on the side of reason no matter what. You will have no reason. You'd rather not fight than agree to it. Ling Ying anxiously said to Lin Xian. It's fine. Are you so sure that I'll lose? 3 of the 14 people are at the domain realm. That Xiao Yun has even comprehended a domain. How are you going to fight? If I lose, I lose. In any case, I'll act shamelessly if I lose. You can act shamelessly with me. Ling Ying, in any case, I've already set my sights on you. But I'm worried that if I don't get father's approval, I'll be trapped in the Ling family. Without freedom, I won't be able to return to Lin and City. This was actually what Ling Ying was most worried about. Otherwise, if she didn't like him, she would rather threaten him with her life. She didn't believe that her father wouldn't be soft-hearted. But if he didn't let her leave, she really couldn't take it. Then you have to believe me. Lin Xian said with a smile. All right. I believe you. I believe you. Then give me a kiss. Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, then tiptoed and kissed Lin Xian's face. Ling Ying. When Ling Hai saw his daughter kissing Lin Xian in front of all these people, his face was filled with rage. He slammed the table with all his might. Ling Ying hurriedly ran over, not daring to make a sound. Xiao Yun clenched his fists. How far have the 2 of them developed? Damn it. They're actually whispering sweet nothings in front of me. Young Master Xiao, it seems like this Ling Ying really likes that Lin Xian. TSK. Tian Chu, he said with a smile. Humph. What does this mean? Isn't this young master 100 times more outstanding than that Lin Xian? He secretly clenched his fists. The girl he loved deeply kissed another guy in front of him. To be honest, anyone's mind would explode, including him. I hope you can hold on until you have a duel with this young master. Xiao Yun thought coldly. He must personally cripple this Lin Xian. He must. You. Are you still going to draw lots? If you're not, then leave. Ling Hai looked at Lin Xian and said with slight anger. His precious daughter was really tricked away by him. How infuriating. Of course, of course. Lin Xian then walked over with a smile. Looking at the gazes of the surrounding people, he felt great. It didn't matter if he won or lost. Ling Ying kissed me in front of all of you. You're not happy, right? You're right. Then this young master feels great. Then, Lin Xian casually grabbed a piece of paper. If it's the same number, then go to the duel. The blank one means you have a bye. Ling Hai said unhappily. At this moment, Lin Xian handed over the blank piece of paper. Uncle, I'm sorry. I have a bye. Ling Hai. Chapter 808. Fuck your mother. This is so infuriating. Why did the 1 in 15 chance just happen to fall on me? So be it. Ling Hai said. But it also mattered. After the bye, he would have to compete with the winner, and the winner would be the best. It was useless. Lin Xian then sat down with a smile and waved at them. Take your time, I'll drink a cup of tea first. Lin Xian then poured himself a cup of tea. Xiao Yun and the others' faces turned ugly. Humph. Let's see how long you can be arrogant for. Then they walked to the empty space. Little Ying Ying, help me peel an apple. Lin Xian threw an apple to Ling Ying. Oh. Then Ling Ying obediently peeled an apple for Lin Xian. Ling Hai, it was the feeling of jealousy and anger. His daughter, his precious daughter that he raised for more than 20 years, had only ever peeled an apple for one man. Now she was peeling an apple for another man. He felt terrible. Little Ying Ying, peel it for me first. Ling Hai said. Oh, okay Daddy. Ling Ying held back his laughter. Although his father had a bad temper, he really loved him and was quite cute. He was actually jealous of Lin Xian. Pfft, that, uncle, if you want to eat an apple, I'll peel it for you. This is what I should do. Lin Xian said to Ling Hai with a grin. Humph. Ling Hai gave Lin Xian a look. Let me tell you, don't think that I will acknowledge you just because you got my daughter. I've heard about some of your deeds. I will never allow my daughter to be with a playboy scum. Lin Xian, uncle, how am I a playboy? Tell me, if I'm a playboy, or if I'm a playboy, would your daughter still like me? Am I right? Your daughter is so outstanding, it definitely has something to do with your education. Your education is so successful, your daughter's taste must not be bad. Uncle, you're just looking at the surface. Ling Hai glanced at Lin Xian. You can talk to me after you've defeated everyone. You don't have the right now. Then, he snatched the apple from Ling Ying's hand and took a bite. Ling Ying helplessly took another apple and prepared to peel it for Lin Xian. Don't cut it for him. Ling Hai said. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. This father-in-law was really jealous. To be honest, before this, Lin Xian still felt that Ling Hai wasn't a very good person. But now, he felt that it was really his fault. Indeed, he had wasted the daughter that he had raised for more than 20 years. He must be angry. Even if he deliberately needled Lin Xian, he had his reasons. Ling Ying stuck her tongue out at Lin Xian and put down the apple. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Taking advantage of the fact that they were sparring and there were no other people around, this was the best time to chat with Ling Hai. Uncle, in your eyes, what is the best son-in-law? It's not you. Lin Xian, Ling Ying walked over and said, Daddy, Lin Xian and I are truly in love. Enough, all of you shut up. Ling Hai looked at Lin Xian and said, I don't care if you are truly in love or not. If you want to take away my daughter that I have raised for 20 years, don't even think about it if I don't agree. If you don't meet my expectations, then don't even think about it. I will work hard. Defeat everyone here first. If you can't beat them, then go back to Lin and City. Ling Hai really didn't like Lin Xian. Of course, he hoped that Xiao Yun would win. In his eyes, Xiao Yun was the best match for his daughter. This Lin Xian, whether it was character, strength, or family background, was far from his. If word got out that his daughter was taken away by a brat from a third-tier city, where would Ling Hai put his face? Not long after, the 14 people in front of them finished fighting. Since they couldn't use spirit tools, there wasn't much danger. If they couldn't win, then they could just admit defeat. No one wanted to get seriously injured here. But they were more or less injured. And the beautiful lawn was completely destroyed. Ling Hai also saw the whole process. Although he was quite far away, he didn't care. He didn't even care about any of the battles. He only cared about Lin Xian and Xiao Yun. As long as Lin Xian lost and Xiao Yun won in the end, it would be fine. In his eyes, there was no suspense. This Lin Xian's biggest advantage was his space attribute. Xiao Yun was also a space attribute. At the same time, his realm was much higher than Lin Xian's. He had comprehended law and domain. The battle between the two was on a completely different level. Then, the few of them walked over. Uncle Ling, we're done. Yes. Those who are injured, go over here. Someone will heal you. The rest of you will draw lots for the next round. Then, the 8 of them walked together. You won't be able to get it by now, right? Xiao Yun sneered in Lin Xian's ear. Oh, and then. Lin Xian casually drew a lot. Then, this young master will let you know the difference between us. Ling Ying belongs to me. Only this young master is worthy of him. You are not. Oh. Lin Xian nodded. But I've already slept with her, and you haven't even held her hand. What a pity. Lin Xian said indifferently and walked away. Xiao Yun, critical hit. An absolute critical hit. There was nothing that could hurt him more than these words. Crack, 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 Xiao Yun clenched his fists. Impossible, it's absolutely impossible. How could Ling Ying have sex with a boy so easily? He's definitely lying to me. He must be. Xiao Yun gritted his teeth and muttered in his heart. He didn't believe it. He had known Ling Ying for too long and knew her character too well. Even if she was in love, she definitely wouldn't have sex with a boy so easily, let alone this little Lin Xian. So, Lin Xian was deliberately provoking him. To be honest, although he really loved Ling Ying, for a man of his status, how could his future woman be someone who had been taken by another man before? Although he loved her very much, he wouldn't allow it. Lin Xian was number 1 and walked directly to the open space. It's him. Lin Xian's opponent, Lu Qidong, sneered when he saw Lin Xian. This Lin Xian was only from a third-tier city. Perhaps he did have some strength, and his spatial attribute was very powerful. He had heard of it before. After all, it was indeed quite famous. But it didn't matter. He was an 8-star lower realm expert. He was definitely higher than this Lin Xian. Moreover, his loss somewhat restrained space, so he would definitely win this match. He wanted to show Ling Ying just how big the gap was between him and Lin Xian. He wanted to show her just how much of a piece of trash this so-called boyfriend of hers was. Then, Lu Qidong walked up. Daddy, Lin Xian is a very serious person. There are so many people here who have higher realms than him. If they really fight, he'll be injured, Ling Ying said worriedly to Ling Hai. Chapter 809. Ling Hai glared at his daughter. No matter what you say today, as long as that brat can't win against everyone, he will scram. You stay in Tiandu obediently. Ling Ying pouted, then sat on the side angrily without saying anything, looking at Lin Xian who was about to fight. Lu Qidong's strength was not bad, but in her opinion, he was absolutely no threat to Lin Xian. The main reason was that Lin Xian was too strong. She felt that if Lin Xian was given a little more time, he would become stronger, but there was no time. Lin Xian, I've heard of you. Lu Qidong looked at Lin Xian and said indifferently. Lin Xian smiled and said, that's quite a face. It's good that the big shots of Tiandu have heard of you. It's just that you shouldn't have anything to do with Ling Ying. Lu Qidong's eyes narrowed slightly. Ha ha ha, hearing his words, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. What a joke. What does my relationship with Ling Ying have to do with you? You shouldn't have. Lin Xian really couldn't help but laugh. This was a fucking idiot. He thought that the people of Tiandu were all very powerful. They were quite powerful. Lin Xian could also see that this person was an 8-star Law Realm expert, 3 stars higher than him, but his brain was useless. You think that even if you defeat me, you can get Ling Ying? Too naive. Then you can only prove that you are stronger than me. Unfortunately, you will still be easily defeated by others in one move. TSK, useless. Heh, you think this young master is you? Lu Qidong smiled disdainfully. Then can you beat a domain realm expert? Can you beat someone who has comprehended a domain? Lu Qidong frowned. You guys are just living targets. You are all destined to be stepping stones under Xiao Yun's feet. You still happily came over, thinking that you have a chance. Aren't you the same? Lu Qidong obviously knew that, but he felt that as long as he defeated Lin Xian with his own hands, he could show Ling Ying that he was stronger than Lin Xian. Nothing else was important. No, I'm different because I can defeat him. Lin Xian twisted his neck. Ha ha ha, then defeat this young master first. Whoosh! With that, Lu Qidong leaped up and dashed towards Lin Xian at an unimaginable speed. Wind attribute. Unfortunately, it's useless. Lin Xian released his space force at will and dodged the attacks as if he was walking a dog. Humph. He's relying on Xian's domain. Ling Hai said coldly when he saw this scene. Do you think the space attribute is enough? This young master's law counters your domain. Lu Qidong said angrily. Then, a powerful force erupted from his body. Lin Xian could feel his body being supported by an invisible force. This force made him unable to move. Of course, he could still release his domain, but no matter if he raised his hand or made any movement, he felt very heavy. Humph. It's useless. This young master's dynamic weight law. You can't fight. But the aura Lin Xian released from beginning to end was indeed that of a 5-star Law Realm expert. Daddy, it's not like you couldn't feel it. Could it be that you're going to go back on your word? Ling Ying pouted again. Humph. Of course not. Do you think he can win against Xiao Yun? Ling Hai snorted coldly. You did it on purpose. Ling Ying said angrily. This Lin Xian is not worthy of you. Only Xiao Yun is worthy of you. Ling Hai said. Ling Ying really did not want to talk to Ling Hai for the time being. It was too infuriating. Then, she walked toward Lin Xian. Come back with me. Ling Hai slammed the table and said angrily. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian, who was walking over, and then looked at Ling Hai. Then, she stopped and did not move. I say, uncle, this won't do. He's a bit too weak. Is there anyone stronger? Lin Xian walked over and deliberately said with a smile. Chapter 8:10. Ling Hai snorted coldly. A little stronger. Do you think you're strong enough? You're just a little lucky. If you met Xiao Yun, you would have been kicked out long ago. How dare you say such big words? I don't think there's a problem, Lin Xian said with a smile. Ling Hai was very unhappy with this kid's attitude. He was clearly not strong, but why did he seem so confident? Then I'd like to see how you'll be fine later. Ling Hai said coldly. At this time, Xiao Yun and the others also walked over. Hee, young Master Lin, I also saw your battle just now. You're really strong. Young Master Lu, you didn't lose unjustly. Xiao Yun said with a smile like a good old man. Lu Qidong patted the dust off his body, his expression ugly. Didn't lose unjustly. Young Master Xiao, why don't you tell me why I didn't lose unjustly? His realm is 3 stars higher than mine, and he lost to me. How can he not lose unjustly? Lin Xian looked confused. Xiao Yun was instantly speechless. Is this Lin Xian fucking poisonous? That's true. Xiao Yun said with a smile, but his expression was very ugly. That's right. Look at me, a 5-star lower realm cultivator fighting with you, young Master Xiao. If I lose, then I don't lose unjustly. Uncle, don't you think so? Lin Xian asked Ling Hai with a smile. A loss is a loss. It doesn't matter if it's unjustly or not. Ling Hai then said, rest for a while. There are still 4 people left. Whoever wins will get my recognition. Then don't rest. I see that you guys are fighting quite easily. Let's start by drawing straws. Lin Xian shrugged. Since young Master Lin said so, we have no objections. Uncle Ling, let's start by drawing straws. Then let's start. Ling Hai said unhappily. Then, the 4 of them drew straws. Lin Xian's opponent was a 1-star domain realm cultivator next to him, the Wang family of the 8 great families. He glanced at Lin Xian and smiled. Young Master Lin, let's go. Wang Heping said to Lin Xian with a smile. Lin Xian sighed. Fuck, my luck is still bad. 3 people, 2 domain realm cultivators, and only 1 lower realm cultivator. And that lower realm cultivator isn't even me. Then the 4 of them walked back again. Xiaoying, Papa didn't do anything wrong. Look at this Lin Xian, he's so impetuous. He's not calm at all. How can Papa be at ease to entrust you to someone like him? Ling Hai sighed and said. Ling Longyue, who was at the side, obviously heard it. She didn't care. It was best if she didn't agree. Who asked this bastard to have a foot in 2 boats? She ate the delicious food quietly. Lin Xian is just like that. Although he looks impetuous, he definitely has the confidence. I believe in him. Ling Ying said. Confidence. Tell me, what confidence does a 5-star lower realm cultivator have against a domain realm cultivator? Ling Hai shook his head. This daughter of his seemed to be possessed. There were many good men in this world, and there were many who were more outstanding than Lin Xian. How could she be so stubborn? However, when Ling Longyue heard Ling Hai's words, she was also unhappy. Only she could bully Lin Xian. Others couldn't say anything about him. Then, Ling Longyue took a bite of a grape and said, Uncle, big sister Ling Ying is right. In the end, Lin Xian will definitely win. Ling Hai looked curiously at this little girl who he didn't care about. Could it be that this brat is hiding his strength? No, he's indeed a 5-star Lower Realm cultivator. A 5-star Lower Realm cultivator wants to win against a Domain Realm cultivator, and a Domain Realm cultivator who has comprehended a domain. What a joke. Ling Hai was also a cultivator of the older generation. How could he not understand this? This was absolutely impossible. His daughter and this little sister that Lin Xian brought over were too blindly confident in him. Ling Longyue shook her legs. That was indeed the case. However, Lin Xian was different from any other cultivator. You're Fugui's brother, right? Wang Heping looked at Lin Xian and suddenly asked. Lin Xian froze for a moment. You're talking about Fatty? Yes, I think so. He is indeed quite fat. I'm his brother. Wang Heping said with a smile. Lin Xian, fuck. Lin Xian knew that Wang Fugui's Wang family was very rich. However, he didn't expect him to be the son of one of Tiandu's 8 great families. Oh my god, I am indeed one of Ling Ying's pursuers. However, there are other candidates. It's not that I can't do without her. Especially since you are her boyfriend, I won't get involved. Also, thank you for taking care of this good-for-nothing little brother of yours in Tianhua City. Good luck. Although the possibility is very low, I still hope that you can win against Xiao Yun. Wang Heping smiled and patted Lin Xian's shoulder before walking away. Lin Xian, fuck. Isn't he too fucking lucky? On the other side, Ling Hai was also stunned. Why did he come back? Uncle Ling, I admit defeat. It's better to sit down and eat something. Wang Heping said with a smile. In Ling Hai's eyes, Xiao Yun was the most optimistic, followed by Wang Heping. He was very willing to have either of them as his son-in-law. However, why did Wang Heping, who had reached the domain realm, admit defeat? Why? Ling Hai asked. I feel that young Master Lin and your daughter are quite compatible. Since they are already boyfriend and girlfriend, I don't want to disturb them. Wang Heping said with a smile. His words were obviously for Lin Xian. Ling Hai nodded. He was actually taught a lesson by a brat. Thank you, big brother Wang. Ling Ying was also quite touched. Since Wang Heping decided not to pursue Ling Ying, then there was no need for him to curry favor, pander, and flatter Ling Hai. Hee, uncle, my luck seems to be quite good. Lin Xian walked over with a smile. Ling Hai got angry when he saw this brat smiling. Why is it so infuriating? There were a total of 3 rounds so far. 1 round was empty, and one of the strongest 2 admitted defeat. Don't smile too happily. If you can't get first place, it doesn't matter if you're lucky. After this, it won't be luck anymore. Xiao Yun also walked over. He was also stunned for a moment. Why didn't the 2 of them fight? Uncle Ling, Xiao Yun bowed. The 2 of you can go and have the final battle. Whoever wins, I will directly arrange a marriage between the 2 of you. Ling Hai said. Xiao Yun's eyes lit up. Directly arrange a marriage. Since Ling Hai said that, he would definitely win. Dad. Ling Ying stomped his feet. Shut up. Ling Hai shouted, then looked at the 2 of them and said, I will do what I say. Go. In everyone's eyes, the outcome of this round was already decided. Xiao Yun would definitely win. The gap between the 2 of them was too big. Ling Ying, of course, wasn't afraid of the so-called marriage. She would rather die than submit. Her family couldn't do anything to her. She was afraid that her family would trap her here and not let her leave Tiandu with Lin Xian to Lin and City. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. This old man's resentment towards him was really big. Chapter 811. Xiao Yun then looked at Lin Xian and said, "Young Master Lin, thank you for letting me win. Young Master Xiao is so powerful, why don't you let me win?" Lin Xian smiled and asked. He. Xiao Yun smiled and said, "If it was an ordinary battle, then I would definitely fight young Master Lin with the same strength. However, young Master Lin's strength isn't weak as well. Moreover, it's related to Xiao Ying, so I wouldn't hesitate even if I were to be criticized by the world. I won't stop for the sake of my beloved Xiao Ying." Little Ying. Lin Xian did not say anything to him, and only said one sentence to Ling Ying. Ling Ying then walked over. "The battle is about to start. Give hubby a kiss to boost his courage." Then Ling Ying tiptoed and kissed Lin Xian's cheek. "Good luck. You." Ling Hai saw this scene and pointed at Ling Ying. He was so angry that he was speechless. "What's wrong with me kissing my boyfriend?" Ling Ying said to Ling Hai in a very reasonable manner. "Come back here." Ling Hai said angrily. Ling Ying stuck out her tongue, then walked to Ling Hai's side and stood quietly. Then, she secretly cheered Lin Xian on. When Xiao Yun saw this scene, he was really pissed to death. The woman he liked kissed another man right in front of him. Although he was indeed her boyfriend now, they were competing for this identity. Moreover, the winner would be engaged directly. Xiao Yun secretly clenched his fist. Very angry. Very angry. But Lin Xian was very happy, very happy. "Let's go." Xiao Yun did not want to stay here for another second. He wanted to torture this Lin Xian, torture him ruthlessly. Then, the two walked to the empty space. Little Ying. Ling Hai then looked at his daughter angrily. "Humph. I don't care who wins. Anyway, I'm Lin Xian's girlfriend. I've set my sights on him. Even if Xiao Yun wins, I'd rather die than be engaged to him. If you insist on being engaged, then let him be engaged to my corpse." Ling Ying said. "You brat." Ling Hai pointed at him angrily. Then, he waved his hand. "Let's watch the competition first." He sighed in his heart. That's right, if his daughter was really unwilling, how could he let his daughter die? However, this Lin Xian was really not worthy of her. Actually, Ling Hai had other intentions when he asked them to spar. Indeed, he had a huge grudge against Lin Xian, and thought highly of Xiao Yun. However, for his daughter's happiness, as long as his daughter was happy, it was fine. There was another crucial reason why he made things difficult for Lin Xian and made them compete, that was to see if this Lin Xian was different from ordinary people. If he was only powerful in the spatial attribute, then it was useless. Only when he was different from ordinary people would Ling Hai feel that he was worthy of his daughter. When Ling Ying heard Ling Hai's words, he understood that his father was helpless and soft-hearted. Lin Xian and Xiao Yun stood in that area. "Lin Xian, you can't blame this young master. After all, Ling Ying is the woman I love the most. For her, I'm willing to give up everything. I must win against you. And I must win against you in a crushing manner." Xiao Yun clenched his fists and looked at Lin Xian as he spoke. "Then I wonder what star young Master Xiao is in the domain realm." 2 star. He felt that there was nothing wrong with telling this to Lin Xian. Even if he was only 1 star, he could still crush him. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. 2-star domain realm meant that he had comprehended a domain the moment he advanced to the domain realm. It was no wonder Ling Hai thought so highly of him. This talent and comprehension ability already showed how high he could reach in the future. As for Lin Xian, he was a 5-star law realm expert at this age. He might have surpassed most of his peers, but there was still a huge gap between him and Xiao Yun. However, he did not know that Lin Xian had only started to advance for less than a year. He was 20 years behind him. But there was also good news. He was only a 2-star domain realm expert. If it was a 4-star or 5-star domain realm expert, Lin Xian would not be able to win. But if it was a 2-star domain realm expert, he had a chance. Although he had a domain in the law, Lin Xian also had many things that he did not have. He did not even know about them. This was what Lin Xian was relying on. Crossing so many levels and fighting at this realm to win against someone was indeed impossible. But for Lin Xian, it was possible. Although it was very small. But Lin Xian believed in himself. At the same time, this was also the only chance he had to prove to Ling Hai that he was stronger than anyone else, that he was more worthy of Linging than anyone else. Xiao Yun then said, although not using a spirit artifact will indeed reduce my combat power by a lot, the suppression of our realms is here. We are both of the same space attribute, and my realm is higher than yours. My spatial power is much stronger than yours, so dealing with you is easy. I only need to use a spatial blast, and you won't have a chance. After saying that, he pointed at Lin Xian and sealed him in a spatial lock. Then, he detonated a spatial explosion. There's no way to fight. Both of them are of the space attribute, and young Master Xiao is much stronger than him. With this move, Lin Xian has no way to resist. The difference in realms is right there. Someone said. Wang Heping looked ahead. He had a feeling that Lin Xian wouldn't be defeated so easily. Although it was impossible for Lin Xian to defeat Xiao Yun, at least he wouldn't be defeated so easily, right? Ling Ying looked ahead worriedly. The difference in realms was too great. If they were in the same realm, it might be better, but they were no longer in the same realm. If that's the case, then this brat has nothing outstanding about him. He's not worthy of you. Ling Hai said to Ling Ying. No, he definitely won't lose so easily. Ling Ying said stubbornly. She believed in Lin Xian. Humph. Both of them are of the space attribute, but Xiao Yun is 7 levels higher than Lin Xian. There's still a realm between them. Even if the two of them used their space attribute, the final result would be that Xiao Yun's space attribute could easily seal Lin Xian, while Lin Xian's space attribute could be easily broken by Xiao Yun. Then why did you let them fight even if you knew? This is an unfair competition to begin with. Ling Ying said with grievance. Then it can only be said that he didn't work hard enough. Then why was Xiao Yun able to reach the domain realm at his age, but Lin Xian couldn't? If there's nothing special about him and he's just relying on this space, then today, I'll let him know that he's nothing. Ling Hai said angrily. Lin Xian's realm isn't high because he only started going to the demonic beast domain half a year ago. Lazy. It's not that he's lazy, it's that he only obtained the God-Child system half a year ago. What? Ling Hai frowned as he looked at Ling Ying. Impossible. The God-Child system was born with it, how could he only obtain it half a year ago? If you're biased towards him, you don't have to make up such a ridiculous reason. Chapter 8:12. Ling Ying also said helplessly, it's true. Before that, Lin Xian was a very ordinary transparent person. Later, for some reason, he obtained the God's Child system and soared to the sky. This matter is not considered a secret. If you ask those people in Tianhua City, they basically all know about it. Why would I lie to you? Ling Hai was stunned. If this was true, did it mean that Lin Xian had only advanced for half a year? Although he didn't need talent or anything, and he could just hunt monsters for half a year to advance to the domain realm, for someone who hadn't been to the demon beast domain before to reach the lower realm in half a year, to be honest, if it was true, he really admired it. Alright, you don't have to say any more. Xiao Yun won today, so you'd better stay with him obediently. You guys had a pretty good relationship when you were young. What exactly is it about that Lin Xian that you value so much? Ling Hai shook his head, then looked ahead and suddenly frowned. Everyone, including him, thought that Lin Xian would be killed by Xiao Yun's spatial seal and spatial explosion because the gap between their realms was too great. However, what did he see? He saw Lin Xian's figure suddenly appear behind Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun didn't even notice it. At that moment, Ling Hai really felt that it was inconceivable. He even wanted to shout out to remind Xiao Yun. Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, Ling Ying's beautiful eyes lit up. She knew that she couldn't look at Lin Xian like she looked at ordinary martial artists. She knew that Lin Xian would not let her down. She knew that Lin Xian would not be defeated so easily. Xiao Yun was very confident that Lin Xian couldn't break free. To be honest, he was very careless. When he realized that something was wrong, or more accurately, when he sensed the aura behind him, it was already too late. 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon. Lin Xian roared as purple lightning surrounded him and exploded. Then, Lin Xian stomped his foot and launched a strike. Boom! Bang! Xiao Yun really didn't expect such a scene to happen. He was even waiting here for the dust to settle, to see Lin Xian lying there in a bloody mess. Who would have thought that he would come out? Xiao Yun's figure flew out and crashed into the ground. He rolled a few times before stabilizing himself. Fuck! Xiao Yun spat out a mouthful of blood. He raised his head and looked viciously at Lin Xian. Fuck! Lin Xian scolded in his heart as well. According to normal circumstances, if a martial artist was struck by the Earth Step 8-star martial skill, 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon, they would have long since died. What level of power did an Earth Step 8-star martial skill possess? It was a martial technique that Lin Xian could use to kill his opponent in an instant. It was extremely powerful. Lin Xian had even exchanged for the attribute that doubled his strength from the system store. Under such circumstances, the 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon only lightly injured him. This light injury was almost negligible. Don't look at how he spat out blood. It only hurt for a moment. The clothes on his back were torn, and his flesh was mangled. However, it was only an external injury. The internal injury was not worth mentioning. Therefore, Lin Xian felt that something was wrong. Even if he was a 2-star domain realm expert, the 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon that he released with all his strength, the Earth Step 8-star martial skill, Purple Thunder, and the strength doubled, still didn't injure him. This was too fake. Normally, even a 2-star domain realm expert would be heavily injured by this kind of power. Absolutely. Because he was firmly hit by the attack. What's going on? Ling Hai stood up subconsciously when he saw this scene. So powerful. After Lin Xian broke free, this Lin Xian actually counterattacked. But it seems like Xiao Yun is fine. Nonsense. Of course he's fine. But it's only limited to Xiao Yun's realm being higher than Lin Xian's. Otherwise, a normal cultivator would have been killed in an instant. What a pity. What a pity that Lin Xian's realm is a little lower. Someone said regretfully. Daddy, look, if Xiao Yun's realm was a little lower, he would have been killed by Lin Xian. Even so, you still don't acknowledge Lin Xian's strength. Ling Ying said. Shut up. Whatever this daddy says is the truth. If you talk too much, do you believe that this daddy won't slap you? Ling Hai glared at Ling Ying. I say, hubby, you've never slapped our daughter in your life. Why are you breaking your vow now? Qin Lan walked over with some fruits. Mom, look at my dad. He's so stubborn that he doesn't even care about his daughter's happiness. Ling Ying hugged Qin Lan's arm and complained. Your dad loves you and cares about you. Qin Lan rubbed Ling Ying's hair and looked at the field. But hubby, from what I see, this Lin Xian is really not bad. You shut up too. Ling Hai also glared at Qin Lan. Qin Lan smiled helplessly. Ling Hai looked at the field and said, I won't change my words. No matter what, whoever wins will be this daddy's son-in-law. That Lin Xian ruined this daddy's daughter without saying anything. I'm already giving you and your daughter face by not getting someone to kill him. Okay. Your face is more important, okay? Qin Lan said with a helpless smile. Although he looked fierce, Ling Hai was still very good to them. However, he was the head of the family, so they had to listen to him. Ling Hai stared at Lin Xian. Although he was stubborn, he was also very shocked in his heart. However, in the end, he still couldn't beat the first impression. It was too hard to change a person's first impression of another person. His first impression of Lin Xian was extremely bad. I was almost tricked by you. Xiao Yun glared at Lin Xian and said. Almost tricked by me. Didn't I already trick you? Lin Xian said with a smirk. Xiao Yun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, if I didn't react quickly and release my defensive law, I would have been seriously injured. What a pity, I was so close. What a pity. When Lin Xian heard his words, he suddenly understood. So that's how it was. Even if he was a 2-star domain realm expert, this move would definitely be able to seriously injure him. No wonder he wasn't seriously injured. It turned out that his law was some kind of defensive law. It's a pity. If your realm was just a little bit lower, you would have already lost. But there are no ifs. Xiao Yun stared at Lin Xian. He had already lost face. Under normal circumstances, he should have been able to instantly kill Lin Xian, but he was injured by Lin Xian. This was something he couldn't accept, but there was nothing he could do. It had already happened. However, what he couldn't understand was how Lin Xian was able to break free from the space attribute he released. How did you break free from my space attribute? Xiao Yun asked in confusion. Comparing space, so what if your realm is so much higher than mine? You're still far from it. Lin Xian said with a smirk. Chapter 8:13. The others couldn't hear their conversation because they were a bit far away. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Xiao Yun's face sank. Acting cool in front of him. What right does he have to act cool? You think you can beat this young master just because I gave you a sneak attack? Space Seal. He once again used Space Seal to seal Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian directly jumped out of the space. I already said that you can't beat me in space. Lin Xian secretly shook his head and said. Seeing Lin Xian directly come out of the space he sealed, Xiao Yun frowned. What was going on? The reason was very simple. Although he was stronger than Lin Xian, and the space power he released crushed Lin Xian, how pure and proficient could his space be? Was it even 10%? Lin Xian knew that the space god's final proficiency would only be 30 to 40. Only the Void Fox had the strongest comprehension of space in the world. They were the most powerful in controlling space. As for Lin Xian, because of the system, all of his proficiency was maxed out. Therefore, this thing made up for the gap between their realms. However, Xiao Yun couldn't understand. The good news was that if one didn't use a spirit artifact, a space-attributed martial artist's fighting strength wouldn't be high if they couldn't gain an advantage in the space attribute. The wind attribute would also cause their attack power to be weak. However, Lin Xian was different. He was a lightning-attributed martial artist. Since space is useless, then I won't use it. After saying that, a powerful force erupted from his body. Sand and stones flew, and his hair and clothes danced in the wind. Following that, he rushed towards Lin Xian at a speed that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Under the heavens, grade, Heaven Realm 10 stars, type, movement technique, requirements, none, a rarely seen movement technique in the world. One step leads to heaven and earth, one step leads to freedom. Unfettered under the heavens is split into 3 levels. The first level is to create afterimages. The second level is to cover a distance of 1,000 meters with a single step. The third level is so close, yet worlds apart. Effect, activating freedom under the heavens, movement speed increases by up to 10 times. Consumes 20 to 200 spiritual energy value per second. Using the wind attribute, the effect is doubled. Current level, afterimage carefree under the heavens was a heaven-ranked 10-star skill. Although Lin Xian rarely used it, it was definitely the most useful skill at this time. It was the reward from Miao Xiao Miao's mission. The sudden increase in speed made others mistakenly think that he also had the wind attribute. Bang bang bang, the 2 people on the field attacked, dodged, and intertwined with each other at an extremely fast speed, with an unimaginable attack rate every second. There was another piece of good news for Lin Xian: Xiao Yun's laws were no threat to him. Defensive laws were, in a sense, quite useless. Is Lin Xian really a 5-star lower realm martial artist? The people on the side were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They could see that although Lin Xian was retreating step by step, he was losing because his realm was lower. His strength could not compare to Xiao Yun's, but he would not be defeated in a short period of time. He was actually able to exchange dozens of blows with a martial artist who was a realm higher than him. As time passed, the one who was anxious was always Xiao Yun. Because he originally wanted to end the battle in 1 second, the longer he dragged it out, the worse he was. After exchanging dozens of blows, the 2 of them pulled apart the distance between them. Lin Xian's hands were trembling, uncontrollably trembling. It looked like it was about the same, but his hands were actually hurting. He was an idiot to compete with a martial artist who was 7 levels higher than him in terms of strength. However, everything was actually within Lin Xian's calculations. Otherwise, why would he drag it out here? Don't blame me. Let's end this, Hurricane Wild Wolf. 3 terrifying hurricanes formed on the spot. If they were allowed to rage, the entire top scorer would be easily destroyed. However, he would definitely control it within this range. Earth rank martial technique. What does he mean? How much stronger is he than Lin Xian? He's still using an Earth rank martial technique. Seeing this scene, Ling Ying panicked. A domain realm martial artist using an Earth rank martial technique to attack a lower realm martial artist. This was a power that could easily kill a lower realm martial artist. Don't be anxious. Ling Hai stopped Ling Ying. This Lin Xian actually made him use an Earth rank martial technique, which was also a little strange. He wanted to continue watching. Dad, if you believe him, then choose to always believe in him. Ling Hai said. Ling Ying then stomped his feet angrily. Lin Xian looked at the 3 terrifying hurricanes that rushed in front of him, sealing off all his escape routes. Each of the hurricanes was like a sharp blade. Although wind was not the strongest offensive attribute, it was the most attractive. Then, Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Spatial seal. Facing the 3 hurricanes that could almost cover the entire area, Lin Xian had no way to dodge. Even if he dodged through space, he would still be attacked the moment he landed, so the only way was to seal these 3 hurricanes. However, to be honest, it was very difficult for a 5-star lower realm cultivator to seal an Earth rank martial technique released by a domain realm cultivator. Lin Xian only dared to attempt it because he had maxed out his proficiency and purity. Otherwise, he would definitely die from the backlash. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and roared angrily. The 3 hurricanes were forcefully sealed. What? Seeing this scene, Ling Hai could not help but stand up in shock. His realm was so much lower, but his spatial seal could actually seal this earth rank martial technique. What level of control did he have over space? At the very least, it far surpassed Xiao Yun's. At this moment, he also understood why Xiao Yun's realm was so much higher than his, but he was unable to seal him in space. It was because Lin Xian's spatial control crushed Xiao Yun. This was a little shocking. However, it was also very difficult for Lin Xian to do so. He needed to keep suppressing this earth-rank martial technique, but Xiao Yun had already released the power of space and directly appeared in front of Lin Xian. Although he was also very surprised, it was not important. Lin Xian needed to use all his strength to resist the martial technique he released, and this was his weakest moment. Xiao Yun's terrifying fist directly blasted towards Lin Xian. I don't believe that you're still releasing your laws. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, and then, 5 Thunder Constellation. Boom! Lightning erupted and suddenly disappeared from Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian opened up a wormhole behind him, and the lightning bombarded him. At the same time, Lin Xian directly jumped through space in the sealed area, and the 3 hurricanes were instantly teleported behind him, accompanied by Lin Xian's 5 Thunder Constellation that bombarded Xiao Yun. Bang! Lin Xian was sent flying by Xiao Yun's punch, and blood spurted out from his mouth. Just as Xiao Yun was about to use space to escape, he discovered that the space he was in was also sealed. He could easily break through it, but he needed a moment to do so, and that moment was too late. Boom! Chapter 8:14. Lin Xian's 5 Lightning Heavenly Phenomenon, accompanied by the power of his own earth-rank martial skill, blasted directly behind him. Dust filled the sky. Lin Xian. Ling Ying looked anxiously at the battlefield, biting his lips. Old Ling, it's about time. If we continue fighting, something will happen. Ji Lan also said worriedly. What's the big deal about young people getting injured? They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. There are several domain realm cultivators using earth rank martial skills to attack lower realm cultivators. Ling Ying was anxious. I'm here to protect you. Ling Hai said with his hands behind his back. Mom, Ling Ying leaned into Qin Lan's arms. Forget it, your dad knows what he's doing. It's fine. The dust on the battlefield dispersed. Lin Xian and Xiao Yun were half kneeling on the ground, each holding one side. Both of them spat out blood, and it seemed that their injuries were not light. Lin Xian had already used all his strength to defend and exchange for attributes, but there was no other way. The difference in their realms was there. And Xiao Yun coughed out a mouthful of blood. Lin Xian's strength was indeed difficult to truly injure him, but he still had his own earth-rank martial skill. If he hadn't reacted in time and released his defensive law, he might have died. The 2 of them slowly stood up, their bodies somewhat staggering. Everyone knew who had won at the moment. It was definitely Lin Xian who had won. The difference in their realms was so great, but both of them had suffered similar injuries. In a sense, he had already crushed Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun's expression was extremely ugly. He took a deep breath, looked at Lin Xian, and clenched his fists tightly. He had already lost enough face. Facing someone who was so much weaker than him and still being injured like this was already embarrassing enough. He had to finish the battle next. He already knew that Lin Xian's space was stronger than his. Although he didn't want to admit it, his advantage was only in his realm. No, There was also his domain. But, did he really have to release his domain? Lin Xian's lips curled up. Fighting to the death. Would he be afraid of this? The law of creation. Lin Xian released the law of creation on himself and quickly healed his injuries. He can fix it, but can you? Because Lin Xian's clothes were covered in dust and blood, no one could see that his injuries were quickly recovering. Come on. Lin Xian's figure flickered and appeared in front of him. 5 Lightning Celestial Phenomenon. Lin Xian angrily roared, and thunder exploded. Xiao Yun's pupils suddenly shrank. Doesn't it fucking hurt? You're so badly injured. Why didn't you rest for a while before rushing here? Xiao Yun's body then erupted with wind attribute power, directly attacking Lin Xian's 5 Thunder Heavenly Phenomenon. Boom! The two of them clashed once again. Poof! The two of them spat out another mouthful of blood at the same time. 5 Lightning Celestial Phenomenon. Lin Xian rushed over again. Xiao Yun, is this a lunatic? To defeat him, Lin Xian's advantage was the law of creation. Come on, let's hurt each other. Anyways, your injuries will worsen, and his injuries will heal. 5 Lightning Celestial Phenomenon. 5 Lightning Celestial Phenomenon. The others were completely stunned by Lin Xian's madness. Who the fuck fought like this? Did he not want to live anymore? Ling Ying's beautiful eyes were already red. Hubby, that's enough. Something bad will happen if they continue fighting. Ji Lan said worriedly. No, Wang Heping said at this time, and the others looked at him. Wang Heping then said, for the two of them, if it really ends like this, neither of them will be willing. Right now, the two of them, especially Lin Xian, have already fought until their blood is boiling. Uncle Ling, let's continue. This is what you want to see the most, right? Ling Hai did not say anything, but he did not move, which made his intentions clear. Originally, Xiao Yun could easily get rid of Lin Xian, but his realm was so much higher than Lin Xian's, and his space was similar to Lin Xian's, which was why he ended up in this situation. The two of them spat out blood again and staggered. Lin Xian secretly took 2 spirit recovery pills for himself. It's about time. Lin Xian raised his head to take a look. 5 Lightning Celestial Phenomenon. Erupting with terrifying lightning, Lin Xian rushed over again. You're fucking crazy. Xiao Yun gritted his teeth. He really did not want to use his full strength, he really did not want to. Ice Frost Sky. Suddenly, a layer of frost formed around him, sealing him in place. He could instantly break it, but the lightning had already arrived. Ice? Ling Hai raised his eyebrows. Space, lightning, ice, 3 attributes. Boom! That Xiao Yun flew out, but he stood quite steadily. Because he released his law, coupled with the suppression of his realm, Lin Xian's earth-rank martial skill did not cause much damage to him. It was just that he might be in a sorry state. Originally, I did not want to use my domain, but I did not expect you to have 3 attributes. Then, this young master should have no problem using my domain now. After saying that, Xiao Yun slightly stepped on the ground, and the entire space was covered by a black light. They entered that black place, and the people outside could no longer see clearly. Dad, Lin Xian beat Xiao Yun to the point of spitting blood, and even forced him to use his law and domain. Doesn't that mean anything? Ling Ying was really angered to death. I know what I'm doing. Ling Hai looked ahead and said. No one knew what was going on inside. At this moment, Lin Xian and Xiao Yun were in darkness. Their surroundings were dark, but strangely, they could see everything. To be able to force this young master's domain out, you are already very abnormal. To be honest, you are really powerful. If we were in the same realm, you would definitely not be able to beat me. Unfortunately, for Ling Ying, so what if I am a bit shameless? So what if you released your domain? Anyway, Uncle Ling said that whoever wins will be able to get engaged with Ling Ying. He dislikes you, but Uncle Ling likes me. Xiao Yun sneered at Lin Xian. Unfortunately, Ling Ying can only be mine. Lin Xian shrugged, and secretly created a law to heal his injuries. He will be mine in the future. This is this young master's domain, the darkness domain. In this domain, all the martial skills you release will have half of their power devoured by the darkness. At the same time, your spirit power consumption will also double. Just now, you were fighting to your heart's content outside, so I'm afraid you don't have much spirit power left, right? Lin Xian, wow. This is a domain. Isn't this too fierce? The opponent's spirit power consumption doubled, and at the same time, the power of his martial skills was halved. This kind of gap was opened up. So, even though I admire you, you've still lost. Oh. Are you sure? The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. It should be about time, right? Xiao Yun saw Lin Xian's expression and inexplicably panicked in his heart. What's going on? Suddenly, he felt a strange feeling in his body. He immediately covered his chest and staggered back a few steps. His entire body revealed an expression of shock. Do you feel pain all over your body? You don't even dare to use your spirit power. Lin Xian smiled and asked. You, Xiao Yun pointed at Lin Xian. Chapter 8:15. Lin Xian had already unleashed his poison attribute when the two of them first exchanged blows. Of course, even though the poison attribute was strong, the difference in their cultivation levels was too great. It was almost impossible for the poison to affect him. Therefore, Lin Xian had secretly poisoned him the first time he made a move. This poison would slowly seep into his body over time as he circulated his spiritual energy. By the time he sensed it, it would have already seeped into his body. By the time he realized it, it would be too late. You poisoned me. You can't use external forces, spirit tools, weapons. You've already broken the rules. Xiao Yun pointed at Lin Xian with a face full of unwillingness and anger. Poison. You can say that. But my poison isn't external. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Then, the dark area dissipated. When the darkness dissipated, everyone looked inside nervously. They saw Lin Xian standing there, and the one who fell to the ground was Xiao Yun. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. No one knew what happened, but the scene in front of them shocked them. This was completely different from what they expected. It was the opposite. Lin Xian clutched his chest and looked at them. Then, he made a V sign. Ling Ying, this bastard. Ling Ying wiped his tears and couldn't help but laugh. This kid actually won. What happened just now? Qin Lan murmured. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was too unbelievable. Ling Hai was also stunned. Then, they all walked over. What happened? Ling Hai walked over and looked at Lin Xian. Then, he looked at Xiao Yun. Lin Xian walked over and with a wave of his hand, the poison in Xiao Yun's body was removed. Cough cough. Xiao Yun coughed, then opened his eyes and slowly stood up. What happened? Ling Hai asked. Cough cough, Uncle Ling, this Lin Xian poisoned me. Xiao Yun stood up and pointed at Lin Xian. Poisoned? Ling Hai looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, it was poisoned. Ling Hai suddenly understood. No wonder this brat could cross such a large realm to defeat Xiao Yun. So it turned out that he used poison. You have already broken the rules. Ling Hai looked at Lin Xian and said. Why? Lin Xian asked. Because you poisoned me. Why? But this poison is not an external force, it is my attribute. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, I have the poison attribute. Poison is my attribute, so it shouldn't be considered an external force. Poison attribute. Ling Hai frowned as he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian then released the poison attribute, spreading the poison attribute. Everyone, you actually have the poison attribute. Ling Hai looked at Lin Xian in shock. If that was the case, then this Lin Xian was a little shocking. Space, lightning, ice, poison, what? Xiao Yun frowned as he looked at Lin Xian. He has the poison attribute. He didn't secretly poison Xiao Yun. How did you obtain the poison attribute? Ling Hai asked Lin Xian. It was just a chance encounter. So Uncle Ling, did I win? Lin Xian laughed and looked at Ling Hai. Humph. Go and rest. Ling Hai snorted and walked away. Lin Xian. Ling Ying supported Lin Xian and walked him away. Uncle Ling, Xiao Yun looked up at Ling Hai. Go and treat your injuries. Ling Hai said. But, a loss is a loss. I have to keep my promise. Ling Hai walked away after saying that. Xiao Yun clenched his fist. Lost? Yes, he lost. But he couldn't accept it. He really couldn't accept it. If he could use a sword and use a sword move, this Lin Xian would have been dead long ago. Moreover, he is a sinister and cunning person who poisoned Xiao Yun. He couldn't accept it. Ling Hai looked at the figure of Ling Ying supporting Lin Xian and frowned. He was thinking about something. Old Ling, now you understand why I think so highly of Lin Xian. Qin Lan followed Ling Hai and said with a smile. This kid is really amazing. I misjudged him. No, you didn't misjudge him. Qin Lan said with a smile, you are just unhappy because he harmed our daughter. You have a prejudice against him. If you really misjudged him, you wouldn't have cared so much when they were competing. I care. Alright, we have been husband and wife for more than 20 years. Do you think I don't know you? You seem to be very stubborn, but when they were fighting, you wanted to see Lin Xian defeat that child Xiao Yun more than anyone else, right? Nonsense. I am not satisfied with him. Ling Hai said. But our daughter does like him. Of course, you hope that he can be together with our daughter. You hope that he has something outstanding. Now, he has it. No matter what the reason is, he was able to defeat Xiao Yun, who is at the domain realm as a 5-star lower realm cultivator. Sigh, Ling Hai sighed. That's right. The boy his daughter liked was related to her happiness. Of course, he wanted his daughter to be happy, but he also wanted this person to be worthy of his daughter. In such a dangerous era, they needed such a person. However, the current Lin Xian was indeed extraordinary. For attributes, poison attribute, and even space control was not weaker than a domain realm expert. It was indeed amazing. But this doesn't mean that I will acknowledge him. I am still very tired of this kid. Qin Lan smiled and said, okay. You rest first and get ready to eat. I will find someone to treat Lin Xian. On the other side, Ling Ying supported Lin Xian. Lin Xian, I am sorry. Ling Ying said guiltily. Why are you sorry? Because of me, you were disliked and even got injured. Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. But you don't have to apologize, because this is what I should do, and I have to do. Lin Xian's simple words made Ling Ying look at him with sparkling eyes. Bastard, bastard. You are so good at talking. I don't know how many girls you have fooled outside. Ling Ying gently hammered Lin Xian and then gently wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Yes, didn't I trick you away? Bastard. She glared at Lin Xian and then asked, how are your injuries? I am fine. How can there be any injuries? But you, don't forget the law I have comprehended. It is much more direct than the fucking would attribute healing. It is almost healed. Accompany your husband to take a bath. Lin Xian said with a smile. Ling Ying, really? She looked at Lin Xian in shock. Nonsense. But there is something very important right now. What is it? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian. What about our engagement? Tomorrow. Ling Ying, her little face blushed. You really believe my father's words? But don't be too angry. My father is such a person. No, I am angry. Lin Xian said angrily. Ling Ying's heart skipped a beat. I won't be able to vent my anger unless you serve your husband well tonight. Lin Xian said with a smile. I see that your clothes are almost soaked in blood. How can you be fine? Lin Xian then rolled up his sleeves. Auntie, look, I don't have any wounds on my body. Take off your clothes and let me see. Mumu, is the treatment not here yet? Go and rush them. Qin Lan then looked at Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian didn't have any so-called 8-pack abs, he wasn't too ugly. His body was covered in blood, but Qin Lan took a look. What about the wounds? She definitely didn't believe Lin Xian when he said that he was fine. He fought with a domain realm expert and she saw Lin Xian vomiting blood with her own eyes. He definitely had internal and external injuries. Looking at it now, there didn't seem to be many external injuries. How many more secrets did this kid have? Okay, Xiaoying, take Lin Xian to take a shower first. If you don't have any clothes to change into, give your father's clothes to Lin Xian first. We'll go out and buy some tonight. Got it. You. Ling Hai frowned. What? Do you have a problem with our son-in-law wearing your clothes? Qin Lan rolled her eyes at Ling Hai. Ling Hai sat on the sofa angrily and lit a cigar. Who said he's my son-in-law? You're going back on your word again. Who said that whoever wins today will get engaged to our daughter? Ling Hai actually already approved of Lin Xian. Although he approved of Lin Xian, he still didn't like him. Moreover, Ling Hai was also the head of the family. Previously, he had targeted Lin Xian, so it was normal for him to be a little arrogant. Okay. Go take a shower first. Ling Hai waved his hand. Thank you, uncle. Then, Lin Xian was happily helped upstairs by Ling Ying. That's strange. What about that kid's injuries? Ling Hai took a deep puff of his cigar and said. I'm also surprised. I'll ask him later. This kid actually has 4 attributes: space, ice, lightning, and poison. There's only one person in Tiandu who has 4 attributes. Qin Lan said. Ling Hai nodded. But having more attributes doesn't necessarily mean that it's good. Although that's the case, you saw it yourself. This Lin Xian's low-level space is similar to Xiao Yun's. This proves that he crushed Xiao Yun in terms of space control. At the same time, he's very skilled in using space and lightning. The last time I saw him, it was only 2 or 3 months ago. At that time, he still didn't know how to use space, so I'm more surprised than you. He's also very proficient in using lightning. I can't see anything wrong with ice. As for poison, since he could silently ambush Xiao Yun, it proves that he's not bad at using it. Qin said in admiration. I'm old, but this kid has extraordinary potential. He's all right. Ling Hai also nodded. All right. He's so much better than those young masters in Tiandu. You just have to pick on him because you don't like him. Let's see if our daughter will roll her eyes at you in the future. I'm just testing him on behalf of our daughter. Ling Hai quickly explained. Okay. Don't I know you? You're so stubborn. You just don't like him. We'll be a family in the future. Don't always be angry with Lin Xian. We can't control the feelings of young people. Our daughter is only willing to share a room with him because she likes him. This is also our daughter's choice. Qin said. Ling Hai then looked at Ling Longyue. Girl, you're Lin Xian's sister. He'll never have a sister as beautiful as me in his life. Ling Longyue said proudly. She was unhappy to hear the two of them talking about her sister's man, the two of them, ahem. Lin Xian only has one sister. She's also not his biological sister. She's an orphan. So it's not easy for him to come this far. Qin said. Ling Hai nodded. Indeed, there were many things that praised him. However, he just didn't like him. How could he be cured? Ling Hai then took a big lollipop and passed it to Ling Longyue. Then tell me, what other secrets does this Lin Xian have that we don't know? Uncle, I'm not an idiot. Don't think you can get anything out of me. Ling Hai, humph. Although she was unhappy, she was the only one who could bully Lin Xian. She wouldn't say anything. What if she said something wrong? She still knew some things. Chapter 8:17. Ling Ying brought Lin Xian to his room. Damn! Does it have to be so big? This room is already as big as my house. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. The entire room was at least 200 square meters. It gave people the feeling of a presidential suite in a hotel. It was big and beautiful, but also very warm. It was pink, and, at a glance, there were probably no less than 200 different kinds of dolls. The big bed was very soft. It was so comfortable tonight. What are you looking at? Lin Xian was looking at her boudoir. Although she was used to it, she was still a little shy. Everything in this house should be her favorite. I can't look at my wife's room. Who's your wife? Ling Ying rolled his eyes. Aren't you? Lin Xian then smiled and hugged Ling Ying. Get lost. You're so dirty. Don't touch me. Hurry up and take a shower. Ling Ying said with disdain. Let's go together, go to hell. There's a towel inside. You can use it. Anyway, you're covered in dust and blood. Throw it away when you're done. I'll go to my father's room to find you some clothes. With that, Ling Ying walked away. Lin Xian hummed a little tune and then went into Ling Ying's bathroom to take a shower. The law of creation is simply too powerful. For now, the law of creation is more than enough for me to recover from my injuries. The difference between recovery and healing is like heaven and earth. Lin Xian exclaimed in admiration. Lin Xian might have to lie in bed for a week after today's battle, but the law of creation directly healed him. I brought you some clothes. Casual clothes. I'll buy some for you when we go to the Lantern Festival tonight. Ling Ying's voice came from outside. Little Ling Ying. Lin Xian shouted. What? Ling Ying rolled his eyes. I can't touch my back. Come in and help me rub it. Ling Ying, although it was reasonable, why did it feel like he was doing it on purpose? Oh. Ling Ying then walked in. Lin Xian's back was facing her. Give me the towel. Ling Ying stretched out his hand. Crash. Lin Xian suddenly turned around and pounced on Ling Ying with a pile of water in his hands. Ling Ying, she looked like a drowned rat, and her hair was also wet. Water dripped down her hair, and even her face was wet. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Are you crazy? Ling Ying wiped his face and said angrily. Poof. Then, Lin Xian splashed another handful of water on her. Ah! Ling Ying picked up the basin next to him, scooped a basin of water into the bathtub, and splashed it all on Lin Xian. Little Ying Ying, are you done? It's time to eat. Qin Lan knocked on the door and walked in. Then she heard the sounds of two people in the bathroom, as well as their laughter. These two children. Qin Lan smiled helplessly. She could play with Lin Xian even after taking a bath. However, she was really happy that her daughter could play with Lin Xian and laugh so happily. It seemed that she really liked this kid. It was good that their relationship was good. As long as her daughter was happy, it was good. Ling Ying then ran out with his whole body wet. Just you wait. Ling Ying pointed inside and said angrily. Then, he saw Qin Lan. Mom, Ling Ying looked at Qin Lan awkwardly. It was so embarrassing. Play as you like. Take some time. It's almost time to eat. Qin Lan said with a faint smile. Okay. Ling Ying stuck out his tongue. Then, Qin Lan smiled and walked out. After that, Lin Xian put on his casual clothes and walked out. What's wrong? I'm not going to play with you anymore. Hurry up and eat. Ling Ying rolled his eyes. After a few minutes, Lin Xian and Ling Ying came downstairs. Ling Longyue was already seated. She was holding a pair of chopsticks in her hand, and her big eyes were twinkling as she looked at the table full of delicious food. The maids were still serving the dishes. Hurry up and take a seat. Qin Lan waved to Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian sat beside Ling Longyue. Ling Ying wanted to sit beside Lin Xian. Ling Hai coughed dryly. Little Ying Ying. Then, Ling Ying stuck out his tongue and went to sit beside Ling Hai. Qin Lan was holding back her laughter. He was already the boss, yet he was still jealous of his future son-in-law. Really, let's eat. Ling Hai said. Ling Longyue couldn't wait any longer and quickly started eating. The surrounding atmosphere was a little solemn. No one was talking, and everyone was eating quietly. Here. Ling Ying picked up a piece of meat for Lin Xian and a big drumstick for Ling Longyue. Look at the daughter you raised. Her own parents don't even help her with the food. Ling Hai saw this scene and was about to die from jealousy. This was the daughter he raised for 20 years. Dad, why are you jealous of Lin Xian? Your daughter has been helping you with the food for more than 10 years. Ling Ying said helplessly. Then, he picked up a few prawns for Ling Hai. So now that you have a boyfriend, you don't help Dad anymore. Ling Ying, uncle, let me help you. Lin Xian said with a smile. No need. When Ling Hai heard Lin Xian's words, his tone became stiff. Lin Xian coughed and touched the tip of his nose. No matter how awkward the atmosphere was, it didn't affect Ling Longyue's eating speed. Cough, cough. Then, let's go to the Lantern Festival together after eating. Qin Lan broke the awkwardness. You guys go. I have something to do tomorrow, so I'll rest early. That. Uncle, about the engagement, Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and asked awkwardly. He felt that Ling Hai had a strong opinion of him. Could it be that he didn't agree to this matter? The engagement requires both parties to be present. Let's talk about it after you bring your sister here, Ling Hai said. Lin Xian was elated. Does this mean that he agreed to it in his heart? Then, don't talk when eating. Don't you know this? Ling Hai said calmly. Lin Xian, Ling Ying winked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian then obediently kept quiet. After about 20 minutes, Ling Hai put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth and stood up. Come to the study room after eating. After saying that, he walked away. Auntie, what is uncle's attitude towards me? Lin Xian then asked Qin Lan quietly. Your uncle is like this. He's very stubborn. However, he must have already accepted you in his heart. When the time comes, go to the study room and talk to him slowly. Even if we aren't present, he will probably tell you a lot of heartfelt things. Don't worry, he's a good person when he thinks things through. You should treat him better, Qin Lan said. Then I'll go. Hey, eat some more. There's still so much left, Ling Ying said. Isn't there this girl? Just leave it to her. Lin Xian pointed at Ling Longyue and said with a smile. Then, he walked upstairs. Chapter 8:18. In the study, Ling Hai was sitting on a chair and reading a book. Lin Xian walked over and knocked on the door. Come in. Ling Hai put down the book and said. Lin Xian pushed the door open and walked in. Uncle, I'm here. Have a seat. Ling Hai looked at Lin Xian and nodded. Oh wow. Just as Qin Lan had said, in front of Ling Ying and her, Ling Hai would be more taciturn, and his tone would be worse, making him seem very stern. However, when they were alone, Lin Xian felt that his attitude was a lot gentler. Lin Xian sat opposite him. Damn it. Since when was he so reserved? But this was inevitable. Uncle, do you have anything to tell me? Lin Xian asked softly. Ling Hai looked at Lin Xian and said, I don't object to you and Xiaoying being together. Ling Hai said straightforwardly. Thank you, uncle, for your help. It can't be considered a blessing. You fought for it yourself. You used your actions to prove that you are worthy of her. I saw all of this with my own eyes. Ling Hai then stood up and slowly paced around the study, as if he had something on his mind. Previously, I was against you because of my personal feelings. Don't take it to heart. Lin Xian nodded. I understand. But now, there is something very important that I have to tell you. Even Xiaoying's mother, your aunt, doesn't know about this. I didn't dare to tell her. In this world, only Xiaoying's grandfather and I know about this. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't dare to tell Ling Ying's mother. What was it that he didn't dare to tell her? As Ling Ying's mother, what couldn't she know? Sigh. Ling Hai sighed. He looked through the window at the night sky outside, looking deeply worried. When you know about this, you can decide whether you want to be with Xiaoying or not. Lin Xian stood up. Uncle, please speak. Ling Hai turned around and looked at Lin Xian. You have to promise me that even if you find out, you'll keep it to yourself. You won't tell anyone, not even Xiaoying's mother. Lin Xian nodded. Then, he handed the book to Lin Xian. Turn to page 82. Lin Xian glanced at it. What is this? There was a photo on the page. It showed a room with a bed. The person lying on the bed seemed to be Qin Lan, and in her arms was a newborn baby. If she was Qin Lan, then the baby must be Ling Ying. This was nothing but there was an extremely strange scene. There was a black mist between the baby's eyebrows. At first, Lin Xian thought that it might be photoshopped. So, Lin Xian looked up at Ling Hai in confusion. Ling Hai put his hands behind his back and looked out the window. It's your aunt and Xiaoying in the photo. When Xiaoying was born, your aunt fainted. What is this black mist? This is what I want to tell you. Ling Hai let out a sigh and turned around. This black fog is a fiend celestial. What? Lin Xian frowned and looked at Ling Hai. Have you heard of the Shura god? Shura, according to the ancient records, 8,000 years ago, a woman met with a tragic fate. After her death, her soul remained in the world and possessed the body of a princess. She brought harm to the world, and countless people died at her hands. She was known as the Shura god. It was said that she reached the heavenly Tao realm or perhaps an existence that surpassed it. But legend has it that it was an era of gods, and there was no need for the so-called system to cultivate. Lin Xian quietly listened to Ling Hai's words. Later, many experts gathered and suppressed the Shura god. Her soul was destroyed, and in a sense, the Shura god had completely fallen. But it wasn't that simple. Before she died, she said that she would never be destroyed forever. Indeed, many years later, the Shura god descended upon a girl. It was this black mist, the exact same black mist. That girl went berserk at the age of 25 and massacred millions of lives. Lin Xian, uncle, you mean? Ling Hai sighed and nodded. That's right. If the ancient records aren't wrong, Little Ing is the third person to be born from this soul. Lin Xian, Little Ing is 21 this year and will soon be 22. If she is also 25, she still has 3 years. Perhaps I will end her life with my own hands on that day. Ling Hai slowly closed his eyes as he said this. Parents in this world love each other dearly. Who would be willing to let anything happen to their child? But, if she didn't do that, once the Shura's power awakened, she wouldn't be herself. Her power would surpass everything. At that time, she would make a big mistake. Countless lives would die in her hands. But was there any other way? There was, and that was to end her life before that happened. Is this true? Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted. Yes, Little Ying's grandfather. No, to be precise, our Ling family's ancestor was one of the people who suppressed the first generation of the Shura god. Who would have thought that after 8,000 years she would be born into our Ling family? She is probably taking revenge on us. Is there no solution? Lin Xian asked anxiously. He would never have thought that such a thing would happen. No, at least I don't know. No one I know knows either. So, even if you know this, are you still willing to be with Little Ing? Ling Hai looked at Lin Xian. Of course. Lin Xian said without hesitation. Why? Lin Xian smiled and said, because I like her, and also, Lin Xian's eyes flashed with determination. I believe that there is nothing in this world that cannot be solved. Whether it is the Shura or the gods, there must be a way. I will definitely think of a way. Perhaps this was good news for Lin Xian. Otherwise, he would never know. Or perhaps it would be too late when he found out. But now, there might be 3 years left. He could think of a way. At least there was still time. He could ask Ling Long Shui. Sigh, Ling Hai sighed. All these years, I've been secretly looking for a way, but to no avail. You're still young, and you don't have anything to rely on. How could you have a way? I hope that you can let her live happily every day for the next 3 years. If you can, I'll be very grateful. No. Lin Xian shook his head. Ling Hai looked at Lin Xian. I don't want these 3 years, I want my whole life. I will definitely find a way, definitely. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Sigh, little Ying's taste is still better than this old man's. Go, this is what I want to tell you. If there is really no other way, I hope you can bring her back to Tiandu in the last year. I want to spend some time with her. Lin Xian took a deep breath, nodded, and walked out. Ling Ying also looked at the message curiously. Little Chushue, what's going on at your house tomorrow? Lin Xian asked directly. Father knew that you were coming tomorrow, so he cancelled all the other social engagements. No one came to visit tomorrow, so he was waiting for you. Han Chushue replied. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Looks like it's Chushue's idea. She's also worried that the situation you're worried about will happen. She probably communicated with her family. Phew. That's good. Let's sleep. Lin Xian then hugged Ling Ying. The next morning, Lin Xian left the Ling family. He even bought a hat to wear on his head, afraid that someone might recognize him. It wouldn't be good if the news spread in Tiandu. Of course, he didn't bring Ling Longyue along. According to them, Han Chushue's father was relatively easy to deal with. Especially since Lin Xian had already dealt with Han Chushue, Han Chushue's mother was more or less done. It definitely wouldn't be like the Ling family. He took a taxi and arrived outside the Han family's manor. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. They were too damn rich. Each and every one of them was building a manor in the central area of Tiandu. A place like this would cost hundreds of thousands per square meter, right? It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. At this time, Lin Xian received a message from Han Chushue. The situation has changed. Lin Xian. What the hell? The situation has changed. At this time, a car stopped beside Lin Xian. Yo, isn't this young Master Lin? A person poked his head out from the front passenger seat and looked at Lin Xian mockingly. Lin Xian recognized him. It was Yangjing. When the news of Lin Xian and Han Chushue's relationship spread out, two young masters from big families in Tiandu specially went to Tianhua City to look for Lin Xian. One was Yangjing, and the other was Qin Imo from the Qin family, one of the 8 great families. It's you. What are you doing here? What am I doing? Yangjing smirked. Proposing marriage. Okay, stop chatting. Let's go in. A middle-aged man in the back seat said sternly. Yes, father. Let's go. Yangjing said confidently. Then, the car drove into the Han family's manor. Proposing marriage. Lin Xian frowned. Didn't they say that no one would come today? Han Chushue then called Lin Xian. Hello, little Chushue, what's the situation? I'm already here. Why is the second young master of the Yangs here to propose marriage? Lin Xian asked curiously. I don't know. I just heard my father say that the Yangs took out something that moved my father. Lin Xian, wow. This can't be. Lin Xian was helpless. He thought that the Han family's trip would be relatively smooth. He didn't expect that there would be a mistake. Come in. I've already informed them. My father won't let me out, Han Chushue said helplessly. Lin Xian then hung up the phone. Why are all the people from big families like this? However, since he was already here, Lin Xian wanted to see what the Yangs were planning. He also wanted to see what Ling Ying's parents were up to. Are you Lin Xian? At this time, a beautiful girl walked over and asked. Lin Xian nodded. Miss asked me to pick you up. Please come with me. Thank you. Then, Lin Xian stepped into the Han family manor. The Han family manor was comparable to the Ling family manor. After walking for a long time, they arrived in front of a villa. We're here. Miss and the others are in the living room. Just go in. Okay, thank you. Then, Lin Xian walked in. As soon as he walked in, he felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. There were 5 people sitting in the living room. Han Chuxue, her parents, and Yang Jing. Next to Yang Jing was a dignified middle-aged man. They seemed to be discussing something. When Lin Xian walked in, everyone looked at him. Chapter 820. Han Chuxue hurriedly stood up. Lin Xian. Han Chuxue called out softly, then walked towards Lin Xian. Hello, uncle and auntie. Lin Xian smiled at them. Zhao Yaji had interacted with Lin Xian before. What did she say to him? She couldn't like him, and she did hate him. But at that time, he saw that her daughter liked him, and he was very determined. He felt that it was all right. Then, Zhao Yaji nodded slightly at Lin Xian. Sit. Han Chuxue's father, Han Guang, said to Lin Xian. Then, Han Chuxue pulled Lin Xian to sit there. What made Lin Xian feel that it was all right was that Zhao Yaji and Han Guang's attitude wasn't bad. At least, compared to Ling Hai, it was quite good. Han Guang even said to Lin Xian, sit. Han Chuxue felt very guilty. She let Lin Xian come over, and then this kind of thing happened. A girl came over and poured a glass of water for Lin Xian. Han Guang deliberately looked at Lin Xian a few times, then said to Lin Xian, this is the head of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Hao. Beside him is his son, Ouyang Jing. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and laughed. Yes, I've seen him before. Oh. You've seen him before. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Han Guang was also stunned. Ouyang Jing panicked, then hurriedly said, ha ha ha, yes, when I went to Tianhua City to visit Chuxue, I met young Master Lin. We had a small conflict. This was because he knew that Lin Xian would definitely say that something unpleasant had happened between them. At that time, he and Chen Mo had attacked Lin Xian together. If Lin Xian were to say this, it might not be good. But now that he had taken the initiative to say it, it would be better if he said it. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. We met before in Tianhua City. At that time, young Master Ouyang and a young master from Tiandu attacked me. There's such a thing. Ouyang Hao looked at his son. Ouyang Jing said hurriedly, isn't that because he's young and impetuous? Father, you know that I've loved Mu Chuxue for a long time and have been pursuing her. When I suddenly heard that she had a boyfriend, under normal circumstances, would definitely be sad and even angry. I thought that Chuxue's boyfriend must be very outstanding, so I found young Master Lin to compare notes with him. Ouyang Jing's words were straightforward and there was no blame. Instead, it made people feel that it was normal for him to attack Lin Xian. I see. Although the motive is not wrong, this kind of thing is still too inconsiderate. Little brother, I apologize on behalf of Jing, Lin Xian said with a smile, it's okay. Although I wasn't prepared and didn't know what was going on at that time, I didn't lose anyway. I wasn't the one who was beaten. Just take it as accompanying young Master Ouyang. Ouyang Jing secretly clenched his fists. Lin Xian was too insidious. Didn't he already tell everyone who won and who lost? Didn't he just tell everyone that Ouyang Jing didn't win? But today, as Chuxue's boyfriend, I came to visit uncle and auntie. Chuxue also said that uncle and auntie are not receiving guests today. May I know why young Master Ouyang is here today? Han Guang and Xiao Yaji didn't say anything. Of course, they knew that the Ouyang family was here to propose marriage, and they also welcomed Lin Xian. But when these two things happened together, they didn't know what to do. For a big family like theirs, as long as they weren't on the verge of decline, their children's happiness was more important than anything else. The Han family's development was flourishing day by day. Although they did like Ouyang Jing more, after all, the marriage between the two of the 8 big families would bring great benefits to both families. However, their daughter liked another young man who didn't have much ability or background. So they were very conflicted. If their daughter could marry Ouyang Jing, it would naturally be the best. So they hoped for this to happen more. That was why they didn't directly reject the Ouyang family's arrival. Lin Xian obviously knew. He had heard it from Han Chuxue, but at this time, he had to pretend that he didn't know. Han Chuxue slightly bit her red lips. She was different from Ling Ying. Ling Ying's personality was more straightforward, but she was brought up very strictly. Since she was young, everything she learned was decided by her family. She learned to play the piano, learned to play the violin, and learned to draw. It was her family who put these things in front of her. Han Chuxue then learned obediently, regardless of whether she liked it or not. This was also why she was more introverted. She didn't dare and never talked back to her family. Take Ling Ying for example, he complained in front of his parents all day long. They were two extremes. The Ouyang family is here to propose marriage. Han Guang said to Lin Xian. He wouldn't reject Lin Xian as their son-in-law. Their daughter liked him, so he must be outstanding. But they needed to know how Lin Xian would deal with such a situation. After all, he was an immature person who couldn't achieve great things. There were still endless possibilities. Perhaps he could see something. This was also what Han Guang and Xiao Yaji were looking forward to. Xiao Yaji and Lin Xian had confronted each other. She felt that this young man was not bad and was very determined. He also liked her daughter, but that was all she could see. Of course, they also knew about the Art Xian group. But what they knew, or rather what the outside world knew, was little. They only knew that this medicine was very profitable and could make them a billionaire or trillionaire. But in this era, money was useless. Hundreds of billions, trillions, which of the 8 great families didn't have assets that were many times more than this? Just having money was far from enough. Moreover, the potential wasn't high. Although they could earn a lot, they would reach a bottleneck in the future. It was still the same sentence. If they knew about the other policies of the Art Xian group, they would at least know that it had great potential, and it was very big. Despite being the head of the family, Han Guang exuded an extremely scholarly aura. His words were scholarly, and his actions were scholarly as well. He was the so-called gentleman. However, Lin Xian knew that as the head of one of the 8 great families, he was definitely not as simple as he seemed on the surface. Oh. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Ouyang Jing nodded. That's right. I've been pursuing Chuxue for a few years. Uncle and auntie, you know that. Today, my father and I are here with sincerity to propose marriage. We hope that you can let Chuxue marry me. I, Ouyang Jing, swear to treat her well for the rest of my life and make her the happiest woman in the world. As he spoke, he looked at Han Chuxue. But no matter how sincere his gaze was, it was useless. I already have a boyfriend. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Ouyang. Han Chuxue said politely. It's okay. I know you have a boyfriend, but I'm patient. My love for you is sincere. I can choose to compete with you. I hope you can give me some time. Is that okay? Chapter 821. Han Guang and Xiao Yaji didn't say anything. Their purpose was clear. Their daughter's choice was theirs. If she really liked him, they would choose to stand on her side. However, they didn't say anything because they wanted to see how Lin Xian would deal with this. Lin Xian roughly understood their intentions. To be honest, it was much simpler than the Ling family. The Han family was very cultured to be able to raise a lady like Han Chuxue. Of course, it couldn't be said that the Ling family wasn't cultured. It was just that their personalities were different. One was irritable while the other was gentle. Different personalities would lead to different ways of dealing with things. At this time, Lin Xian smiled and held Han Chuxue's hand. Ouyang Jing frowned, but his father's expression didn't change at all. How could a brat compete with him? He was the head of the Ouyang family. For this matter, he came here on the second day of the new year. His sincerity and intentions were already here. I'm sorry, young Master Ouyang, I'm afraid you've made a mistake. If you want to compete, that's fine. But that's before I pursue Chuxue. We can compete fairly. Now that Chuxue is my girlfriend, what qualifications do you have to compete with me? Lin Xian said such a domineering sentence with a smile. That kind of smile was mocking and disdainful. In Han Guang and Xiao Yaji's eyes, this scene was actually approved of. That's right, Chuxue was his girlfriend. It didn't seem right for you to pursue a guy's girlfriend in front of them, right? Wouldn't you be beaten to death if it was normal? If two people pursued a girl together, it was a completely different concept from you pursuing a guy's girlfriend. A man should act like a man, even if he was facing the Ouyang family of the 8 great families. Therefore, they were satisfied with this point. However, this was only from the perspective of Han Chuxue's boyfriend. But from a long-term perspective, he provoked the 8 great families. He was dangerous, he wasn't smart, therefore, it wasn't easy for them to judge. They could only watch the whole scene before making their evaluation of Lin Xian. Hearing Lin Xian's words, both Ouyang Jing and Ouyang Hao's faces turned ugly. An unknown brat dared to say that their son wasn't qualified. Ha, I say, little brother Lin, my Ouyang family is one of the 8 great families of Tiandu. There should be no doubt about my qualifications, right? Ouyang Hao said with a smile. So what if you're from the 8 great families? Your son said that he wanted to pursue my girlfriend in front of me. If it weren't for the fact that the head of the Ouyang family, one of the 8 great families, was here, I would have given you some face. But if you weren't here, even if I knew that he was from the Ouyang family, he would have been crippled by me. Would you believe me? Lin Xian's words were filled with confidence. Han Chuxue's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Xian. For a girl to follow a guy, money might be one thing, but more importantly, she hoped that this guy could give her a sense of security. Clearly, Lin Xian had done it. Aren't you being a little too arrogant? Really? But Master Ouyang, don't you think it's immoral for you to propose marriage when you know that Chuxue has a boyfriend? Lin Xian's aura was not the slightest bit intimidated. Han Guang and Xiao Yaji exchanged a look. This guy had the aura and temperament to be able to hold his own. Facing the head of the 8 great families, he was not the slightest bit intimidated. He was really rare among the young people. I think there's no right or wrong in love. Yes, you're Chushua's boyfriend now, but you're not her husband. I like her, and I'm willing to express my feelings. I just want to fight for it. I don't want to regret it for the rest of my life. I think I still have a chance to take her back from you. I think I can give her more happiness than you can. I'd rather admit that what you said about being immoral is right. But from my point of view, I think there's no right or wrong in fighting for the person I like. Ouyang Jing was also very impassioned. Oh, I see. Lin Xian then looked at Han Chuxue and asked, Chuxue, can you tell him now? Do you have a chance? Han Chuxue shook her head. Well, please go back. Although this is not my house, my uncle said that he would only entertain me, his future son-in-law, today. If you still want, please come back the next day, okay? Lin Xian grinned. Head of the Han family. Ouyang Hao saw that his son, including himself, couldn't win against this kid. Although he was very angry, he definitely couldn't show it. He also knew why he couldn't win against him. It was because, as he said, he lost in terms of position. So he could only talk to Han Guang. Head of the Han family, although it's not good for us adults to interfere in the children's affairs, I think we can still give some advice. Your daughter does have a boyfriend, but feelings can be cultivated. Jing He and Chuxue don't have much contact, so I think we should let these two children cultivate a little. What do you think? Ouyang Hao looked at Han Guang and said. Lin Xian snorted in disdain. Wow! This guy is too shameless, isn't he? How can he say something like that? If Han Chuxue was single, then it's not a problem to say something like that. But she has a boyfriend, so the meaning is completely different. Han Guang was also in a dilemma. Although he felt that Ouyang Hao's words were unreasonable, there were more things that he was in a dilemma than he imagined. Head of the Ouyang family, Lin Xian is right. After all, he is Chuxue's boyfriend. If others know that Chuxue has a boyfriend and still has a relationship with another boy, it will be bad for our Han family and Chuxue's reputation. At the same time, it will also be bad for Lin Xian.